Burgers. Big juicy beef burgers. That's pretty much all I've been eating in this world for the last few episodes. But we have a problem. I'm running out of meat. I've only got 23 raw beef left, which isn't going to get me many more burgers. So I think it's about time we made some kind of farm to breed up cows and make those burgers. That's today's plan. Cows, burgers. Now last time on Perfect World post-production, I did an awful job at terraforming, then promptly ditched that and made a big warehouse and automated offloading system for my shiny new drill. Now the failed terraforming was supposed to be in preparation for making a farm today. But as you can see, it's exactly how we left it last episode, looking awful, and it needs a whole lot of work. So I've spent a bit of time reflecting on what a poor job I did, looking at contour maps and just generally trying to work out how I was going to do this better. And I feel about 5% more confident this time round, so let's jump into a time lapse and see if we can make up for past offences to the landscape. Well, it's the next day in real life, and it's certainly not perfect, but we're definitely looking a lot better than our previous attempt. We have run into a slight problem, however. I've run out of dirt, and there's still quite a lot of work to do. We've got holes over here to fill, we've got that side of the island to clear a little bit too, and we've got some tidying up to do on these slopes. But yeah, I have no grass, I have no dirt, which means despite my rant about burgers at the start, that might have to go on hold till next episode, because we're going to need to make a dirt farm, which wasn't what I was planning on doing today, but needs must. Now, where do we want to put this dirt farm? It's going to need to be a reasonable sized building, probably similar to the workshop, but not with as many floors. I mean, we could possibly squeeze one in down there, or maybe this side here actually would look quite nice. Yeah, let's maybe build one up here. And if we look at the colors we've got going on, how about we use brown, white, and maybe a bit of blue? So these sort of colors, and bring that in over here just to tie everything together. That could look quite good. So I'm going to need mud, I'm going to need warped wood, I'm going to need something white, maybe some diorite or pale oak. But let's start with the mud, and we don't have a lot of that. Maybe I can actually make mud in this farm as well if we're going to make dirt. I mean, it's only one more step, isn't it? We're going to need a bit more wheat. Turn all this into packed mud. We're going to turn a bunch of that into mud bricks, but some of it we're just going to leave as packed, I think. And we could potentially use some diorite for the white bit. We'll grab a bit of spruce as well, and I'm hoping there's a nice brick texture for this. Ooh, there's a couple. Okay, that's more tiles than bricks. We've got small diorite bricks, we've got laid diorite bricks, we've got tiny diorite bricks. Let's maybe go with the small ones. And we'll actually turn some of that back to diorite. That might be useful as well. Looks like I need more jetpack fuel as well. Knowing me, we're also going to want girders. So I've managed to get a bunch of stuff together that I think is going to be useful. However, we don't really have any warped. We've got a bunch of planks, but we've only got one log. That is not helpful. So I think it's about time we take this minecart contraption. We'll grab some coal. We're going to grab lots of rail. Then we'll go to the nether and harvest a bunch of warped wood. Right, so the plan here is quite simple. We just need to cut down as many of these trees as possible. So we're just going to put down a rail that goes past lots and lots of them. And now, if we just put this down here, give it some coal, that should go round and chop down all of these trees for us. Well, that looks like it worked a treat. So let's just grab all of this rail. And how much has that given us? Only 2 and a bit stacks. That tells me we should definitely chop down a few more. Right, that's a bit better. We've got just over 9 stacks. Lots of shroom lights too. Now, I think we've probably got enough stuff here to get started. And let's start by working out the size of this thing. I think I want to make it quite long. Maybe we can bring it up to sort of this area here, right the way down to the front. Then that should give us plenty of space to make a dirt farm. So let's just mark something out and go from there. So how about something that sort of size? Should be enough, especially if we make sure we have like a basement down here, so we're gonna have to dig out all of this. We'll stick another floor above. Yeah, this should work well. So let's just get this mud area built up first. And we're going to need to dig right down here into the cliff to make it sit right. And we need to get rid of all this dirt. That was close. I almost broke my shovel. Back to digging. Well, it turns out I don't have anywhere near enough mud bricks, which means I need to make more mud. And I suppose because we've just done a bit of digging, at least we've got some dirt now. So we can make this happen. If I just stick all this dirt in here, then we'll get mud in here. Wonderful. Then we'll mix this mud with wheat to make packed mud and get more mud bricks. Wonderful. Right, now hopefully we can complete this basement area without any more interruptions. Well, that feels like quite a strong start. I've actually just gone in and done some detail as I've done this just to try and work out how things are going to work. In fact, I think this needs a little bit of support. So let's do that. That's better, but we've got some detail on down here. We've got the windows in. We've got a little entrance down the bottom here, and I've made sure to put the floor in upstairs. We've also got a stair set that will take people from the lower alleyway up to the top bit, and I didn't really know what to do with this space. We'll figure all that out later, but this gives us a nice big platform up here for the next floor. And I think we're going to use the diorite for this one. So let's crack on and get the second story in. Alrighty, that's looking pretty good. That's our second floor in, and we've also prepped where the third little bit's going to go. I don't want to do a whole third floor. I think I just want a little bit sticking up at the back here, but out the front here, it's looking a little bit bland. So I think I want to put some kind of structure over the front of this bit. And for that, we're going to try and use something a little bit different. How about maybe some umber bricks? That could be quite cool. I can only make 4 of them though. That's not useful. And we've got lots of cut scoria, but only 1 piece of actual scoria. So I'm hoping that if I put this in here, can I just turn it back to normal scoria? I can. Wonderful. And then we'll just grab all of the bricks that we have and see how many of these we can get. 40. Is that going to be enough? Probably not, so let's grab some clay balls, get those cooked into bricks. Oh, no, my magnet's picking them up. That's what's going on. Thought it was a bit odd. They were going straight through. There we go. Much better. So if we're going to build a little structure out of this stuff for the roof, maybe something a bit brighter. Maybe we could use some acacia. There we go. Something like that should do the trick. And then we've just got a nice little entranceway. We've got a walkway that goes through the building. And that's another floor done. So let's just get this last bit here sorted out. And then we should be good to start cramming some farms in here. Well, it's all got very dramatic with the weather. We've got a storm raging. I should probably sleep, actually, to be honest. Oh, my days. Yep, let's clear this up. But look at that. We have another building ready. Lots of greenery on the top. We've got solar panels as well and some aerial type things. We have, of course, connected the roof up to the rest of the rooftop gardens as well, so it still continues the walk. But overall, I'm very pleased with that building, although we do need to get some water in there to spin those water wheels. Let's quickly do that. There we go. Wonderful. So we have a shiny new building, and this actually ties in quite nicely with everything else we've got going on over here. I'm liking it. The view from here is starting to look pretty awesome, but we've got a farm to make. And I think the first thing we should do is work out how we're going to make this farm, and in fact, what we need to do. So let's make ourselves some factory gauges. We're going to need precision mechanisms and stock links, which means we need item vaults, I think. Let's get some of those going. We've only got a couple of transmitters there, so we're going to want more of those. So we need copper sheets and redstone, and then I think if we do that, yep, there we go, and that will make us lots of stock links. And we've got 6 precision mechanisms, and I could have sworn I made those item vaults. Where did they go? They're not in there. What in the world? Didn't accidentally dump them in this box, did I? No. How weird. They seem to have completely disappeared. Not to worry, we can make some more. Oh, wait a minute, they didn't disappear. I've just already turned them into stock links. Silly Beardy. Right, so we managed to get ourselves 12 factory gauges, but we might need a few more than that. So let's make some more precision mechanisms, and that will get us more factory gauges because we've already got the stock links. So first up, let's flatten the gold and then chuck that in there. And that's going to make us a whole bunch of precision mechanisms. So we got 19 out of those 24 gold and 5 failures. But that's fine. We can make loads more factory gauges now. Wonderful. Right, let's go plan what we need to do to make dirt. So let's use this wall out here, I think. Although I do need to tune the gauges to something before I can place them. That'll do. Let's just remove these lanterns for now. I think we're going to need the space here. So ultimately, what we want to do is make dirt, of which we currently have 49 in our system. That's not very much at all. Now, to make dirt, we actually need coarse dirt. And what we need to do is we need to hoe that or use a plow. So in fact, let's stick a plow in there just so we know the process. But if we plow coarse dirt, we will make dirt. To make coarse dirt, however, we need dirt and we need gravel. And this dirt here is going to come from here. So basically 2 dirt and 2 gravel will give us 4 coarse dirt, which will then give us 4 dirt. We can then use that 4 dirt and 4 gravel to make 8 coarse dirt, which will give us 8 dirt, and so on. So that's the cycle. Now to get gravel, we of course just need to crush down cobble. And even just this 49 dirt here will be enough to kickstart the dirt side of things. And then yeah, that's going to make the coarse dirt, it's going to plow it, and that's going to make dirt. Now this process here is going to need to use mechanical crafters. But then what we need to do is we need to place the dirt. So we're going to need deployers. So in fact, let's do a quick little bit over here. So we have coarse dirt. What we need to do is we need to place it, we need to plow it, and we need to drill it. And then that's going to give us dirt. So quite a contraption we're going to need for this. But overall, there's not too many components. We're basically going to need a cobble generator, we're going to need a crafter, and we're going to need whatever this machine is. And then we'll just need a way to sort stuff out. So, question, where do we want to do this? I mean, if we were literally just to place the coarse dirt here in like that kind of shape, then we could have plows going backwards and forwards. We could maybe have drills on the sides here. We could just have the drills constantly running. If we have them going slow enough, then we should be able to time it so that they get placed, they get plowed, and then they don't get broken until they're actually dirt. So that could work as long as we get the speed right. When it comes to collecting this, however, I guess we could create a great big hole in the floor here. We do have a basement after all, we might as well make use of it. But we could literally just drop the dirt straight down, get it on some belts and into storage. Then we can take from that storage to craft some coarse dirt, maybe over here somewhere, and then send that back up to get placed, and the cycle will continue. In order to do this, however, I'm going to need to grab myself some things. So let's quickly grab some stuff and see what we can do. So I've got a bunch of stuff that should enable me to build this farm, but the first thing I'm going to need is power, and I'm hoping I can steal some from... That's not ideal. Maybe if we go back a few blocks, we might be able to sneak through over here. Nope, we're still in the bee place. But if we go this way, yep, there we go. We can still power off of those. In fact, we can speed up the bees while we're here. So let's just steal that. Run that across this way. Then we'll just do that. That gets the honey going again. And fix the holes in the floor there. And we'll get power into the building there. Well, that was nice and easy. So let's just steal that power. And what I'm going to do is actually similar to what we did in the workshop. And we're just going to run power all down this floor. And then that means I can use it on both floors. Excellent. So first things first, let's work out the drills. And for this, I'm actually going to need a speed controller because I do want to make sure that these things are spinning fairly slow. So we'll start at something like 16 RPM and we'll work out from there how fast or slow they need to be. So we'll get a couple of speed controllers, we'll get some large cogs, and I'm going to need some more gearboxes as well. Do I even have any? A few. That might be enough. Now, how am I going to do this? I set that one to go up, the vertical gearbox in there. The speed controller, 16 is actually the default. Perfect. And then we'll just do this. Spin that one round. Stick in another vertical gearbox. That feels like that'll be enough time for something to go backwards and forwards. And then we'll just connect those together. That's nice and easy. Although, let's make these industrial iron. Just looks a bit cooler. And in fact, we've got some industrial plating here as well, which is like industrial iron, but it actually comes up connected. Same thing I've used on the ceiling up here. Let's just put a little edge around here. So that's where the dirt's going to fall down. We can actually encase these with industrial iron, thanks to the create encased mod we've got on. We should probably block off the front of that bit as well, just so people don't go wandering into there. That's going to be pretty dangerous. And now we're going to need some kind of contraption that's going to lay the coarse dirt and then plow it. In fact, I think what I might actually do is move all of this one block this way, just so we've got a bit more space at the back there to work with. Yeah, that feels a bit better. We've got more space now. So let's grab plows, deployers. In fact, I've only got one plow. I'm sure I picked up the stuff to make more. Ah, I certainly did. So if we start with the plows at the back here, then we're going to want deployers there. So the coarse dirt gets placed, then it gets plowed. Gonna need a bit of structure in here as well. So let's just do this. In fact, we're actually going to need a barrel and a portable storage interface. So if we do that, we'll put the input one there so that when it sets off, it can trigger that. Set these guys to only place coarse dirt. And then we just need to turn this into a contraption. That should be easy enough if I go get what I need. So we'll grab super glue, cart contraption, mine cart. We're going to need some of that rail. We're going to need some of that rail. And we're also going to need powered rail, which is going to be a problem. Oh no, we've got some gold we can cook. Excellent. Right, that's the powered rail sorted. So we start with an arrow rail thingy that way with a cart contraption. Then we'll have powered rail all the way down here. So if the cart's there, that's one block in front. So that should be about where we need it. We'll stick a cart in there. We need to glue the thing together, just like that. And then it just needs power. And I think I want to use redstone links so that we can actually control it from out here. Do we put like a pillar in maybe? Potentially with a little window so we can see what's going on in there. Then we can put the redstone link there with a lever. Talking about levers, this is also going to need power. We're going to give this a signal of coarse dirt and dirt. So that's coarse dirt in the red, dirt in the blue. Set this one to receive. Now when we turn this on, perfect. And is the plow getting to the end? No. So let's make this go one block further, just like that. Now, yeah, there we go. The plows make it all the way to the end. So now I need to think about storage. And I think what we're going to use is a drawer system. Otherwise, we're going to have belts running all over the place in here, and that's going to get a little bit complicated. But if we had a drawer for gravel, a drawer for dirt, and a drawer for coarse dirt, we'll stick a drawer controller down the bottom there. And if we use spruce trim, we can maybe just go through this wall. And I think what I might actually do is switch sides for this collection thing. So if we just swap round the barrel and the portable storage interface and put that one there, we'll stick a little belt in with a drawer controller. Let's get that trim all the way across. In fact, let's sink it down just so it's a bit more hidden. And we'll have funnels there and there with a belt and a filter on this for coarse dirt. Then any coarse dirt that goes in there will instantly come out and try to go into that. And if we turn that on, that should pick up the coarse dirt, lay it, turn it into dirt, and plow it. And hopefully that's given us loads of dirt down here, which it looks like it has. Yes. Okay, cool. So that works. So that is part one complete. We might just get some glass in the front here. But now what we need to do is sort out a collection system for this stuff. So if we were to have a drawer controller there, we are going to need to link this up to the drawers upstairs. That could be a problem because we've actually got this running through the bottom. What's going on out there? Could we just sneak down the back wall? Yeah, I reckon we can do that. We'll just use some copycat boards to cover up all of this mess. There we go. You'd never know. And now we're down here. This wall's actually hidden, so that's good. And then we can just go underground. And this one, we just need inputs like that. Let's just get the light out of the way. Get some belts to catch everything. We'll encase these in industrial iron as well, just to make them look a bit better. In fact, what we could do is wrap this whole thing. So that'll stop things flying off the end, and it will hide the spruce trim as well. Perfect. In fact, I should probably move this back a block, just so stuff doesn't get caught on top here. There we go. That should do it. Now, I do need to get these powered. So let's maybe steal power from over there. And maybe we could be a little bit sneaky here. If we were to actually pull that belt all the way back, we're going to need another gearbox in there to get that going the right way. There we go. That's both of them running. And then we can just hide all this. Whoop. Convert that into an industrial iron one. And there we go. Okay, that's good. So if we go grab some coarse dirt, and in fact, I'm going to grab my drawer keys while I'm here. So let's quickly disconnect that briefly, just while we set the drawers up. So we need dirt, we need gravel, and coarse dirt. So gravel, dirt, coarse dirt. Unlock those and show how much we've got. Now, if we connect that, that has now been taken over to here. So that's getting ready to get loaded up. And if we turn it on, we should end up getting dirt back. Yeah, there we go. It's doing its thing. And now we're getting loads of dirt. Wonderful. So now what we need to do is take that dirt, mix it with the gravel, and turn it back into coarse dirt. So maybe we should do that over here. So let's stick a drawer controller in there. And we're going to need some auto crafters. I'm thinking maybe if we do 2 auto crafters, that should be enough to keep up. So we need 8 mechanical crafters, and we've only got 6. We can make some more though. Wonderful. So these need to be 2x2 grids. Let me think about this. So if we were to do something like that and feed it back into a drawer controller, then that would put the coarse dirt straight into our system. We can just link that up underground here. Nice and easy. But it's a very specific recipe for coarse dirt. So you need to actually have the gravel in diagonally like that, and then you put dirt in the other slots. And I think to do that, I'm going to use mechanical arms. That feels like it would probably be the best thing to do. So let's put loads of input funnels on the back here. I'm going to need some depots and things as well. Let's grab a couple more bits. And we've got 3 mechanical arms. I think I'm probably going to want 4. Which means I need more precision mechanisms. In fact, no, I reckon 2 arms would do it. We don't need 4. We don't need 2 on each one. And yes, I am partly saying that because it's going to make my life a little bit easier. So if we have item drains coming from there onto a depot, and we could actually probably just do one right there as well, couldn't we? So we'll set this one to gravel and this one to dirt. And then let's get some plating down here. So what we can do is set this arm to input into those 4. Take from there, and this guy can input into those 4 and take from there, and that should just about do the trick. We just need to get power to it now. So that will power the arms. Just need to power the actual crafters now. So let's put a cog there, a few shafts and a gearbox. That's that one powered. We can stick another cog in there. That's that one powered. In fact, what we can probably actually do is move this a block over, and we'll just block all this in under the stairs. Those back in, and there we go. That should make the coarse dirt for us. So if I load up the dirt and the gravel, yeah, we've got advancement, busy hands. So that is now making coarse dirt, which should go into this machine over here, which, what's that doing? Is it bugged out? Turn it off and on again, maybe? Okay, yeah, that was weird. That is working away, making us dirt, which is then getting turned back into coarse dirt, which is going to make us more dirt, and eventually we will run out of gravel. At which point, we should then end up with nothing in here but dirt. So that's now all been converted to dirt, and I've tidied up this wall a little bit too. But the process has now stopped because we've run out of gravel. So that's our next task. Get lots and lots of gravel. In fact, thinking about it, we already have lots and lots of gravel. Look at that, we've got 98,000 in fact, and this machine here is going to be constantly creating more. Now I reckon if we were to go behind the stairs here, get behind the machine, in fact we need to kind of get under it here. We have drawers there. Why don't we see if we can connect these up directly to the gravel? Just digging blind here, but that's where a bit of cheaty free cam comes in. Ooh, okay, yeah, we're not too far off. In fact, we're pretty much in line, so maybe if we just go down, and then over this way a little bit, let's just whack up our brightness a bit so we can see what we're doing. But there should be some drawers around here somewhere. Aha, there they are. So we'll connect these all the way. I've run out. Oh no, we've got more trim there. But yeah, if we connect this all the way back to this one, I don't know what the range on the drawers is. I might need to go into the config and actually up the range a little bit. But I'm hoping that's actually going to be enough. No, it's not. So let's go into the config here. Access config of other mods. We need storage drawers. There we go. A common config? General? No, it'll be in here somewhere. Range, here we go. So let's just double the range to 100. Confirm that. And it sounds like we're now getting gravel. It's not going to show up here though. Look, it looks like it's just going straight into our machine downstairs. So I think it's working. Yeah, look at that. We've got gravel coming in again. Excellent. So now this machine should just keep running, although it does keep stopping at the back there. Why is it doing that? Oh, I see. It is actually loading up the coarse dirt at the moment. It just doesn't look like it graphically. It's kind of glitched a bit. I'm assuming that that is going to start up again in just a moment. And we're just going to grab these diamond storage upgrades we've got left over from last episode because they're going to come in quite handy as well. So we're going to slap those on the dirt drawer. And I've noticed we're getting the occasional stray dirt blocks. So what I'm going to do is actually wrap a little bit of glass around here. And hopefully that will solve that problem and just force everything down. Now, until we get a backlog of coarse dirt in here, which I haven't upgraded on this drawer, so it won't hold too much. But until we get a backlog here, we're not going to start getting a backlog of dirt because it's going to keep getting used with the gravel to make more coarse dirt. So it's going to take a little while to build up. But by the end of it, we'll be getting dirt, we'll be getting coarse dirt, and we'll hopefully have what we need to actually sort out that landscape over there. And then we can get our way towards those burgers I keep banging on about. But while we're here, what we can also do is turn some of this dirt into mud. But the thing is, it's not a small machine to do that. I don't think we've really got the space left down here. Oh, we could do it over here maybe. We could probably squeeze it in over this side. But basically, I just need to make this again, which is what, like a 4x4? Because we've got the water behind that bit as well. But we'll replace the chest with drawer controllers, then it will just loop round. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. And we should almost definitely, possibly maybe be able to squeeze it in over here. So let's grab some pipes, a mixer, a basin, and some other bits, and get going. And there we go. That's now making up mud for us. Which if we go up here, I've replaced the gravel box with a mud box. Look at that, wonderful. We're getting loads of dirt. We've got loads of mud. We'll eventually end up with a backlog of coarse dirt as well. This is excellent stuff. Mission success so far. And I mean, we could also potentially make grass, which isn't an awful idea. And I reckon we can probably squeeze that in just on this back wall here. So for example, if we were to do this, although it's probably actually cleaner to go underground here. Yeah, I reckon we can fit this in here. Let's go make ourselves a spout. We're going to need another pump. Oh, we've actually got a spout. Excellent. If we sneak some water in the back here, and there we go. We're now making grass as well. Wonderful. And that's all going into our new box up here. And this is also good because it means the dirt that gets turned into grass won't then get recycled into coarse dirt. Everything seems to be working a treat, and there is a little bit of a risk that the dirt will completely run out because it's being used to make mud and grass, and therefore not being saved for the coarse dirt. But the mud box here, I haven't put any upgrades on that. That's only going to collect a couple of thousand, and then that one's going to stop taking dirt. The grass, however, I have upgraded. That's going to hold lots and lots of grass, but it seems to be keeping up okay at the moment, even with both mud, grass, and coarse dirt all pulling from this dirt box. So let's just see how it goes, I guess. Well, I've had this thing running for a few hours while I've been doing some editing, and I noticed we had a couple of problems, which involved me having to reset it every now and then. So we've made a few changes. So now over here we have a pulse timer that fires once every 5 seconds, and then it powers for 1 second. And basically that means that this goes out, it goes back, and then you'll notice it goes back to being solid again. And that kind of resets it and stops it getting stuck. And it means that the storage thing here works a little bit better as well. More consistently, I should say. Something else I've done is just put a threshold switch on the coarse dirt box, and this is linked to, if we go downstairs, and in fact we're gonna have to go to free cam so we can have a look through, but this actually links up to this clutch here, which turns off these mechanical crafters. Basically it stops the system overloading itself with coarse dirt, which means on the odd occasion when this dirt up here doesn't actually get turned into dirt and stays as coarse dirt, it can still go through here, get into the system, and not clog everything up. But with those problems solved, you can now see we've got 15.5k grass, which is lots of grass. We've got a full drawer of mud, we've got some dirt, but it doesn't matter. I mean, we'll get more eventually. It's still being turned into grass at the moment. And we're always going to have half a box of coarse dirt as well. So overall, I'm very pleased with this farm. It's been a big success, which hopefully means the next episode we can make these burgers that I'm running out of. Burgers. Yep. We're doing this again because last time on Perfect World Post Production, I set out to create burgers, But first, I had to fix the landscape behind my seaside town, and when I ran out of dirt and grass, I made a dirt farm, which also produces grass, mud, and coarse dirt, which is going to come in very handy. Today, however, we're going to try and automate beef collection so we can actually restock on our food of choice. Now we have an endless supply of grass, I can actually sort out the landscape out the back and start planning a solar punk farm. Initially just to harvest beef, but there's nothing to stop us harvesting a whole bunch of things like we have in the past. In fact, in Perfect World 1, we had a giant farming area, harvesting anything farmable all in one place via barns, silos, windmills, and greenhouses on a giant flattened area. This time, however, we're going to do something on a smaller scale and work a bit more with the landscape. Even if we are creating that landscape ourselves, it's just not going to be a giant flat area. And I don't know how far we'll go with this particular farm, but for now, beef is the goal. In fact, for now, I think finishing off the landscape around here and filling in some holes is the goal, and then we can start our planning. So I guess for the third episode in a row, we have an early terraforming time-lapse coming. Well, it's taken a couple of episodes to get this far, but I'm pleased to say we have a landscape we can now work with. We'll probably adjust it and tidy it up a little bit in places as we go, but it's time for me to start planning a farm. And what I'm thinking is maybe put a great big sort of barn here. We'll have this as the sort of farmyard area, and then we can have some fields going up this way, maybe even out this way. I mean, I've still got some tidying up to do, but we'll ignore that for now. And I also want to have a road that sort of connects the top area to the bottom area. So I've grabbed some wool, and let's just start by marking out a barn of some kind. So I'm thinking a big barn at the back here, and then this sort of pink outlined area is going to be the farmyard. We'll have some other buildings and things around here as well, like a garage probably, and maybe even a farmhouse. I don't really know yet. And then we're going to have a road that goes around here. And I just kind of want this to cut through the middle of this area, because this is going to be some fields, and I think it'd be nice to have fields on either side of a road. And then we're going to send this road up the hill around here somewhere, snake it over in this direction, and I don't really know what we're going to do with it at the top here yet, but I'm thinking it's going to need to end somewhere, or at least head off somewhere. So maybe over into the side of this cliff we could have it go into a tunnel or something like that, and then that gives us plenty of space here to build a yard area for this building. Yeah, I think this could work. So basically a big field over here, a big field over here, we'll have a road that loops round. We'll probably end up with some more buildings at the top here, a nice yard over this side. I think this could look quite nice. I'm thinking with this barn, what I might do is have a little bit that kind of sticks out the side of it as well, potentially. Just something like that, and then that will give us a separate area for all the storage of the things we're producing in the barn. Right, I need to decide what I want to build this out of. And we do want to make it look solar punky, of course. I think I want to do something nice and bright. So maybe like an acacia bottom bit with like a warped wood roof. That could look quite cool. And then maybe a white building sticking out the side here. Lots of windmills, solar panels, things like that. Maybe even a big glass front here. I think it could look quite cool. But I'm going to need to gather a whole lot of resources for that. I don't know how much acacia and warped wood I've actually got. I think I used most of what I had over here on this building. Let's have a little look. So we've got a bit, but that's probably not enough. And acacia, once again, we've got a reasonable amount. What do we have down here? Another 1,500. Okay, fine. We're okay for acacia, but we're definitely going to want some more warped, and we're going to do something a bit different with this contraption we made last time. Let's grab a plow and some planks and my super glue. We're also going to need a cart contraption and a lever. And we're just going to make a small adjustment to our tree chopper here. What I want to do is put a plow there, get that glued on, and that just means that this is now going to pick up all the rail as it goes round, and basically just save myself a job. Right, let's get chopping. Right, that's better. We've got a bunch of warped wood. We've got a bunch of acacia. It's time for a good old-fashioned barn raising. So I'm thinking maybe something that sort of shape. We'll have a great big doorway here. We'll have some glass up the top and maybe even get some foliage in the wall on the sides. That could look quite cool. Then my initial thinking for the roof is to have something that sort of comes right the way down. So the roof would have an edge like that, and then it will just be a combination of cyan blocks around the side, mostly warped wood, but we'll mix in some other bits for a bit of weathering, no doubt. So what do we think to that? I mean, it's going to be nice and bright, which I guess is what we want, but if we imagine it with lots of foliage in, all the glass, I think this could work quite well. So let's just build up the rest of the frame, and then we can start thinking about detail. Well, later we've got the basic structure in. We've got a roof, which I could do with a bit more texturing and messing up on. It's a bit too straight in places. We've got the front facade ready for some plants and some windows, and on the inside I've even put in some beams. But we've got a lot of work to do. In fact, it's very dark in here. If I just quickly crank up my brightness, there we go. We can see we've got lots of beams, but what I want to do is get some floors in on these side bits. I want to get some stairs in. I want to get the windows and plants in the front bit here, and of course I want to stick a building on the side. And in fact, I think I'm going to start on that building, and then we'll just work our way through making this look nice. So I started by planting a bunch of bamboo in the rain, because I was going to need that bamboo in future. And then I got to work marking out the second building using some sandstone. I then covered the roof of the building with grass and added iron plating for a roof trim. The building was looking a bit flat, however, so I decided to add a second level. I then mixed some birch in with the sandstone just to add a bit of texture around the sides of the building, as well as a few windows and some doors. Happy with how the side building was coming along, it was then time to chop some bamboo. I used all that bamboo to make a bunch of fences and then plastered the side of my building. I was going to need more than just bamboo, however, so I planted a whole bunch of azalea trees. Completely forgot I was supposed to be harvesting their leaves, not the wood, so I planted a whole bunch more azalea trees and actually harvested the leaves this time. Before I added any of those leaves to the building, however, I decided to add the windows in and also get a bit of variation into the acacia by using some acacia variants and also some orange terracotta. With the outside coming along nicely, it was time to make a start on the inside. Plus it was raining, so the shelter was nice. So I started by digging up all of the grass that was on the inside of the barn. We didn't want a grass floor after all. I then replaced the floor with dirt and coarse dirt, putting some mud around the edges with a bit of muddy mangrove as well, just for some darker patches. With the ground floor now turned to mud, I got to work on the pillars, just adding some extra supports, added some stairs, and then used oak planks to put in the upper floors. I then finally got round to adding some lighting on the inside, and with that the interior was done. I still had some work to do on the outside, however, so I added a windmill and a bunch of solar panels. I added a few leaves here and there for detail, and now I think I'm pretty much done with the exterior of this building, at least for now. And we will, of course, be sorting out the rest of the exterior around here. It's going to look like a lovely, wonderful farm once we're done. Although I don't know if we'll get that all done in today's episode. Probably not. It's quite a lot of work. But now we have a barn, I can jump in here and actually start harvesting some cows. The question is, how are we going to do it? And I'm thinking we'll use a fairly basic system, probably something similar to what we did in Perfect World 1. I mean, it was straightforward and it worked. And that means we'll be able to harvest cows, sheep, pigs, chickens, and anything else we might need to in here. I can't remember exactly what I did in Perfect World 1, however, so let's quickly jump over there and have a look. So this is our farmyard from Perfect World Season 1, and if we go in here, we've got our beef and leather machine, we've got our mutton, we've got pork, we've even got ham as well, because if we give it a knife instead of an axe, we'll actually get ham hock. We've got chicken, we've got eggs, we've got milk, we've got a bit of everything in here. We've even got all of the different colours of wool. But this is the bit I'm interested in. So what I did here was just jam in 24 cows at the top there. If we jump into free cam and look around the back here, we should have... Yep, there it is. There's a deployer that feeds these cows. though we appear to be out of wheat. But every time a baby cow is born, it then gets pushed out because there's already 24 entities there and goes down the bottom. It then sits here until it grows up, then it gets killed by this arm. And as you can see, it's a very basic system. One that we should be able to replicate quite easily, I think. And what we can actually do now, thanks to the create updates, is we can add a looting sword to that arm. And as long as it's got mending, it will last forever. Back when we built this farm, however, the swords that we used to put in the thing would just break. So we just replaced them all with sticks in the end. But this is good because it means we'll actually get more beef and leather than we did with these original farms. It looks like we were also pumping out the experience from these ones and stashing that over there. But as I say, if we're going to have a mending sword, that's probably going to eat up a good chunk of the experience anyway. So I'm not too concerned about that side of things. Right, let's head back to the current world and do some planning. Alrighty, so I've gathered a bunch of things that should help me do what I want to do over here. And let's just start by marking off a section for the cows here. Alright, so the first thing we need is somewhere for the cows to stand. So let's do that maybe on that block. Then we need a deployer to feed the cows. Then we need another deployer here that we're going to give a sword to. That's the one that will destroy the cows. We need to contain the cows. So that means we probably need a glass wall here. We need a glass block there so that only the small cows can get out. And I think that will just about do that side of it. What I might do, however, is actually move all of this over. Because if we do this here, then we can actually have the arms and the chutes in the wall, just like that. And then we're going to need a chute here that's going to pull wheat out of a storage system that doesn't exist yet. And this chute is going to collect things and put them back into the same storage system that doesn't exist yet. And then we'll use some trim down the bottom here just to get this all the way linked up. There we go. So this one's going to take wheat and feed it. This one's going to collect things and send them back into the same system. So we're also going to need to connect up this bit here with a draw controller. Now we just need some wheat to test that side of things. And of course, we're going to need a whole bunch of cows, and we also need power. We don't have any power over there yet. Now we're going to need some filters, so let's just make a few of those. We want a filter for iron swords, add that to a deny list. Ignore the data, and that's what's going to stop our deployers throwing our swords away. I'm going to add mending onto these swords, which means they'll never break, and we don't have easy access to looting at the moment, so I'm not going to bother with that for now. So we're going to put the filter on there for the swords. We're going to give a sword to that guy and set him to attack mode. We're going to filter for wheat there, which means if I put this in there, it should instantly disappear and go into that deployer over here. Now what I need to do is get some cows in there, which means I need to find cows, but we only seem to have sheep and pigs on this bit at the moment. Right, let's go find some cows. It doesn't look like I have any on my island. We're going to have to go further afield. Aha! All right, I've acquired some cows. Let's go take these home. Right, we have cows. Just got to get them up there now. Let's break them out of the boats and lure them over there. Yep, that's it. Follow me up here. Excellent. And then just go into that hole. And third one. There we go. Right, now let's get some power over here. So I reckon if we wrench this in the right way, we can get a shaft and a gearbox in there. That'll power both of those. Then we just need to connect this to the actual power supply. And I don't really want cables running all over this island. I don't want to do above ground telegraph poles, I don't think. I was going to, but I've been thinking about it. And I just want to go underground and keep it all hidden, I think. So we're just going to dig this all the way over to our power station. And then we're just going to route this through this tunnel all the way over to our new barn. And there we go. We now have power and we're producing baby cows. Oh. However, they're dying too quickly, so maybe I don't need a slab for these ones. Maybe that's just the pigs. But that, although basic, over time, we'll get all of this bit up here filled up with cows. In fact, what I might do is stick in a piece of glass. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Right, we've had a slight incident there. I did just lose a couple of my cows. What I was trying to say was I just want to block off that bottom bit of glass there, just so that we don't get all of the baby cows falling down the bottom before we've actually built up the top. But now I've only got one cow, so I guess I'm going to have to go grab some more. On the plus side, though, the system works. We did get raw beef and leather from that, just not in the way we wanted to. Well, I managed to get 2 more cows. Let's just get these guys back in there. There we go. And over time, they're going to build up. And once we get 24 in there and they start dying when they breed, we can remove that glass block. We'll start getting baby cows down here. And the system should work. Hopefully, maybe. So I'm just going to leave this running while I go make some lunch. And hopefully when I get back, we'll have lots of cows. So we now have enough cows in there. I've just removed the glass block we had, so we've got our baby cows down the bottom, and when they grow up, we should start collecting meat, hopefully. So now the problem over here is that this does not look very good. It doesn't look very good at all. We want to put in some additional pods so that we can harvest pork and mutton and things like that. So let's maybe do a little bit of tidying up here. So what we could maybe do is put another pod in just next door like this. Although this sword is being a little bit too aggressive at the moment. So what we're going to do is actually switch it back out for a stick. So let's put that filter on there. Give this guy a stick, and hopefully it won't start attacking all the baby cows like it was just then. That is not what we want. I mean, it's not like the sword had sweeping edge or anything, so I don't know why it was hitting all those cows. But I guess we can just wait for a few more baby cows, and hopefully it works with just a stick this time. In the meantime, let's get to work on a second pod. So if we just connect the trim up to the one over there, bring it over to this side, put a chute and a deployer in. I'm actually going to disconnect that for now, just because we don't want lots of random stuff going in here. Then we'll stick another one there with another chute. And we're going to need power over this way as well. Right, and that is another pod pretty much ready. We just need to set up the filter here for whatever it's going to be feeding. So let's do this one as sheep, for example, which means we're going to want wheat going into this dude. Just need to get some actual sheep in there now. But the good news is there's some of those milling about just out here. Right, that's one. I just need a bunch more. Well, I've just been editing for the last couple of hours while I let things build up, and I've had to make a couple of changes. You may notice I've actually raised the platform that the animals are on by a block using a piston, which helps prevent these guys up here from taking any damage if one of the babies happens to get hit on the way past. And also it means when these grow up and are getting hit, it's not spreading the damage over to the guys at the top. As you just saw there, the system works. It's killing the cows, and we're getting lots and lots of steak. In fact, we have 194 so far. We have 168 mutton. Don't actually know if we're getting wool or not. I'm pretty sure that's the stack that I put in there just to label the box in case we did, but we're also getting some experience nuggets as well. I don't like this storage area, however, so we're definitely going to move that somewhere else, and I've got more pods to make because I need to have a couple for pigs, and I need to have a way of getting chicken as well. The thing is, I can't put 2 pods in here the same way I have here because these things are embedded in the wall, and I would actually need them to go there facing that way if we were to do the same design. So instead we're going to do the pigs over in this one here, and we'll use this section for something else in future. So I basically need to duplicate this again. I need to put pigs in both of them, and this time I do need to put slabs on the bottom here because when pigs grow up they're still only 1 block tall, and that means I need them to actually be high enough to get hit by this. And this seems to have stopped. Oh, we are getting wool. So let's give that a home in there for now. So I guess because we've put in a mixture of coloured sheep, we've got grey, light grey, white and brown in there. That means we're also going to get those 4 types of wool. So I'll just have to keep an eye on this until a brown one comes through. Right, anyway, let's build another one of these over here. And there we go. We now have our pork loin. We have our ham. And over time, this will fill up with more and more pigs. We've only got about 5 in that side and only 2 in that side at the moment. But I think I want to do something in this area here next. So first up, let's just block it all in so we don't see the back area. So with that back bit covered, this area here is actually quite narrow. So I think what I might do here is chickens. So we are actually going to need a little bit of the space in the middle here, I think. So for the chickens, ideally what we want to be doing is feeding eggs into a dispenser. Although, I want to run some tests here. Can we use a deployer to lay eggs? That's what I want to know. I'm just hoping I've got some eggs in storage. I have 9. That's enough to test. So let's just do a little test here. If we give that deployer an egg, it's not using it. If we switch it to attack mode, it's still not using it. Okay, fine. We'll use a deployer. Or more accurately, we'll use a dispenser. That's what I meant. And I also want a pulse timer and a bunch of hoppers. That should just about do it. So this should be nice and simple. We'll have a dispenser there with a bunch of hoppers going across like that. We'll set a pulse timer on there just to fire every second. And well, I guess we won't need any space around the back here. Then we'll cover up those hoppers. We'll cover up this back bit here. Then glass over the front here. I guess we should probably cover up the hoppers. So let's just get some white carpets. Just stop any of the chickens getting stuck in there. Then we'll put some more glass up here. And I guess we're going to leave via the ceiling here. And then hopefully we'll get some chickens. Oh, look at that. First one. That is, however, the only one. I think what I'm actually going to do is get rid of this front layer of glass. And we're just going to put a trapdoor there. That means we can make this look a little bit nicer. But I do need more eggs. So let's quickly build a little egg making thing here. By which I mean a little cage, of course. And what we're going to do is just go catch ourselves a few wild chickens and give them lots of seeds. And hopefully they'll lay some eggs. We can then use those eggs to populate our farm. So let's go grab as many chickens as we can find. Oh, and an egg. Wonderful. Well, we've finally got 2 chickens in there, but that's about it so far. It's going to take a while for these guys to get lots of eggs for us. So I think while we wait, let's actually build them a proper enclosure. And maybe that's what we can do with this last section here. So I'm just going to make a change here because the deployers aren't picking up everything. So let's get rid of all of this. See, look at that. There's almost 3 stacks of beef in there, just waiting to despawn. But if we grab some more of these drawer controllers, replace that. Now any meat that gets dropped on the bottom there will actually get collected. However, what I do need to do is get a couple more of these back outside again. Actually, we'll wait until we fix the sheep one first. So let's break that, put in a drawer controller. Break that, let all the sheep get out. Then we'll just end these ones. Put a smart chute there. Get that all blocked back in again. Right, you cows, you can come out now. So let's lure them out with some wheat. There we go. And we'll do the same once we get some sheep. It looks like we're getting leather and stuff left up there as well. So I wonder if we're going to have excess items getting scattered about here and there, purely because of poor farm design, what I can do is maybe collect that stuff with some backpack magnets, which we could also do for collecting the eggs in the egg pen as well. So to do that, I'm going to need some backpacks. So let's make 5 of those. We're going to need upgrade templates. And we're going to want magnet upgrades. So for the pickup upgrade, which we need to make the magnet upgrade, we're also going to need sticky pistons, but I don't have any slime balls. I do have wheat, so we can make dough and lime dye. Oh yes, we can make loads of that. Right, so we've got the lime dye. We're also going to need wheat, which we turn into wheat flour. We're going to mix that with water, which should make dough. There we go. Okay, 5 will do for now. And then we need to turn that into slime. Use that to make the sticky pistons. Right, what was the next step? So we have all we need to make pickup upgrades, and to turn them into magnet upgrades, we need lots of stuff we don't have. I think the ender pearls might be a problem here. Well, we can make 4. We're 1 ender pearl short of making a 5th one. Well, maybe 4 would do. Then if we turn these into advanced magnet upgrades, what I can then do is tell it to match certain items. So if I tell it to match leather, mutton, and beef, for example, then I can go upstairs. I should be able to find, yep, there it is. The trim, let's just replace that with a drawer controller, a smart chute, and a backpack. Though it doesn't seem to be emptying. That's because it has the wrong items in there. There we go. So with this set up correctly to actually allow those things, it's now picking them up. So if I chuck these on the floor, they're getting picked up and going into the system. Now I could do the same thing here for the mutton and ham. Or pork loin and ham, I should say. We'll stick that one there. So that should stop any losses that we would have had. Right, now, where was I? Yes, we're going to make a nice egg thing for these guys. And, oh, 1 more chicken from those 7 eggs. We're getting there. But anyway, I'm getting distracted again. Let's make a nice little home here. We'll have another backpack. This one's set to only allow eggs. Oh, didn't mean to throw that, and it would be a chicken, wouldn't it, when it's not in the right place? Let's quickly just block him in. This is going to be your new home, buddy. And I need to get some more acacia to block all that up. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to actually move this over a little bit, because I want to make sure the backpack definitely has coverage over the chicken coop. So that's all that blocked in. I've got my chickens in from over there. I just need to remove the remnants. Then we'll just stick a sign up here as well for eggs. And there we go. We're now producing eggs. This is all looking pretty good. Let's just quickly clear up this mess. And I forgot to mention the way that this actually makes chicken is via this thing here. So this dispenser will shoot eggs into the platform, and then the baby chickens will stand on the slab. And then when they grow up, they will just suffocate in this block here. Although it does occur to me, I've not put in a system to actually collect everything. So let's just do that. There we go. So we've made some good progress over here. We are going to need to automate wheat over here so that the wheat in the boxes don't run out when feeding the sheep and the cows. And we're going to have to do the same with carrots for the pigs. But the eggs will keep coming. Once we've got loads, we'll stock up this. We'll get lots more chickens in here so that we get more chickens down here, which is going to produce actual chicken. But we've still got half a barn here. We've got the upstairs. We've got this room out here as well. So plenty of space for more expansions to our food supply. And we've got a whole lot of work to do out the front here as well. But first, we are running out of burgers, so I think it's about time we actually went and made some. I mean, that is what the last 2 episodes have been about after all, just trying to get some burgers. Maybe eventually we'll automate the process of actually making the burgers as well, but for now, we can just come down here, we can grab some lettuce, we can grab some more wheat, make some beef patties, we'll get those cooking. Chop up some cabbage. We're gonna need some onion and tomato as well. And now finally, we can make our burgers. Mission complete. Burgers. But we're going to have to finish off the farm in a future episode because sadly that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Perfect World post-production, we built a giant solar punk style barn and jammed some very unsolar punk meat farms inside. Today, I want to get this farm looking good. That means landscaping outside, adding a farmyard, some roads, some crops, and so on. But I also want to automate more things over here, such as milk, wool, and crops to keep my animals fed. Now, we do have a very small crop farm and also a wool farm down here at the back of our workshop, but I want something better than those, and we've got a huge area here to work with, as well as a big old empty barn. So first up, let's figure out this farmyard out the front here, get some roads in, and then we can see exactly what we're working with for the crop fields. Well, it's taken me a while, but we're definitely making progress. We've got a road in that connects the top area to the bottom area. I've walled in this entire field over here, which is going to be a giant wheat field, so just for looks pretty much. Although I guess we are going to need to harvest some of it. And over here, we've got a giant farmyard, which we are going to add some buildings and other bits in because I've got a whole bunch of farms I want to add over here. I basically want to make sure that I'm creating everything I could want for food, but we're also going to add wool in there as well. Just because I think it makes sense to have a wool farm over here alongside everything else. So yeah, lots of things we want to be farming, and we're going to farm a bunch of those things over here. We're going to have some buildings over here as well, as I say. But first, I want to plant this field, and for that, I need a couple of things. I'm going to need thousands of wheat seeds, so we'll have to make a little farm to get those. But to make the field a bit more interesting, I also want to mix in a bit of dry grass, this stuff here. The thing is, I don't actually know where to find it, so let me quickly Google that. Deserts and badlands. I guess that kind of makes sense. So let's grab myself some shears. bushes, and we've got a bunch of half-broken ones here. I might as well combine them. There we go. And if I remember correctly, we should have a Badlands over in this sort of direction. Good to see Zep still hanging out over there enjoying life. Excellent. Don't get hit by the blade, Zep. It looks like we've got a long boat journey ahead of us. I should probably think about getting a Lytra at some point. That might be quite useful. I mean, the jetpack's great and all, but it's not the best for traveling long distance. Well, I don't see any dry grass, just lots and lots of dead bushes. Yep, there's no dry grass here whatsoever. Oh, there is a temple, though. Be rude not to have a cheeky ganders. Oh, armor trim. I've just flown north to another Badlands, and there's dry grass everywhere, so I don't know why it wasn't in the first one, but it's fine. The important thing is we can get some now. So I don't believe this stuff is farmable. No, you can make them into tall dry grass, but that's about it. We'll grab a bunch of dead bushes while we're here as well. They'll come in handy. So I got to work stripping the mesa of all the dry grass I could find. This went well into the night. Then things started to get a little bit dangerous. So I found my way back to the closest ocean, rode through the night back to base, and got to work planning how I was going to get thousands of seeds. Alrighty, I think I've got a bunch of stuff I'm going to need to make this machine. And I think I'm going to make it upstairs, just in one of the back corners. It doesn't need to be anything major. Over here should be fine. So if we stick a drawer there with a hopper in the back, block of dirt on top, which we will turn into farmland. Then we need a dispenser there, and one on top. Then we just need redstone over all of these. And we're going to have a pulse timer, and that should have all of these firing. Yep, wonderful. Let's just check all of them, make sure they're all working. That one's not. Yeah, I don't know why that one's not firing. There you go, now it is. So for some reason it'll only fire 3 at a time. So we've got this wired up just so those 3 continually fire. I've also blocked in the front bit here. And the last thing we need is a sticky piston there. It's constantly just moving that block. Thinking about it, just so I can pump more bone meal into these things. I'm going to add a few hoppers. And then maybe a few drawers. So let's just do that. Now instead of using a timer here, I think I'm going to use observers, because that way I can put in an on and off switch around the bottom here. We're going to need another sticky piston. We're going to need a couple of observers. We're going to need a lever. So I'm just going to remove this loading bit for a second while I sort out the observers, because we're going to need one facing that way, one facing that way. And we'll put those drawers back. Put a sticky piston here. I'm just going to remove these bits of walkway for now because they're in the way. If we have a lever there, then we can turn this machine on and off. Wonderful. I just need to get a bucket of water for in there. And then I need a hose, some seeds, and I need to load up these boxes with bone meal. But I have collected lots of bones from our mob farm, so that should be easy enough. So we'll grab some seeds, some storage upgrades. I need a bucket to get some water, and that should be everything we need to get this farm going. Oh, no, we're going to need a hoe as well. So let's grab some water. I'll put the water in there to keep everything hydrated. That shouldn't cause any problems. We're going to put a couple of upgrades on there. In fact, what I'm going to do is swap this out. I'm going to put the storage here with the chutes and a backpack. We'll set this to wheat and seeds. We'll set this to only allow wheat and seeds. And then that should pick up anything I don't. Store it in there. Okay. So I think if I now hoe this bit of land, we're going to need to get everything loaded up with bone meal. Now what I've got to do is stand here and hold down right click, and every time that block comes down in front of the wheat, it actually breaks because it's too dark for the wheat to remain. So as long as you create darkness, the wheat will break. And that means I'm going to be standing here for a while to get lots and lots of seeds. And I guess we all know what that means. Time to go make some tea. Well, it's about 20 minutes later. I've used up all the bone meal and I've got 5,350 wheat seeds. Now, before we get planting, let's just put mending on our hoe. We'll get that nicely healed up as well. And now we've got a whole lot of planting to do. And I'm not going to worry about putting water in the ground. We're just going to let them grow as they are. Then occasionally I'm going to leave some little grass spots, and we're going to put down some dry grass. And when the wheat grows up, that should look quite nice. Give it a bit of variation. And I guess just because it's going to take me hours doesn't mean it should take you hours to watch it. Time-lapse time. Stop the music. I've got good news and bad news. The good news is we're making some good progress over here. We've got a huge portion of the field done so far, and it's even starting to grow down the bottom, which is lovely. The bad news is I've run out of seeds. We planted those 5,000 that we had, and it's looking like we're going to need about the same again. So I guess I'm going back to the barn. I'm not. I'm going to need more bone meal first. So let's grab a whole bunch of these and turn it all into bone meal. So I guess it's back to doing this again for the next 20 minutes. There we go, another 7,000 wheat seeds. That should be plenty to get the field finished. That took hours. In fact, it's the next day in real life now. And once I got the field planted, I decided just to leave the game running while I went and made my dinner. And now we have lots of fully grown wheat and a trader over there destroying it. Right, that's one problem solved. So, farmyard, farms, we've got things we need to make. And in fact, since we last saw this list, I've also added to it. I forgot to have berries and glowberries. So, yeah, we've got lots of stuff we want to farm. I just want to work out how to do it. And I'm thinking over here, we might just have sort of rows of crops. And then we'll have some ingenious way of harvesting them probably, maybe, who knows? So I think what I actually need to do is potentially get another wall down, maybe a bit more of this road going around that side of the island. But to prep that land, it's going to be a whole lot more terraforming, and I think I've had enough of that for now. So let's make a start in the barn. We're going to get some farms in here. And in fact, before we do that, I'm going to move storage. We're going to outgrow this pretty quickly. In fact, we already have a little bit. So I want to put this somewhere a bit more useful, and that's probably going to be in here. So that means I need to connect this side over to there. Let's just turn our brightness up so we can see what we're doing underground. And there's our trim, so we'll just grab that and link it up over to this side. Now we just need a bunch of trim and some extra drawers. And this field is looking awesome. I haven't quite figured out what I'm going to do with that side yet, but we'll come to that later. For now, we need spruce trim and a bunch of spruce drawers. I'm thinking about it. I should probably grab my keys while I'm over here. We're going to need these, a drawer key and a quantify key. So we'll get the trim in first. Then we'll grab all of these drawers and the drawer controller. Put that in the corner. So we have a wall of drawers, but I don't like the order of them. So we're going to use this, a drawer puller. So for example, we can take the cow heads and the sheep heads, attach these drawers, move them up there. Right, there we go. That's better. The wall's a bit tidier. Now let's start farming some more stuff. And first up, I think we're going to collect milk. So that means I'm going to need fluid tanks to store stuff. We're going to need pipes, drains. We're going to need buckets, bunch of create stuff. Right then, let's sort out this milk. So we'll start with a few tanks. Ideally, we're going to want to keep the cow in place. So let's just make a seat. If we have the cow in place, say there. Actually, let's actually move him right over here. And we'll have a deployer there that will drop out buckets of milk. Then the milk will get drained out. We're going to need a cog. So we can make a pump, put a pump in there, going that way. Actually, let's have the pipes going up here. And I think what I might actually do is just reduce this down to 2 tanks and make them taller. And we'll stick a pump in the back here, pump there. Then if we do a gearbox and a cog, that'll pump that one. Same here, that'll pump that one. Then we need a belt. Then if we were to put a vault here, which I don't have on me at the moment, that can take in the empty buckets, which are going to get drained here. Send out the empty buckets there, which will get picked up over here. So I'm going to have to do this bit here a bit differently because I actually need that to link to our power underneath. So let's quickly do that now. So we just need to grab that from the other side of the barn. So if I just move the pump up here and stick a cog there. Excellent. So that should fill up this tank first, then this one afterwards. I just need to grab myself a few bits to finish off. Now with the vaults, I'm going to dye them. So we can either have brown item vaults or brown shipping containers. And I think they're going to look a little bit better. So let's jam them in there. I need a bucket of milk just so I can get a filter for this one. Now that gets drained, gets pulled into the tanks. Excellent. So that side of things works. Just need a few buckets to load up the system. And of course, we need a cow. So let's grab a lead, grab one of these guys from out the front here and chuck him on there. There we go. We're getting milk. The buckets are going back round. Excellent. We just need to make this look a bit better now. Right, that's better. That's our milk area. However, we can't actually retrieve the milk currently. But I reckon what we can do is just put in a spout here, get a pipe and a pump in the back. We'll just stick in a gearbox there with a shaft. Let's quickly go grab a spout. Stick that in there. We just need a cog there. That should fill up our spout. And if ever I want milk, I can just come along and do this. Wonderful stuff. Milk sorted. Now, next up, I want to do coloured wool. And to keep it simple, I think I'm basically just going to rebuild something like this. But I'll just make sure we have one of every colour sheep. So let's start by just marking out an area here. I think for this one, we're going to do things a little bit differently. And we're going to use a gantry. And we'll stick a gantry carriage underneath with a bunch of deployers. Then we'll have a bunch of barrels for storing shears and wool. We're going to need power, but that's okay. We can grab that from over here. Let's just pull that this way. Then we'll use an encased chain drive to bring that all the way up to the top. And then what I want to do in here is put in a sequenced gear shift. So if we jam that in there and tell it to go 5 meters forwards and back every time it receives a redstone signal, put a pulse extender in just to make sure it definitely receives the signal. We'll put a timer in to fire every 10 seconds. And that means every 10 seconds that's going to go forwards, then backwards, which is great, but it's moving a little bit fast. I forgot to glue it together as well, so let's quickly move all this stuff. So I'm thinking about an offloading system here, and what I'm going to do is actually put all the barrels at the back here. And if we stick all that together, next time that moves, it should take everything with it. Then we're going to put smart chutes below the barrels, going into drawer controllers. And I believe if we just go through here, we've actually got the spruce trim right there, so we can just pull this through. Then we're going to make a bunch of filters saying to deny the shears. We'll put those on all of these. We'll make sure that the deployers will only ever take shears as well. That'd be helpful. And now we just need to fill these things up with shears. Then we'll just block off the bottom bit. We can do with a bit of light in here, so let's use some bridge lanterns. And we need to replace the floor here with grass, of course, because we need the sheep to be able to eat. And to keep the grass up top growing nicely, we're going to put another layer down the bottom here with an air gap, and then we'll put the top layer in here. And we'll just make sure it's well lit up down the bottom here as well. But that should help the grass up the top grow a little bit quicker. Just mess up the front a little bit. Now, however, I need a whole load of sheep, and one of each dye as well. So let's quickly see what we can make up dye-wise. So we've got a few different ones, and I reckon I can make some more. So if we do this, we'll get blue dye. That'll give us light blue dye. That'll give us cyan. We can get red. We can get orange. We can get whatever allium gives us. We've also got lilacs and peonies and a dandelion. So that should be a good chunk of them as well. So that's red, orange, yellow, pink, magenta. If we get a bit more red, we can also do purple, which will be red and blue. And lastly, we just need brown. Perfect. I've just chucked a bit more wheat in the system, and that should start producing lots of sheep for us. Right, so we'll start off with these two. We'll have a brown one and a pink one. We're going to break your fence. We're going to get rid of the cow. Sorry, buddy. Oh, no. Okay, apparently I got rid of the sheep as well. Well, lessons were learned. So it does mean I'm going to need to replace those dyes. Whoops. Right, let's try that again. So let's break out these sheep here. How many do we have? 6 or 7 in there, I think. Right, let's get them over here. Come along. That's it. Pile in. Pile in. Right, now let's start dyeing them. So we'll have a brown one, pink one, magenta, purple, lime, yellow, orange, and now we just wait for more. It'll probably be a few minutes before we get any more come down. Right, I think this is the last of them. That's it, you lot, pile in. Excellent, we just gotta wait for all these guys to grow up now. So I've unlocked all these drawers here just so the wool can actually fill these up as it starts getting harvested, and what that tells me is we're gonna need much more storage in here. We've still got all the crops to do yet, but this should work to gather all of our wool. A short while later, they've pretty much all grown up. In fact, another one's just grown up there. We've only got this little guy at the back still to go, but the system works. I've also added in a bit more grass at the back there under some glass just so it can grow from both sides. And our storage wall is looking a lot more colourful. And if we go to our clipboard, we can tick off the top 2. We've still got a whole lot more things we want to be farming. But I think we want to be farming outside for these next ones. I want to do all of the crops, which means it's time for me to build another wall out here. Wonderful. Well, it's done. And since I finished it, I've been standing over there, staring at this field, trying to work out what I'm actually going to do with it. And a couple of things have occurred to me. One, I haven't really worked with the landscape very well here at all. I've just flattened it. Something which I was intending to do less of this series, but, well, landscaping isn't really my strong point, as you can see behind me. I mean, this slope still looks janky, even though I've tried to hide it by covering it with wheat. So I guess we've definitely kind of failed on the working with the landscape thing over here. But it's fine, we can try again elsewhere. I really do need to improve my landscaping and terraforming. I mean, buildings I can do, I'm fine with buildings, just not with trying to create natural landscapes. And the other thing that occurs to me is I don't really know how I want to lay out this field. I don't know what I want to do in terms of growing the crops. I mean, I feel like we want to make it a bit solar punky, so do I have this as like another yard type area where we put a bunch of structures and cool looking solar punky type farms? Or do I just plant loads of crops and then have a solar punky harvesting device that comes in and grabs everything? I really don't know. I'm a bit torn on what to do at the moment. So let me know in the comments what you'd like to see. I'd love to know your ideas on how we can make a solar punky style bunch of crop farms over here. We've got probably about 10, maybe 12 crops that we need to grow over here. But I think if we divided this up into sort of squares and just planted lots of different fields of things, it's not going to look that great. And I feel like we could probably do better. I just don't know what better looks like yet. So let me know in the comments what you think I should do. And we'll try and figure that out in future. For now, though, there are other farms we need to make that don't need to be in the crop field. Although I appear to have put my clipboard in storage, so let's go find that again. Well, it'll be one of these two. Cabbage, tomato, potato, carrot, onion, wheat. All of those will be outside. In fact, we need to come up with a way to harvest our wheat fields. Beetroot, pumpkin, and melon will probably also be outside, as well as berries. So that leaves us with glowberries, mushroom, and kelp. So they're the things that are going to need to be potentially maybe hidden. We could stick a garage type building out here, have like a little tractor that comes out and harvests the wheat. And then in the other side, put a mushroom farm, just make it nice and dark. Maybe with some closed garage doors or something. For the kelp, we could maybe have a couple of big round vats. That could look quite cool. And then for the glowberries, they're a vertical thing. So maybe we could do like sort of slurry tower type things. Just big, tall containers. And then we can have glowberry farms in those. Yeah, I think that could work. So let's maybe start over here with a tractor shed and somewhere to grow mushrooms, I think. So for building this barn, I'm thinking maybe some tough variants would be quite nice. We'll get a few mossy bits as well, some cobble, and then maybe some mangrove for the roof. And with the tough, is there a nice brick variant? We've got small tough bricks. That could be nice. Yeah, let's craft a bunch of those and have those as the main block. Then we'll also get some sanded tuff. And then we'll get maybe some stone tiles for the floor. That might look all right. Let's just start by marking something out. So I reckon something about that size. And then on the inside, if we were to separate it, say here, that'll give us room to store a tractor in this side and room to build a mushroom farm over here. So let's just get this basic shell built up and then we'll figure out the next bit. And I think we're going to give this an arched roof line like that. And I know it's looking very bricky at the moment, but don't worry, we'll sort that out. And I think for this inside wall, I'm actually going to use oak. And we'll put some oak beams in as well for roof supports. The beams are in. Now let's get a roof on. Now let's just sort out the floor. Right, that's the floor out here done. The floor in here. This is all going to be closed off anyway, so let's just quickly bust in. And we haven't got any torches on us, so let's just crank up our brightness so you can see what's going on. And yeah, this is where we're going to be building our mushroom farm. It does need to be completely dark in here, so we won't be adding any lighting, but I do want to swap out the floor just to make it solid, make it easier to work with. And then we'll get to work designing a mushroom farm, which should be fairly straightforward if I remember correctly how to do it. Let's just quickly replace this floor first. Right, there we go. Basically a giant stone box. And from the outside, that's looking very barn-shaped, which I guess is what we wanted for now. And I'm going to make the outside of this look good, obviously. It's just a grey box currently, but I think I want to get the farm in here built first. So let's go see what mushrooms I've got. And I think I can plant mushrooms just directly on coarse dirt. And then as long as it's dark, they should spread. And then we just need to harvest the mushrooms that spread, but not the seed mushrooms. So I've got 24 red and 8 brown. That's going to have to be enough to get us started. So let's just block this off to make sure it's completely dark in here. Let's check it's dark. It is. We seem to have some weird light leaks there. Is that just graphic stuff or is it actually a light leak? No, it says the client light up here is all 0, so we are good. Yep, it's just a graphical glitch. Okay, cool. So if I, for example, did this, A 5 by 5 and then stuck that there. Okay, we can plant the mushroom. This is good. So if we were to do something like that, the mushrooms should start spreading into these areas around here. But I don't know how long that process takes. But then we can fit in a second layer at the top there as well. And then we just need a harvesting machine, which I'm thinking we can probably just hang from the ceiling on a gantry or something and just have it sort of going backwards and forwards. And it could come down with giant arms that spread out on either side, because we could have another farm over this side for the red mushrooms. Yeah, I think that could work nicely. Let's just build this out and see if the mushrooms start growing first. In fact, thinking about it, if I actually put these ones here on farmer's soil, would that help? Or would that just turn them into mushroom colonies? And if they were mushroom colonies, would that be better? We might have to do some science in a minute. So I've planted loads of red mushrooms on that side, a few brown ones on this side, mainly because I don't have as many, and I just want to see how quickly this actually produces mushrooms. I'll tell you what, it doesn't look like it's going to be very quick at all. We've got nothing so far. But I'm going to go make myself some lunch, and hopefully when we come back there will actually be some mushrooms growing here. Well, I've been gone for about 20 minutes, and we've got 2 mushrooms on the red side, 3 mushrooms on the red side, and 1 on the brown side. So this is not really going to be very good. So I think we might have to rethink this a little bit. Let's quickly jump into a flat world and see what we can figure out. So we're in a testing world. Let's just set it to midnight. Make sure it's nice and dark for us. And that means we can plant on podzol, but not on coarse dirt. I also want to know what happens if we plant on rich soil. So let's do that. We're going to set tick rate to 999. And we can see these are turning into colonies. If we set the tick rate even higher, right, okay. Nothing seems to be spreading though. Now, something I want to test is what happens if you harvest these with a harvester. Do you get mushroom colonies? Do you get mushrooms? I don't know. So let's find out. In fact, let's put a barrel there. Let's glue those 2 together. Then we need a lever. And oh, the mushroom colonies are spreading. Interesting. But what happens if we send that off? Okay, so that harvests mushrooms and doesn't destroy them. Interesting. So what this tells me is we probably need a whole lot of rich soil. Then we can plant our normal mushrooms. They'll turn into colonies. They'll spread. The ones that spread will also turn into colonies. And if we have a whole field of mushroom colonies, we can just let that grow and harvest it, just like a normal crop. So that's what we need. So it looks like we've got some work to do. So we need to make lots of rich soil. And to make that, we're going to need lots of compost. But I can't remember what we need to make compost, so let's have a look. So bone meal, straw, rotten flesh. That's probably going to be the best for us. And a bit of dirt. Do we have straw? I think we've got some down here, you know. We have over 1,000. Excellent. Let's take 12 stacks of those. That means we're also going to need 12 stacks of rotten flesh. Easy enough. We're going to need a whole bunch of bone meal as well, which we don't have a lot left of because we've used it all for making seeds. So we've got 18 stacks of that. And of course, we've got dirt. So let's make our compost. So I've got 4.5 stacks. And to convert this, we need to put it next to water. And let's have a look. We also need to put it next to the sun. And it's also sped up by adjacent activators. So we could do mushrooms potentially. We could add potentially some farmed soil. Do we have any soil already? 2. I mean, it's a start, I guess. So let's just dump all of this down out here. Right, well, that's the best I can do. We've got a few more activators over here. If I quickly sleep and put my video brightness back down. But if I now sleep, the sunlight and the water should help this stuff start to convert. In fact, some bits have already started to turn, look. But this is going to take quite a while, and we can't really do anything else on the mushroom farm until that's done. And I've got a new shelf I need to build in my office, so I'm going to go do that while we wait for this. Good news, my shelf is up and my compost has turned into rich soil. So now I just need to dig all of this up and we can go build our farm. Right, let's get all this coarse dirt replaced with rich soil. Then we can just plant a whole bunch of mushrooms. And thinking about it, I'm actually going to want a little bit of space on this side so that we can actually fit our machine in. I guess we can add in a little bit more of this dirt on these sides here. We'll just leave a little walkway in the middle. So now we just need to build a way to actually harvest these. And that's pretty much just going to be a couple of rows of harvesters running on a gantry or maybe even just a mine cart going backwards and forwards. And then we just need to offload that into the storage system in there. So we've got 8 harvesters, but we're going to need a lot more than that. So I'm going to need more andesite alloy. I think we should have some in here. Nope, just brass. There we go. That's got some more alloy mixing up. A bunch more harvesters. 25 should be more than enough. Right, so we're going to need temporary blocks here so we can put down the harvesters. And the same on the top level here. Then we'll get some girders in for support. And then we need somewhere for the minecart to run. So let's maybe do that at this level. Then we'll put powered rail across the top here. Controller rail facing that way. The cart contraption facing that way. Lock rotation. Always important. And then I'm going to put in another beam across here and make it match on this side, because what I want to do is put in pulse extender and a pulse timer. We'll extend that for a second. We want this to fire every 20 seconds or so. We don't want it to be constantly going after all. And I'm just going to remove this central beam here. And we'll wrap a few more girders around this bit with a big one in the middle. Then we can glue all this together. Okay, so that's the contraption worked out. Now we're just going to work out storage. So let's replace a couple of those. In fact, I think we're only going to need 1 barrel. So let's put those girders back in. Stick a singular barrel there. Make sure that's glued in. Then we'll have a chute there that's not attached to the contraption. Going into an acacia drawer. Give that a few upgrades. Put mushrooms in each of those. And put a minecart in there. The next time that fires, our whole contraption should move, but leave behind, yep, look at that, the chute and the drawers. And then that's all going to offload. Wonderful. So we're going to leave that just to collect a few mushrooms for now, which we can then replant over here. And in the meantime, I'm going to get this connected all the way over to our storage. So eventually we'll swap this for one of those drawer controller remote thingies. But then I'm going to need to send drawer trim all around the edge here. And then we can just go underground and connect up to storage over there. But instead of just using oak drawer trim, I've got an idea. So if I just grab 5 spruce trim, I can then make a framing table. And I can try and figure out how this works. So do I put spruce trim in there and then just a stripped oak log there? And is that going to give me... Perfect. You'd never know. So I just need to strip some oak and then we can get some more drawer trims that look like oak logs. Where's my log stripper? Is it this one? Yep, there we go. Wonderful. So now I can frame a whole bunch of trim, get myself another drawer controller, and then we should just be able to connect this all the way over to the other storage, which is here. Right, there we go. So let's take all of these, get rid of that, put in a drawer controller, and now that should all feed directly into our system over here. So if we do red mushrooms there, brown mushrooms in there. Oh, yep, there we go. Look, some have already come in. Excellent. Now let's go plant more mushrooms. Oh, I've just planted loads of mushrooms and the harvesters have just picked them all up again. So I think for now, let's get rid of that so it doesn't trigger. Replant all of our mushrooms. We're going to have to wait for these to turn into colonies before we then harvest them. Otherwise, we're never going to get anywhere. Luckily, this is working out quite nicely because breaking these, I get 2 mushrooms back. So as quick as I'm planting them, I'm actually getting more mushrooms, which means we'll have these fields full in no time. Right, there we go. That took no time at all to actually get all those planted. I do need to wait for everything to turn into a colony mushroom though, so that it doesn't get harvested when I turn the machine on. But in a very short while, that should be absolutely fine to do. And it looks like we're getting a decent amount of wool coming in as well. This is good. So while we wait for those mushrooms to turn into colonies, I'm just going to do a little bit of detailing around this barn. By which I mean I've got an entire barn to make look nice, and I kind of want to build a tractor as well. So let's see what we can do about this, shall we? go. A short while later, we're definitely starting to look a bit better. I haven't put in the tractor yet. I think I'm actually going to save that for next episode because I'm wondering whether we do make it a functional tractor. That could be a lot of fun. But the outside itself is definitely looking a lot better. It kind of sits in here a little bit better as well. It doesn't look like just a random blob on the landscape. We have, of course, also got some more solar panels because that's what we do here. And I'm hoping that in here... Yes, look at that. Our mushrooms are all looking wonderful. Though, why is it so light in here all of a sudden? Ah, it's probably from where I put the solar panels in. Wait a minute, is it the copycat panels letting light through? I think it is, you know. Right, well, I think that's as good as we can get it. It's still a little bit light on this side. There we go. And there is some light here, but that's because light is seeping through where the framed trims are, and there's not really much I can do about that, but hopefully it's still dark enough for these things to actually grow. But for now, the important thing is we can actually turn this back on again. Whoa! And there we go. That was one harvest. Let's go see how many mushrooms we got from that. Wow, okay, 400 mushrooms a time. Well, safe to say that that farm's going to be fairly productive. But sadly, I think that is all we've got time for today. We've managed to make some good progress, though. We've got a few more farms in. We got a great big wheat field in. And we've got another field over here, which I'd love to hear your thoughts on what we could do with that. And to be honest, I'm not really liking this square shape here either, so I might round that off a bit here. But either way, let me know your ideas for how we can make some solar punk-style farms over there. And I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Steam and Rails. The one mod I've wanted for almost a year now since Create 6 released, has recently announced it will not be updating for Minecraft 1.21, but instead they're updating for the next major Minecraft update, 26.1. This is incredibly sad news for me, as I had plans for monorails, a need for invisible tracks, and a whole lot more in this world, but all is not lost. I received a few emails and countless messages on CurseForge that led me to this, an unofficial port of Steam and Rails to NeoForge in Minecraft 1.21.1. So this was ported by Poppy Blossom and Chameleon 538, and it says here this project is still in the early development phase and may not be stable yet. It is always good practice to back up your worlds. The good news is I run my world on a server and I have nightly backups, so I'm gonna risk it. And by I'm gonna risk it, what I mean is I've actually had it running on the world for about 2 weeks now. I've not really run into any issues, but I've also not really used anything from Steam and Rails yet. Today, that changes, and we're gonna hope nothing bad happens. Now let's end this very convenient thunderstorm for my sad start and start making some plans. Now in the last episode of Perfect World post-production, I worked on the outside of the farm, adding a giant wheat field, a new building, as well as a few more farms, such as mushrooms in there, as well as wool and a really over-engineered milk farm that I might as well just had a cow in a box, because yeah, let's not go into it. It's fine, it's fine. Now, following the last episode, we've had loads of fantastic ideas in the comments for improving the wheat field, so we're going to add some boulders to the sides, some scarecrows, maybe even a tree or two nearby, and then we're going to build that tractor I promised, and hopefully use it to harvest the wheat field. I've got a few ideas on how we should be able to do that. Then lastly, we're going to tackle ideas for this field, and there are tons of great suggestions from you folks in the last episode's comments, so we're going to have a play about with a few of those ideas and see if we can come up with a solution. But let's start with the field though, shall we? Now first up, it's been pointed out to me that this area here is incredibly dangerous. A tractor isn't very well going to go along the edge here and harvest this field because it's probably going to fall off the edge. So we're going to make this a bit nicer. So I think we'll start just by removing some of the wheat from around the edge here. We'll bring it back to maybe like here, just so it's going to be a bit safer for our farmers. And because this land isn't hydrated, that'll all turn to dirt and then all the grass will grow, so that'll turn to grass. That's all good. But we've got a bit of a weird space here now. So I think what I might do is remove just a little bit more. And I'm thinking maybe a custom tree or two. Now, I'm not very good at custom trees, but I'm not going to get better if I don't try. So let's go grab some bits and bobs and see what we can come up with. Ah, now we could do with some leaves. Let's see what we've got down here. Well, we've got loads of oak and a bunch of birch. Them two tend to go well together. We'll take a few spruce as well, but I doubt we'll use them. Right, let's go try build a tree. In fact, before we begin, let's decide what kind of tree we want to build. And I think I'm just going to try and build a traditional kind of oak tree. We're going to use some bite blocks to kind of create some roots around here. And then we'll use the bite blocks to create some branches as well. That should work quite nicely. And I believe the trick with trees is if you can get a good shape before you put the leaves on, then you should be okay. So we're going to try and get this right. Well, it's not perfect, but it's not bad. I think that's a pretty good frame to be working from. Now let's jam some leaves on there. And the trick here is going to be to make sure we leave air gaps, which thankfully, because of the way we've done the branches, that shouldn't be too difficult. We're going to use some of the birch leaves underneath where it'll be a bit darker with oak leaves on top. Well, it's not a bad start. Let's just get the rest of this covered. Well, we have a tree, I guess. It's not the best tree in the world, but it'll do. In theory, the more I make, the better I'll get. Now, with the rest of this space, I think I just want to put in a small bench, maybe a little bit of foliage. And then I think what I want to do is actually put in a path. Just a small one that sort of winds down the hill here. And then I'm just going to wind this path all the way down to the farmyard here. And we'll put in a little gate. There we go. We now have our bench. We've got a footpath that takes us all the way back down to the farmyard. And that definitely helps break up the field a little bit. But we've still got some more work to do. And I was considering adding some boulders into it. But I think if we were to put boulders in the field, that's going to make it very difficult for the tractor. I then considered putting some around the edges, but I'm not really sure I want to do that. Maybe that's something we can do at the back in future. I'm not sure. Not sold on that one just yet, so we'll come back to it. For now, scarecrows. And scarecrows should be fairly easy to do. We just need to grab ourselves some straw statues. They're fairly easy to make as well. Let's make a bunch of those. We're going to want fences. Let's maybe use the spruce horse fence, and we'll figure out where to put these. Let's just choose a random spot, say here. We're probably going to want that to be 3 high. And we'll stick a straw statue there. Crouch right click to get into his thing. And what do we want? A style. So no gravity. Poses, we probably want some kind of T pose, I would imagine. So I think the closest we've got is the entertain one. And position, Y position. Now we've turned off gravity, we can lift him up. Now his head, I want that kind of flopping down a bit. Then we'll, with his arms, we'll stretch those out so they're more like that. These legs are okay. Now we just need to get him touching the pole. So we'll adjust the position, not the Z position. We want the X position this way. Maybe we should raise him up a little bit as well. There we go, 1 scarecrow. We just need a couple more of those, I think. We don't want to overdo it. Let's stick one here. We'll put him in a similar position. There we go. And we'll just stick one more around here somewhere. And this one, we'll rotate him round a little bit as well, just to add a bit of variation. How are we looking? Yep, scarecrows look good. So I wouldn't say the field is perfect, but it's definitely looking a bit better. And it's raining again. So let's maybe have a think about this tractor. Now, firstly, I don't want it to be a giant tractor, otherwise it's not going to fit in our tractor shed. So it's going to be kind of like an old school tractor, but mixed with future tractor, because we're in a solar punk world here, so I think it makes sense for things to actually hover, add a bit of sci-fi into the mix, and also match our big storage truck up there that we're just not using. And what I want to try and do is have it so the tractor does actually harvest the cornfield. Not necessarily all of it, but probably only just a small portion of it. After all, I don't want it to look like it's always waiting to grow, which means we're going to need some kind of harvester on it. And in Perfect World 1, we did have a harvester, a similar kind of setup, where we had the tractor come out, it connected to a harvester, and then it went into the field, harvested, dropped off the harvester, and then went back into its shed. But I want to try and do things a bit differently this time. And I want to have it so the harvesters are actually vertical, and then when it goes into the field, they then fold out, and then he starts harvesting. I think that'll be really cool. And I'm hoping we can find a way to make that work. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need to make a tractor, and for that, I'm going to need some stuff. And if we're going to make this tractor move, then we're also going to need some train stuff, which is a first for this series. We've not used any train stuff yet. And thanks to the Steam and Rails port, we've got access to narrow gauge rails. So I think we're going to make ourselves some of this as well, which is actually made differently to the big track. So we're going to need to adjust our machine slightly. But I think I also want to make use of this, the loco metal, just because I think it looks cool. So we're going to need red dye and normal loco metal. How'd you make that? Aha, stone cutting. A block of iron will give us 8 riveted loco metal, and then we can use that in the stone cutter to make the different types. Okay, we need a bunch of iron. And thankfully this farm's still doing its thing. We should probably upgrade this, move it, put it somewhere else. I don't know. We need to do something with this at some point. We just kind of left it since the start of the series. But anyway, right, let's make some iron blocks. And then we can make riveted loco metal. We're not going to need too much of this, I shouldn't imagine. And then if we put that in the stone cutter, we can get all the different types. But I need to dye it first. So let's grab our red dye buckets and we'll just do what we normally do and quickly get that dyed up here. There we go. Now we're also going to need a train station, which means we need train casings. And we've got some sturdy sheets and we've got brass casings. Okay, we can do this. So if we put the brass casings in there and we put the sturdy sheets on this guy, there we go, 14 train casings. So if we then make a couple of compasses, we can make stations, but we're also going to need controls. So we need precision mechanisms, which we don't have any of. Not to worry, we can make those easy enough. Just need to get some gold sheets, then load them up in here, and that's going to make a bunch of them for us. But we can now make some train controls. We'll need a couple of those. And the last thing we're going to need is some of these hypertube entrances, because they make awesome hovery type things. Engines, that's what I meant, hover engines. Yeah, we like them. Probably also going to want a selection of copycat blocks and girders and things like that. So let's just grab some stuff and let's design a tractor. Right, so tractor. What we're going to do is actually build it out the front here, just so we have a little bit of space to work around. And we'll start by building an engine block. And style-wise, I think I want to make it look a bit like a normal tractor, just maybe a tiny bit more sci-fi and with hover engines instead of wheels. So I guess let's just start with a basic shape. Ooh, I'm not sure on that texture. Didn't realize it was all going to be waffled like that. Let's go see if there's some alternatives. So we have a slashed metal version, which it looks like is more like this. How does that look? Oh yeah, that's much better. Let's use that. Right, so let's carry on and build out a frame down here. Let's think about this. We're going to want wheels at the front. So let's just put a couple of these in. Put the furnace back. And we don't have a lot of space here for the hover engines, but maybe we could do something like this. I feel like that needs to come back a block. That does not look right. And then for this frame bit here, maybe let's try girders instead. And then the back wheels are going to want to be bigger. So that's where we're going to use these hypertubes. I feel like the rate we're going, though, this is going to be way too big to fit in there. So let's rethink this a bit. Maybe instead of having two wheels at the front here, we can just have one in the middle. And the ones at the back here, we'll just pull forward. Yeah, that already feels like it's going to be a better size. But we're probably going to want a solid block there. And then ideally, we want some kind of big arch over these wheels, which means I'm going to need a couple of copycat slopes, which I don't like to use very often, but I think they're going to make a big difference here. So if we get the slope layers, then we can adjust them however we like. So if we do something like this, slabs in the middle, it needs a bit of depth. So let's maybe use some of these half panels and a slice. Okay, that's looking better. And on the top here, we can do that again. And I wonder, can we squeeze in some pipes down here? Maybe if we got rid of that, and that. Put some pipes in like this. I guess we're probably going to want to encase those. But I don't like how it looks on the side here now. So let's maybe replace these two bits here with copycat layers. Yeah, that's better. And I've also made a few of these tube scanner attachments, which are just things you can stick to the side of these, but they had a nice little detail. I like that. Maybe we should use them on the front as well. In fact, let's maybe only use those on the front. We should probably get a bit more red down here as well. And I've got an idea. Now that we've got the steam and rails add-on, we should be able to make these, their headstocks. It'd be nice to use one of these on the back of the tractor. So this is the recipe I need. So I need iron sheets, industrial iron, shafts, and iron nuggets. Let's just grab some of the industrial iron, get some iron sheets, also get a few nuggets while we wait. And now we can make some Lincoln pins. And I think if we combine those with panels, do I have any panels on me? Copycat panels, there we go. Then we get some headstocks. Then once we've got these in our hand, we can just hold Alt, and we've got lots of different variants. But the one I'm actually interested for now is this one. Just the copycat headstock. Because I'm hoping this is only going to cover up, like, a portion of this bit. Yeah, look at that. All right, I think this is starting to look quite cool. Next up, we're going to need controls. We want this tractor to be able to go in both directions, which means we need two sets of train controls, one facing in each direction, and we need to put a seat in the middle there. So let's quickly grab a bit of wool and maybe a black seat. Then we just need a slab, and there we go. Maybe we'll just put a couple more slicey bits on. Right, looking good. However, at the back here, I think I actually want to remove that bit and chuck in a stock variant. Maybe we should go for like one of the knuckle ones. Nope, I missed. Something like that. And I've also made a couple of these netherrack millstones just because they're red and I thought they'd look quite cool. I mean, that does look quite cool, actually. I like that. Gives a bit more shape to the back of the tractor. So I think we're almost there. We just need some kind of light on the front of it, I think. Maybe we need some levers underneath as well, just because we like that look. And we do have create bells and whistles, which actually has a headlight. So let's just make some of those. I've grabbed a daylight detector as well. We might be able to add some kind of solar-y bit to it. I don't know where we'd put that, but we'll try a couple of things out. I mean, that's not looking bad from over here. What do we think? Does that look like a steampunky hover tractor type thing? There's not really any surface to put any solar on, apart from potentially there, but I think that's just going to look weird. Yeah, that looks weird. Not to worry. We can maybe do some rear lights as well, though. I've got an idea of what we can do for that. Back to the workshop. So we're going to grab a couple of these gauges, a couple of redstone blocks. We'll stick those on the back here. Add a little bit of that. There we go. Though I do wonder if maybe we should try another red block. Something different at the bottom here to what's on top, maybe. Just to give it some kind of two-tone kind of effect going on. And actually, I've got an idea. Isn't there a way to make copycat pipe? Wasn't that a recipe? Or actually, maybe it was zinc. Aha, there we go. Because before we go and explore other reds, I wonder, can I actually do that? Oh, yes. That looks much better. And brass piping. Wonderful stuff. I like that. But anyway, distractions. What were we doing? Ah, yes, we're going to look at some other red blocks. I'm thinking maybe I want something a bit darker, a bit murkier. Oh my days, there's so many red blocks. Ooh, what's that? Redstone metal. Oh, I like that. How do I make that? Azurine, iron sheets, and red dye. Well, I can get some red dye from that. We can easily get some more iron sheets. And we've got a little bit of azurine. A whole 13 of it. But that should give us a few blocks of this stuff. We'll just see what it looks like. So what was it called? Redstone metal? Yes. So we've got 24 of it. Let's go see what it looks like on the tractor. Don't know why I said it like that. So if we put it maybe on this level, so just sort of replacing these bottom bits. What do we think? I think I just prefer the original red we had. So yeah, we'll go back to the normal red. And while I'm here, I'm going to pull that out by a block. Can't place my factory gauges now, though, because they're not tuned to anything. So yeah, we're going to have to quickly run off and do that. In fact, I think we have some pre-tuned ones in here. Let's just grab those. And it looks like it's actually configured to that stock link. But it doesn't matter. We only want it for the lights. There we go. And I'm still not sold on this bit here. Maybe we just need a slab in there with this thing hanging down. Yeah, I think we're looking all right. It's a bit of a weird looking tractor, but I don't mind it. So now what I need to do is turn this into a train. That way I can pull it forward a bit and we can work on building a trailer which will do the harvesting. So when it comes to track, now we have steam and rails. We've got lots of options. This is the default track, so this is what our machine's set up to do at the moment, but we want to use narrow gauge. This way we can turn sharper corners and just generally have more control over everything. But it does mean we need to swap out one of our deployers for a saw. So our rail machine is this one here, which has no space whatsoever. Right, let's see. We might be able to squeeze something in. We would do something like that. And that. So it's going through the saw. It's getting a nugget. Oh, it still needs 2 iron nuggets? Does that mean I need to put these through here again? Yes. Yes, it does. It's okay. I've got an idea. We extend that out another block. Put that belt in. Remove that. Remove that. I have no idea what's going on there, but it was all flying into this chute. Iron nuggets? Yep, no idea. Speaking of iron nuggets, let's give a stack to this guy. We're going to need a shaft up the top. We can put the mechanical press on there, temporarily block off the end, and we'll get the barrel back in with an input thing. Right, so that should now make us narrow gauge rail, but it's not. It's just making normal train track. Ah, that seems to have a filter set to iron for some reason. So let's try that again with the original setup. No, now it's just giving us incomplete track again. I am so confused. Wait a sec, maybe I need no filter whatsoever. That would probably help. Third time's the charm. Let's give this a go. Narrow gauge, right, okay, so it was just user error. On the plus side, it means I can put this back to normal. So the only change I did need to make was swapping out the deployer for the saw. Now, if I do this, yep, we can hear the press go in. We're getting on narrow gauge rail. Well, I made that a lot more difficult than it needed to be, didn't I? Right, that should be plenty of track to get us started. And because we're going to be going into the wheat field here, I don't really want to be using invisible tracks which we can put on the surface, because that's going to stop us from being able to grow wheat in all those spots. So instead, what we're going to do is dig down probably about 5 blocks and then carve out an area for the rail to go. So I've got a lot of digging to do down here, but I want it to be quite precise, so I don't want to use a big drill. However, I do have an idea, and that is to build one of these, a portable drill. Now, how do I do this? So first up, we need a brass pickaxe, which I'll be honest, I didn't even know was a thing. So then we can make the drill head, just like that. Then we need a steam engine. Oh my days. So we're going to need 3 fans, or propellers, I should say. So let's make those first. I'm just going to need to go grab that iron we were turning into sheets earlier. So we're going to need large cogs, small cogs, brass sheets. We'll need some propellers and some andesite alloy, which I do believe we have in our workshop over here. We do. Wonderful. Now, there's no point building a whole machine to make a steam engine, so I'm just going to do it over here. So brass sheets, and that's a press, not a deployer. So let's quickly grab one of those, chuck that in there, then get our brass sheet down, and now we should just be able to rotate through these. And there we go, 1 steam engine. Wonderful. And then we just need 1 brass ingot, and we can make our drill, which is also going to need fuel. So let's take a couple of these. And there we go, portable drill. So that is fueling itself up. And this way, we should just be able to dig 3x3 tunnels everywhere we want the rail to go, which is going to make things much easier for us. Let's crank up the brightness. Oh, wait a minute. It looks like I need to actually stick the digging enchantment on it. And then I can do 3x3. Now, the question is, do I have one of those? I do. Good stuff. And the good thing is, this thing doesn't have durability. It just needs fuel. But now, yep, there we go. We can dig in a 3x3. There's a lot of water down here, but that's not really a big issue. Rail doesn't get affected by water. At least it shouldn't. I do seem to remember Foxy having some problems in Just Create, but we'll give it a go. Worst case scenario, we can always drain it out. All right, let's just get the first bit of rail in. So I've just got a straight rail in for now, and what we're going to do is stick down a station here. Set that to create new train. Then with our train casing, we're going to put a new bogie down, and we're just going to get some glass and some super glue while I think of it. Oh, we don't have any plain glass. I guess we're going to make some. So let's just quickly blast some sand, and we only need a few panes of glass for ourselves. So the rest of this we can just chuck back in storage. So if we glue our entire tractor together, all right, I think that's all of the tractor up the top here. If we hold the super glue in our offhand and just attach some glass to the bottom, then we should be able to... Nope. Oh, I haven't actually glued it to the bogie. There we go. Now we should be able to assemble train. There we go. Our first train assembly, which means I should now be able to drive our tractor. Wonderful. And it looks like it's going to fit in our garage just fine. Don't bang my head either. So what I'm going to do now is just put down another station. We'll stick that right there. We'll move this up to the new station, and that should give us enough space behind to build a trailer. So let's disassemble the train. And now we need a harvester. And I think what I want to try and do is have a trailer that's attached to this, but it actually folds up, which means we're going to need to be able to disassemble the tractor, fold down the arms, then reassemble it again, and then send it on its way. That's what I want to try and do, and in theory, it should be possible. So if I just quickly make myself a crank here and get the deployer, I'm sure I still had one. Yep, there we go. I'm going to need a hopper as well. So let's craft up one of them. But I believe what we can do is if we put down that there, stick the crank on the side, give this guy a wrench. Thanks to steam and rails, when we do this, it should... Oh, well, it's supposed to disassemble and reassemble the train, but it's not working. I'm sure that was a thing in steam and rails, but maybe it's just not been ported properly in this version. Let me do a quick bit of research. Well, it looks like it's a known bug and is being actively kind of worked on, but still doesn't work right now. Which makes me sad, because that kind of puts a flaw in my whole plan. But if it's a bug they know about and it's being worked on, hopefully it will be fixed soon, maybe. So as we can't do what we wanted to do, I guess for now I can just make a normal trailer, but have it so it can fold up and fold down manually for now, I guess. And then hopefully we can automate that in future. But that means I'm going to need a bunch of harvesters, so let's quickly make some of them. But we already had 5, but let's get a few more. There we go, that should be plenty. Oh, and thinking about it, let's get some volts as well. And some portable storage interfaces. And I'm going to use some grey dye on the volts, and get shipping containers. Now let's build this out with some girders, I think. So we'll start with a girder there. Put another connector there because that would make sense. And then I think what we want to do is bring it down. Then I'm just going to put some temporary blocks in there for now so we can put down the harvesters. Maybe 9 will be enough. Then if we want these to be able to turn up and down, we're going to need mechanical bearings there and there, which means we're going to need a gearbox there and there. I think I might actually have some of them on me. Yep, I've got 2. Perfect. So we'll have gearboxes there and there. And then maybe let's get a few encased chain drives. So we'll put 1 there. For now, we'll put 1 there. So this will just be for testing purposes. Hopefully in future, we'll be able to have it so that all of this is part of the machine. And then when it pulls up, it connects to one of these already in the ground. And then that gets powered from down below. But we can't currently do that. So instead, what I'm going to do is just put another one of those on top. I'm going to grab that hand crank. I'm going to stick that on the back. And when we do that, yeah, look, they go in an opposite direction from each other. Perfect. So we're just going to encase all those bits in industrial iron so it looks a bit better. We can put a solid block there. We just need to get a couple of mechanical bearings. In fact, can I just make them? I can. So if we put those there and there, then we need storage, which I just want to put in like this. We're also going to need a couple of portable storage interfaces. So let's get those in. We can't encase those, sadly. But let's just do that and that so everything looks a bit more attached. Now, when it comes to gluing, we're going to glue this plow to these plows. Those to the shipping containers, and I guess we'll stick that on as well. Then separately, we'll stick the middle plow to this stuff. Get all this stuck in together. And I've just rotated it up, but now I can't rotate it back down again. Something weird's happening with the glue, so let's get all this unstuck. And I think the problem was the 2 little brackets I put on either side. So let's just rebuild this bit again. This time we won't put brackets on the sides, but then we can re-stick it. So we need to get all the plows and the shipping containers as one bit. Then we can get everything else. Okay, so now when we spin it, it's still breaking off our portable storage interfaces, which means it's going to do the same thing again, right? Okay, 3rd time's a charm. We'll get this right eventually. So shipping containers. Harvesters, same on this side. Glue those bits together, glue everything else together, and we'll put the storage interfaces on the back here. That way they shouldn't interfere with anything. Let's try again. Okay, that folded them up, although it has rotated the harvesters. Looks a bit weird, but it's fine, it's fine. And then when we put them back down again, excellent. So that will work for what we want to do in future, but for now, we're just going to have to leave it like this, which means it's going to need somewhere to be parked because that will not fit in the garage like that, which is why I wanted to be able to fold it up. So how about we park this over here and just hope that the decoupling thing works from steam and rails? Because if that works, then we can just come out and collect it and go on, which I know is what we did in Perfect World 1, which is why I was trying to make it a bit more interesting this time. But we're going to have to wait for that bug to be fixed before we can make it more fun. For now, I need to go underground. I need to get some more rail in so that, 1, we can get into the field, but also so we can pick up the trailer. So it's back to digging for me. In fact, before we do that, we need to turn this into a carriage. So if we put a bogey there, then use some glass and super glue again, glue that to that. Then when we make a train, that should have 2 bogies now and 2 carriages. So now we can go backwards and we can go forwards and harvest. Wonderful. Right, anyway, let's dig some tunnels. Right, so I've dug out a little area down here, and if we press F4 and go up, we can see that covers the areas we're going to need. So first up, if we were to park our tractor trailer about here somewhere, that means we can curve around to here. Where's the middle of our gate entrance? That would be about where I'm standing. So the tractor's going to want to come out of the barn, go this way, traveling forward, then it's going to want to reverse back this way, pick up the trailer, then go forward this way, round out into the field, and the center of the field is here. But I have noticed a problem. Our gate here is only 5 wide. The one here is 8 wide. The plow is 9 wide. I don't really want a gate that big in my field, so I'm thinking I might want to park the plow over here somewhere instead, just so it's always at the edge of the field. Then the tractor can come in, pick it up, and go off and do its thing. So we're going to need to do a bit more digging. But first up, let's just get the field connected. But I mean, I guess we can remove all of this. We're not going to need this side of the rail now. So let's just move the train out of the way for now. But yeah, you see the problem? It's a little bit too wide for this. And it's going to be much too wide for the field. Right, so I've got a bit of extra rail in. So I should now be able to pull into the field. So I'm actually going to harvest our crops, of course. And then I should be able to reverse over to this side. And I reckon we can go back a couple more blocks. So let's go to here. We're going to put a station in and call this plow. So let's park that in the station. Okay, that looks good. We'll obviously need to sort out the ground. But once it's parked here, what we want to be able to do is to couple and decouple it. So that means we're going to need to make a decoupler, or a train coupler, I should say, which is fairly straightforward, actually. In fact, I already had what I needed on me. Fantastic. Now, the way this works is if I put this here and there, you can see it's got a distance of 5. What I want to do is have it so that these panels are underneath both of these bogies. So if I grab a wrench, I can set this to, is it 7 meters? But if we now approach that station and then put down a comparator here, here, it requires both track points to be occupied, which they are. Let's maybe try putting this in again. It says there's no train there, but well, there clearly is, which is weird. Oh, I see. I think it's because the corner might start a little bit too early here. So let's do that. Give it an extra block. Put the train back on the track. Let's reapproach the station. Now, this time, train 1, it's saying unnamed train, so it recognizes that. And it's recognizing the second one as well. Wonderful. So basically, if we get rid of that comparator and place it down again, that should decouple the trains. Yeah, look at that. And then what we're going to do is put another station here with another comparator. So if I now pull away, I should have just the tractor. Then if I come back in to this new station, I need to adjust where the station is. It actually needs to be there. Now, when we pull into that, that should reconnect the plow. And if we drive off, look at that. Then when we go back again, we'll unconnect it. Excellent, it works. So what I'm going to do is actually just pull this plow out of the way so we can sort out the ground behind it. Because we're not going to want wheat in any of this area anymore, because this will be our plow storage. So we need to mess up this ground. We also need to actually offload everything. So I'm probably going to rotate these so they face downwards. And then when it's parked up here, we'll just have something underground that feeds it all into our warehouse. So let's get this tidied up, work out a route for the tractor to go around our field, and sort out the bit of track over there. So I've sorted out the parking spot for the plow, and I've also put some more tracks in underneath and a couple of stations, and I'm hoping we're going to be able to get this to at least come out of the barn, pick up the plow, pull out, reverse and put the plow back, and then drive back to the barn. That's what we're going to test anyway. But for that, I need a train schedule and I need a driver. So I'm going to need a bit of wool. Gonna need precision mechanism. Gonna need some string. And we're going to need the andesite casing. So let's get the precision mechanisms on the go first. Excellent. We actually already had a couple in there, which was handy. Then what we're going to do is down here at the rail maker, we're going to stick another deployer in there. We're going to give that one string, that one precision mechanism. We're going to put a bit of wool in here. That should, there we go, make us a white conductor's cap. We're going to grab a lead, and we need to make a train timetable. So we need sturdy sheets. Let's grab our powdered obsidian. We'll grab a bit of paper as well so we can make our schedule. And we can make our sturdy sheets with our little machine down here that we built. Just need to put some powdered obsidian in there. Oh no, we're out of lava. Well, that complicates things. We only need one for now, though, so we're just going to cheat and use an item drain and a bucket of lava. Because although I built this thing, I haven't actually used it yet, and we haven't got any way of actually filling up this tank. So we're going to need to go to the nether and build something that we can use to refill that at some point. So for now, what we're going to do instead is stick a drain there, stick a bucket of lava in, and there we go. Sturdy sheets, train schedule. Wonderful. So we're going to make ourselves a little driver. There we go. Something else from Steaming Rails. He's just so cute. Stick him on there. Now let's do a train schedule. So we want this to travel to plow, collect, reverse. In fact, what we should do is we'll go down there and I'll show you exactly what I've done. Be more useful for everyone. Right, so this station over here, right at the back, that one is plow station reverse, and that's the one that comes up to this part in the field. So we tell him to go there first. We don't need to have any kind of delay. But then we want him to come all the way in here and stop at this station, which is plow collect. We'll wait there for a couple of seconds. We would then normally send him off to go around all of his field and do his thing. But then he'll come back to plow collect reverse again, which is once again that one over there. Then we'll reverse into plow station because we're reversing with the plow. This will be the front of the train. So this one is plow park. Wait for 2 seconds there. And then what we want to do is actually park the tractor, which means we want him to reverse into the tractor shed. So he's going to come over here and go to this station first, which is here outside the front of the garage. So that's farm garage reverse. Wait there for a second. And then travel to station farm garage. And this one we'll just leave here until the station is powered. And what we'll do is we'll put a redstone link on this station, set that to receive, and we'll set that to wheat seed. We'll have a little switch in here. Once again, set to wheat seed. We're going to need a button. We'll give him the schedule, and he's going to do his first run. Oh, we're going to need to slow him down. He's a speed demon. Hopefully this will work. He's reversing back, collecting the plow. Then he goes forward. He would harvest all the wheat, do all his harvesting stuff. And then when he's done, he'll bring the plow back and that should drop it off again. And this is where we want him to drive home, but apparently he can't find his way home. So maybe I need to adjust the track down there a little bit. So that's this track here. Right, well, I fixed the track and he seems to be going back home. Although this station is facing in the wrong direction. So let's remove farm garage, put that in again, and there we go. He's coming back to there. Now let's just get this redstone link back in. We'll slow him down a whole bunch. We don't need him to be anywhere near as fast as he was. And what we're going to do is we're just going to move the farm garage right to the top. Now, if we click that, it should set him off on his journey again. And hopefully he'll complete it this time. So far, so good. And this is where he got stuck last time. No, we're good. He's heading back to the barn, and he should pull up there, then reverse into park. Wonderful stuff. I think I just need to move the station back a few blocks. I want him sticking out, but not that much. So I guess for now, that's pretty much the best we can do until we can actually unassemble these things and make these fold up and down so we can actually store it in the garage and so on. This is going to have to do. And I still need to put all of the track that goes under the wheat field to collect everything. But now that I've seen what it's actually going to be doing to my fields, I'm not sure I want to trash the entire thing because it's going to rip out all the tall green bits, it's going to rip out all the dry grass, and our field's always going to look horrible. So we have put in all this work to do this, but I'm wondering if maybe we leave the actual farming to the farms over there. And I've actually just edited this video up to this point, and well, it's quite long. So I guess that's going to have to wait for the next episode. But so far, since we've added these steam and rails ports, the one thing I really wanted to use didn't work, which was using a wrench on a train station to be able to disassemble trains. But hopefully we'll get that in future. And the good news is, once we have built up the farms over here, we can potentially look at starting to build our very first monorail, because we're going to need to go to a new location for some of the future projects. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Perfect World post-production, we discovered a port of steam and rails to create 6 and Minecraft 121.1, then made quick use of it by designing a hover tractor and trailer. However, by the end of the episode, we decided we didn't want to destroy our wheat field after all, partly because as the field is not flat, it wouldn't really harvest all of this stuff, so it would just look really weird, because it would end up harvesting in patches, mostly down here and at the top, and maybe a few random bits on the hill, which is going to look awful, but it would also destroy all of our dry grass and our tall grass and things like that, and just make the field look very, very messy or bland, depending on whether it's just been cut or not. And I don't really want all my hard work to get decimated like that. But we do still need wheat, as well as all the other crops, and that's what this field over here is going to be for. And as I did mention last episode, thanks to you folks, we've got lots of ideas of different things we can try over here, so we can try and do better at making it fit in with the solar punk theme. There have been so many ideas, though, I don't really know what route to take, or how some of these options could look, and to be honest, I barely even know what some of them even are. So we're going to have a creative world day today, at least to begin with. This way we can quickly try a few things and hopefully come to a decision on how we're going to move forward. But just before we jump over to a flat world, I have some news. If you want Hightail content, as well as a bunch of other games, I have a brand new variety gaming channel. Currently playing Hightail, but we will be playing other games in future, so if that's of interest to you, please do go check that out. For now though, as the sun goes down, let's jump into a nice bright flat world. There we go, a nice new flat world. It didn't stay flat for long, however. I did grab a schematic of our field, which, to be honest, I'm not sure if we're going to leave it like this or not. We're probably going to change it depending on what kind of farm we go with. And the first thing I'm going to try is something called agrivoltics. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly or not. It's a word I'd never heard of before. But basically, it's mixing crops and solar panels. A bit like this, this, and this. So I guess if we were going to do something like that, what we'd probably want is a line of veggies. Let's just stick a few rows in for now. And I think double wide rows would make sense. So something like that. And then we would have solar panels over the top. So let me think about spacing. We're probably not going to want solar panels on every row. But if, for example, we had 4 rows, we could have solar panels here. Put these bearings facing in. Nice big girder across here. So if we were to do something like that, let's just get all this glued together. Turn all of these blue because they look a bit more solar panel-y that way. Set this to only place when anchor destroyed. I guess we don't really need one of them on this side. We could just put that in. Then we'll turn them 45 degrees. I mean, that is pretty cool. I quite like that. But would these strips in the middle here be coarse dirt perchance? Or in fact, maybe dirt path would work better? I mean, I'll tell you what, this does actually look quite nice. Thinking about it, what we can maybe do is actually hydrate the fields. And with the addition of another row and a higher tick rate, I think that's actually looking pretty good. I like that. The question now is, how are we going to harvest the fields? So we could run our hover plow down the middle here and plow either side, but I don't think that's going to look particularly good. So we probably want something a little bit smaller that kind of goes up and down these aisles. So if we were to, for example, use phantom rail, that doesn't destroy the blocks underneath. Okay, that's good. I was worried it might turn them back to dirt. But the problem with phantom rail is the turning circle on these things. It's, yeah, we're not going to be able to get in to there. So we're going to miss like 3 rows. And there's not a narrow gauge version of this invisible track. So yeah, we won't be using this, I don't think. So our next option would be to hide narrow gauge track underneath. But once again, we're still not really going to get a good turning circle. It's still going to be like that. So it's going to end up with a really weird route, kind of doing laps and circles. So I guess we're not going to do that either. And that pretty much only leaves us with one option. And that is going to be to use minecart contraptions. So if we were to bury some track down here, we can still put blocks over the top. And then we can make some little harvesters out of minecart contraptions. So that might be the way to go. And as long as we make sure that all of these rails are powered, hopefully we won't have any problems with chunk borders and things like that. So now I need to design some kind of a harvester machine. And because we've got these just in 2 wide, we could probably do something quite small, just using 2 harvesters like that. And if that went up and down every row, we would be able to harvest everything. But I don't know what I want this bot to look like. Let's go over here, put down some pairs of harvesters, and come up with a few designs, and we'll see what we want to go with. So let's start with a wheelie bot. Maybe stick a vault as its chest piece. We're going to need to get all of this connected up, so let's do this. And then we just need some kind of arms. And I'm thinking these levers might work quite well. Yeah, I quite like that. Let's give him a face. And we'll use the smart observer for that. Although I'll tell you what, that chest doesn't look right, does it? Is there something else we can use? Let's try maybe this shipping container. Okay, that's cool. He's got the 2 little lines on the front. Makes it a bit more interesting. Let's just put his arms back in. Can we maybe give him a back tank? No, it doesn't attach. Okay, let's not bother with that. How about giving him some solar power? I don't know, he looks a bit tall, really, doesn't he? He looks a bit silly. Maybe no solar power for you. How about a link? No, don't like that. Looks pretty good on your back, though. There may be a redstone link on top. Let's just set that to receive so you get the cool little aerial. Okay, so he's a bit chunky. I'm not sure on that one. Maybe let's try something a bit shorter, because we don't need to make sure that there's storage on this thing. We can always hide the storage underground as part of the contraption. How would I connect these, though? Maybe the bite blocks? That could work. If we put one, say, there and there, or there and there, or there and there. I think there and there is probably best, but I don't like the chest area. Maybe, yeah, look at that. That's cool. Do we want a redstone link on top again? Yeah, I quite like this guy, but we're not done yet. Let's try something a bit more quirky. Some of you may recognize this as our good friend Dave from the Just Create SMP, when he's had a body upgrade, but it's fairly similar. I guess we'd have to use the bite blocks again here. Maybe like that this time. I mean, he's pretty cool as well. Wonder if we just adjust this guy's arms a little bit. Maybe something more like that, or like that, maybe. I mean, they're all pretty good. I think this guy might be my favorite, though. So let's just lay down a bunch of rail. In fact, we should probably cut out a channel along the route we want him to take. So I've got a rail in that runs underneath the farm. Let's just get all of this glued together. Right, that should be everything. So if I give this some power, he should go off and harvest everything. Oh, yes. Look at him go. Yeah, I like that. He's going to go all the way back now, of course, because we've not told him to do anything else. But yeah, that's cool. I actually really like this. So this is one potential farming method. I do like it. Whether we're going to do it or not, I don't know, because we've got some other things to try. So next up, we're going to look at hydroponics. So I've dumped down another new field over here, and we're going to try this out. And to be honest, it's probably going to be fairly similar to that over there in terms of layout. So I'm going to quickly grab the bottom section of this. Let's just quickly make that schematic. Dump that on the ground around about there. Beautiful. Now for this one, we won't need water patches in the fields because we have these sprinklers. With these, you just put a sprinkler on a pipe and then it will hydrate the ground around it. And apparently you can also pour lava on a cow. Who knew? But what I don't know is what the range of these sprinklers are. So let's quickly do some science. So over in this corner, let's just put down a creative tank of water. Put in a nice big pipe, mechanical pump, cog, another pipe with a block on the ends just so it doesn't leak everywhere. And then we'll stick on a mechanical pump, turn that up to max, and put a sprinkler underneath. So that is the center point. What I want to know is how far out does the hydration go? So from what I can tell, it's only going to do a 5x5 area. So let's just leave that running for a little while and see what happens. In the meantime, if we were going to do that, we would need to have hydroponics down every other row of crops. So let's get some girders, and we've got some pipes. I reckon you're probably going to want it at about that height. Then have the pipes in there like that. Then I guess you'd use brackets to attach this to the girder. Now, it does occur to me that I'm actually going to need to power these things as well, because it's going to need pumps running along the top. So let's get rid of these girders. Put in a shaft instead, because the pumps themselves only go 16 blocks. So we're going to need to put in additional pumps everywhere we need them. In fact, I've got a better idea. Let's put all this girder back in again. Then if we put a pump in there instead, so something like that does work. The crops are being watered. Then we'd have the same kind of harvester bots that we've got at the one over there. But I'll be honest, I can imagine with a whole field of these going on, it's going to get quite framey because of all the particles coming from the water, which has actually run out. Let me just quickly chuck a creative tank at the top here. There we go. But yeah, I can imagine the frames dropping quite a lot with so many particles going on if we had an entire field doing that. And from a looks perspective, I do think that one over there with all the solar panels looks better. But also, there's nothing to stop us from doing a combination of both, depending on the crop type. But yeah, I don't think I want to explore this one any further for now. Next up, we're going to take a look at vertical farming, or more specifically, vertical greenhouses. Now, we did do greenhouses before in Perfect World 1. In fact, we had 10 giant greenhouses with lots of sprinklers in, and, well, the frames there were absolutely awful. So we're not going to repeat that. So yeah, we're not going to be doing giant greenhouses over here. Unless they're vertical, in which case we might do. And there was also a suggestion of doing, like, little farm domes. So, like, if you imagine just little glass domes that go over some of the farms with their own sort of power and spinning things going on. But that's exactly what Throwlash did in Just Create Season 1, and I don't want to be doing the same thing. I think he pretty much nailed those designs. So let's try something new, a vertical greenhouse. So I guess we should start by making another field. Right, so a vertical farm. First off, let's stick a farm in the ground. So once we get this row in, that is the standard amount of land that you can hydrate with one water block. However, I feel like a vertical farm should potentially be round. So if we were to stick in more water in, say, these spots, then we'll just try and round this off. So something a bit more like that. And as it's a vertical farm, we're going to need more layers. So let's build up another layer here, and then we can just duplicate that to get like 5 or so maybe. And I'm thinking maybe what we actually want is a double layer. Then we can replace that bottom layer of grass with something else so that there's proper levels in between each farm and it's not just floating dirt. So I'm actually going to dig out this bottom bottom layer again. And we'll replace the ceiling with smooth stone. And then we're going to need some kind of light source. And the thing we've got easiest access to is currently the shroom lights. But we can also stick them into a chipped table and get these ones, maybe, the hive ones. We'll try the smooth ones as well. And maybe one in the middle. So that provides light on each level. I'm thinking, let's replace this outer edge of dirt with some more of this diorite. So we should probably do the same on the floor here as well. Because I want to keep the same size of circle, but we don't need all of it to be crops, I suppose. So we'll make sure we put water in the same spots as well. Plant some more seeds. Now, if we just grab a schematic of this, we can dump a few more in a big, tall column. Right, there we go. There's 5 fields of crops. Now, the question is, how do we want to harvest these? And what with it being a round farm, I think harvesters going around in a circle makes the most sense. So I'm going to have to take out a little bit of that and take out a little bit of that. Let's put some harvesters on here. We'll just have to replant these crops once everything's moving. And instead of having something running right up through the middle of all the farms that spins round, I think I want to have a circle on the outside that goes round, if that makes sense, which it probably doesn't. Let me see if I can show you what I mean. So we'll start by just putting a little bit of a structure here, using girders, obviously. We do love a girder. We'll bring that all the way up to the top here. Then we'll just do the same thing on the next row up with more harvesters, attach it to the frame, and so on. Let's just get this done on every level. So that's all of those in, and what we're going to do is we've got a windmill bearing here. We're going to stick a mechanical bearing underneath, set that to only place when anchor is destroyed. So we're going to use these windmill sail frames, get everything glued together. Then we need to glue this entire thing together. Thankfully, it should be quite easy. It's very square. Just lots of lines of super glue. And we're also going to want some kind of a collection system. So for now, let's just stick one of these in here. And we'll have another one here with a funnel. That burns it all in lava, because we don't actually need it right now. But I think we're all glued together. This is set to only place when anchor destroyed. So in theory, I should just be able to do this. And there we go. We have a vertical farm. Just need to replace all the crops that I damaged. And I would, of course, need to put storage on here as well, because currently it's just going to break everything and then leave it laying on the ground. But for a vertical farm concept, that kind of works. There is a problem, though. It currently has no support structure whatsoever, so we'd need to do something probably in the middle here. So perhaps something like that, so it looks like it's actually being supported. Just something that's a bit chunkier than this. Or, of course, we could put a structure on the outside so you can't really see the stuff floating inside, but I'm not sure how I feel about that. Because we're going to want a lot of natural light in here, which means we're probably going to want a lot of glass. But once again, we wouldn't be able to put them on the bottom here, because then everything's just going to clip through, and that's going to look really weird. So yeah, I like the idea. I like the concept, but it just doesn't feel very rural to me. Whereas this farm and this farm feel much more rural. So maybe this is something we should save for if and when we get to doing like a more futuristic solar punky type city. I think this would fit really well with something like that, but I don't think it's going to look right sitting in my fields. So there are options. We've got hydroponics, although to be a true hydroponic setup, this should probably be in a greenhouse as well. But as I say, we did do that on Perfect World 1. We've got the vertical farm ideas, which I do like, but I think we should save for the city. So that means I think we're actually just going to be sticking with our first idea. I say our first idea. None of these are my ideas. These have all come from the comments with multiple people suggesting all of these things. But I do think I like this idea the most. It's going to look aesthetically pleasing. We can make use of the field we've already got. We get to make some cool little robots and things that go around. I mean, what's not to like with a plan like that? Although I do think I am going to reshape the field a bit. I don't really want this sticky out bit here, so I'm probably just going to bring that along over this way, and then we'll have this whole area here as our crop fields and solar fields. And I've already forgotten the word of what that's called. Agrovoltaics, that's it. Right, let's go back to the main world. Alrighty, so we have a plan. We just need to figure out how we're going to execute it. And I think the first thing we're actually going to do is sort out this edge of the field. I really don't like this. So let's just grab a few wall making blocks and we'll get that shape sorted out. that feels like a much better field shape. We can just use this area over here for trees or something like that later on. I don't know, we'll figure that out. But I think the next step is going to be working out the field layout and exactly what crops we're going to be growing here. We're probably not going to grow everything over here. You know, I mean, we do need quite a lot of things like wheat and carrots so that we can keep the meat farms running, as well as wheat and carrots for ourselves. We're not going to need quite so much of things like the lettuce, tomatoes, onions, and so on, so they can be smaller patches, I guess. And thinking about it, what we could actually do with this space here is put in a building to use for the processing and collection of the crops, maybe? I don't know. For now, let's go grab a hoe, some water, and just start working out the field layout, which I think for the most part is just going to be lots of roads like we did in the test world, going all the way down this way. But I think I want to have a central clear area that sort of goes at this angle here. Although, do we even need a road going right through the middle? What we could do is just have a small sort of yard area here, and then literally just have rows that go all the way across as they go further back. That might actually look a bit better. And something else I'm going to do is actually move this gate here to open it that way. Then it's just a bit more out of the way. Right, let's go get a hoe, get some water, set our brightness to the right level. I didn't even notice it was nighttime. And it is going to be a mixed field, so we don't need to worry about separating out the different areas. We're just going to make a giant crop field and plant lots of stuff and things. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is just start with the paths. So we want to be having them 2 wide all the way down. And I've got to do this over pretty much the entire field. To say that was quite satisfying. It's just annoying I am going to have to dig all of this up later to lay the rails, but that's a problem for future, Beardy. For now, I want to get the water in. And we're going to do the same thing we did in our test world, which is to put a bucket of water under a trapdoor every 9 blocks on the path. And then we can skip 2 rows and do it again. And we've got to do that over the whole field. So I best get to work. That's everything hydrated. Now it's time to hoe the land. Oops. I just broke my hoe. Let's go make a new one. And maybe we should put unbreaking as well as mending on it this time. We've got plenty of emeralds. Do we have any books? Yes. So let's make another diamond hoe. Grab some levels. And hope we start off with some good enchants. I mean, that's pretty good. Then we'll buy mending from this guy. Still selling them for 1. What a legend. Put that on there. There we go. Right, back to the fields. Oh, and after quite a lot of effort, we are done, at least with all of that part. I think the next thing I want to do is get in the solar panels, and then we'll work out what crops we're going to put where. But for the solar panels, I'm going to need a whole lot of quartz. To be honest, I don't know how much I've actually got. So I've got 342, which means I can make 114 daylight detectors. That is a tiny fraction of what I'm going to need. So what's the best way to get it? We can, of course, go to the nether and mine it. We can crush down diorite for a 25% chance. We can wash soul sand, we can wash gold, or we can literally just chop up quartz. Right. So first question, how much diorite do we have? A reasonable amount. So we'll smash all that up, but I don't know how far that's actually going to get us. So let's see what that gets us. I mean, that's going to get us another stack of daylight sensors, but we're still going to want more. The problem is I've built so many solar panels already, I've used up all the quartz I did have. So yeah, we got 4 and a bit stacks from that. So that tells me we're probably going to be better off mining in the nether than we would be mining in the overworld. So let's dump all that in there. I'm going to make myself some fire resistance potions. So I need magma cream. Put some water bottles in there. We'll mix up some awkward potions. Oh, and we're going to want redstone as well. So then we put magma cream in there. That is going to turn these awkward potions into fire resistance potions. And the redstone dust is going to make them 8-minute potions instead of 3 minutes. Right, so let's grab our drill, go into the nether, and just generally hope for the best, really. And I believe I dug a hole somewhere around here. Aha, there it is. But what we're going to do is make sure we're grabbing every bit of quartz we see along the way. We need lots of this stuff. And we might not even need to use the drill because there's probably so much in the walls that we can already scour off. All right, let's just fly down here and gather everything we can, I guess. Well, I grabbed all I could from the corridors. We got about 450 there. So now we're digging out more corridors. I think we're going to need probably a good few thousand of this. So I'm back in the drill warehouse. I'm going to put all of the quartz I picked up in there, so that's quite a lot. But we're also going to wait for this thing to offload because this has probably got lots in it as well. We've done quite well on ancient debris so far as well. We're fully offloaded and we have 4,888 quartz. So hopefully we can now make a whole load of daylight sensors. So it looks like I'm going to need a bunch more glass. So let's cook up a whole bunch of sand. Dump all that back in storage. And we'll see how many of these we can make now. About 700 or so by the looks of it. So let's just throw all of this. Let my backpack pick it all up. Now if I use the crafting table in my backpack, I can just hold shift and it will just keep refilling the recipe. So yeah, we've got about 900 of them now. That should be enough to make a decent dent. Let's grab loads of super glue. We're going to need that. We're going to need mechanical bearings. We're going to need some valves. We're going to need girders. We're going to need a lot more girders than that. I think we might need to go flatten some iron. So let's get the iron going. Then we're going to turn all that into girders. We're going to make a whole bunch of these diagonal ones as well. I think they're going to come in handy. And that should be enough to get us started on these solar farms. And I think we're going to have them every other row. Or at least we'll start with that. And if it looks too much, then we'll switch it to every 3 rows. And my plan here is to try 2 different styles. So first up, we'll do the same as we did in the creative world. So we'll put the mechanical bearing there, the valve on the end. Set that to only place when anchor destroyed. We'll do each panel as 5 wide. Make sure they're connected. Get it all glued together. Then we need to turn all the panels blue and then rotate it. For the second one, however, I just want to try a different style of brackets on the bottom. I'm thinking a shaft and some brackets might look quite cool. Then if we put brackets on the bottom here, do the rotating, and what do we prefer the look of? I think the shafts look a little bit more detailed. They just kind of give it a little bit more from this side. From this side, doesn't really make too much difference, but I think I like it. So let's turn this one to a shaft, and we'll see how many of these solar panels we can get in before we run out of daylight sensors. We're making some progress, but I've run out of daylight sensors. Thankfully, I think it was just a lack of glass as opposed to a lack of quartz that we didn't get to make more. Let's go check. Yep, it's definitely a lack of glass, but we also don't have any sand left to turn into glass, but we've got plenty of gravel that we can turn into sand. So it looks like we've got a bit of processing to do. So let's turn all of this into sand, and then we'll cook all that into glass. And now we can make a whole lot more panels and get that field finished, hopefully. Well, it's taken all afternoon and a couple of trips to go make more glass so we can actually make more solar panels, or daylight sensors, I should say. But it's all in and it's looking pretty good. However, it's going to look a whole lot better once we get some crops on the bottom level. What I need to do, however, is go find my checklist again and figure out exactly what crops we actually want to grow on this field. So let's do cabbage, tomato, potato, carrot, onion, wheat, beetroot, berries. So that's 8 different crops. I mean, we could potentially do melons and pumpkins as well, but I'm not sure if the harvesters actually pick those up, do they? Let's quickly jump back into our testing world, grab some pumpkins and some melons, and let's just find out. No, they don't. So we won't be harvesting them in this field. We've already done the mushrooms. We're not going to do glowberries. And one other thing that we need to harvest that isn't on this list is rice. And I think we can do that in this field as well. We'll just flood an area of it. So I've collected a whole bunch of seeds from the small farm we already have. So we've got 8 crops plus the rice. And I don't have enough of all of these crops to actually fill up everything that I would want to. But we're going to see how far we can get. And we're just going to mix all the crops. So basically every row is going to be a different crop, and we'll just do that all the way throughout the field. I will make sure, however, that I'm planting extra wheat and extra carrots, because as I say, we're going to need lots of those for the animals in there. So we'll probably dedicate a whole area at the back there just to those things. And you may be asking, does one man really need this many crops? The answer is no. I'm just doing this because I wanted to, and I thought it would look cool. And the other thing is, this whole farm is only going to work when I have the area loaded, and this means that I can just AFK for an hour or so, and then probably never need to AFK again. At least that's the hope. There we go. That is looking so much better with all the crops in, and it will look even better once they actually grow. But now we need to sort out the harvesting, and that's where we start to run into a bit of a problem. We are going to need so much rail to get all of this done, and because it's going over lots of different chunks, I want to make sure it's all powered rails, so that as chunks load and unload, the minecarts just sort of carry on moving. At least that's the hope. I'm thinking we'll put controller rails on the edge of every chunk border, and then if a cart does stop, when we then reload the chunks, it will be on a powered one of these, so it should start moving again. So we're going to need lots of these, which means we need lots of electron tubes, and we're going to need lots of powered rail as well, which basically means we're going to need lots and lots of gold. Much more gold than I currently have, although when I was in the nether I did make sure I dug up all the gold I came across, so we do have 1,000 nuggets here, which I guess is probably going to get us some ingots. 112. But we basically need 1 gold ingot for each piece of rail, so we're going to need thousands. And if we have a look in storage, I think I've only got 100 or 2 in there as well. That's optimistic of me. I have 22 ingots, I have 2 raw gold, and I have 666 gold nuggets. So let's just quickly convert them into ingots as well. So now we have 186. So before we can finish the field over there, we're going to need to make ourselves a gold farm, I think. But we don't have time to do that in this episode, so I guess that's what we're doing in the next one. But thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye now. I've got a problem. Last time on Perfect World post-production, we built this massive field, filled it with solar panels, and planted lots and lots of crops. And we even designed a cool little robot that's going to harvest them. But in order to make sure that harvesting doesn't go wrong, and doesn't stop when we load and unload chunks, we end up with robots stuck all over the fields, I want to make sure that I'm using powered rails and those ones with the little arrows on it all the time. The problem with that is it's going to take thousands of gold to make that happen, and I've only got about 100 or so. So we've got a couple of options. We could go to the desert, go digging and dig up loads of gold. We could go to the nether and go dig up loads of gold there. Or we can make some kind of a gold farm. And that's where the problem lies. I think I do want to do a gold farm, but I don't want to be building the gold farm over here in this area. The whole reason we still have a very temporary iron farm over there is that I want to put iron, gold, and all things like that in a whole new area altogether. But I'm not ready to move to that new area yet, because I've told myself I won't move there until I build a monorail to that place. And I don't even know where that place is yet. But I'm not going to be able to start up a new town until I build a station, get a monorail in, and so on. But I still need a lot of gold, and I want a gold farm. I could probably do with a quartz farm as well with the amount I'm using for solar panels. So I think what we're going to do is I might just put down a big stone platform, build the gold farm on top of it, and maybe a quartz farm as well, because we can get quartz and a little bit of gold, I believe, from soul sand, although that's not the best way to get gold. But then we can just glue the whole thing together, and when we do move to a new zone, we can just take it with us, and in the meantime it can just produce us lots of gold. But it is going to be a bit of an eyesore, and I don't really want to put it somewhere where it's going to be in the way. So what I might actually do is just go over there to that tiny little bit of land right there, those sort of 6 or 7 blocks of sand, build a nice platform off that, and just build a gold farm that works. And we won't worry about how it looks. It's been a while since we've done something like that. So first up, let's just grab a whole load of blocks and build that platform. We now have a reasonable sized platform. That should be big enough to build a gold and potentially quartz farm on. But now I need to actually work out what I need to do to make those farms. So to get gold nuggets, we can crush down ochrum or gold ore stuff. Yep, that's obvious. Okay, that's not helpful at all. We can bulk blast, also not helpful. So washing is going to be the way to do it. So we can wash red sand for a 12% chance to get 3 and some dead bushes. We can wash soul sand for a 2% chance to get 1. So great for quartz, terrible for gold. And of course we can wash crushed raw gold. So basically we need to be making red sand. To make red sand we need to crush granite. To make granite we need to mix quartz and diorite. Yep, that looks like the only way. Quartz we know we can get from washing soul sand. Diorite we get from quartz and cobblestone. So basically we need quartz. We need lots and lots and lots of quartz. And then from that we can actually start making all the other things. So I think we're going to need a factory diagram for this one. Or actually we could also get red sand from terracotta. That might make more sense. To make terracotta, we of course need clay, and to get clay, we just need to get clay balls, which we get of course from crushing down sand or from washing sand. So maybe that's the route we should take. Still gonna need a factory diagram though. Let's grab some terracotta, some clay. Now let's make a quick little wall to do our diagram on, but it should be fairly straightforward, I think. So we'll start with cobble. So we're gonna crush cobble into gravel. We'll crush the gravel into sand, and that's also gonna give us a bit of flint. We'll wash the sand into clay, and I think we'll actually get a bit of clay from that too. We'll turn the clay into clay blocks. Clay blocks into terracotta, terracotta into red sand, and then red sand into gold. Then on this side, we're going to get gravel to make sand, to make soul sand, which will then give us quartz and a tiny bit of gold. So this is basically what we're making. So we're going to need crushing wheels here and here. Then we need to wash the sand. Then we need to compact the clay. Then we need to cook the clay into terracotta. Then we need to crush that into red sand. Then we need to wash that into gold. So basically lots of crushers, cookers, and washers. And it's pretty much the same down here as well. It's just crush there, haunt there, and then wash. So I guess I'm going to need a whole lot of bolts and crushing wheels and belts and shafts and other create bits and bobs. Let's see what we can scavenge up. So I've gathered a whole bunch of create stuff that should enable us to actually make these farms, but it does occur to me I'm probably going to want space underground to be able to run things that I want hidden. So with that in mind, what we're going to do is actually raise this platform up to here and quickly just build another floor, and then we've got plenty of space underneath to run storage drawers and power and all that sort of stuff. There we go, that's better. Now we can build the farm up here and put all the logistical stuff down here. And speaking of logistics, we need to get power over here, and I think for that we're just going to put some janky chain drives in. And let's attach one there, jam this one up under here, and then we'll just connect it jankily to that. So I'm fully aware it's going through blocks and doesn't look right, but because that gold farm over there is not going to be permanent, that's not really a problem. For now, we just needed power. Power we have. So let's just extend that to here. And this is the spot we'll start our farm. And like pretty much every farm in Create, we're going to start with a cobble generator. And we're going to do a nice big cobble generator, I think. So we'll start with a max size vault. We're going to put a bunch of brass funnels on the top here to collect the cobble. Because I believe if you do it with funnels instead of chutes, you can actually collect more cobble by putting on multiple drills. Not sure if that's true or not, but we're going to do it anyway, just in case. I know we've tried it before with chutes on a previous series and it didn't work, but apparently funnels can accept stuff quicker or something. I don't know. Either way, we'll try it and find out soon. So we are going to put 2 rows of drills on, block up the sides here because we're going to need to hold lava on that central bit. Then we'll use a bunch of encased chain drives here and just do the same on every side. But if you've been around the channel for a while, you've probably seen me build this a million times by now anyway. So let's get rid of those 3 bits there. Then we need shafts there, gearbox, shafts, and then that will power the drills. Wonderful. Let's turn that off for now, though, just while we set this up properly. Because what we need to do is actually grab something I've forgotten, which is a little bit of cobble. And to make sure this works as intended, what we actually need to do is put cobble in the spots where cobble will generate. Then thinking about it, we're going to need to quickly just block off the bottom bit here of these drills and these side bits here. Then we need to waterlog each of these drills, and you have to do all of this before you turn the machine on, otherwise it won't work properly and you'll just end up with obsidian. We're going to get these waterlogged on both sides. So that's everything waterlogged, both sides done. Then we need to put lava in between all of these bits. Now when we turn it on, we should get cobble nice and fast. Yep, look at that. We've got 309 already in just a few seconds. Wow, that's actually going up incredibly fast. Wonderful stuff. Feels like those top ones might actually be making a difference now that we're using funnels. But anyway, that's step 1 complete. Next up, we need to grind all that down into gravel. Then, of course, we need to turn it all into sand, and that happens on both of these tracks. And it's at that point that we need to split some off to make quartz, and the rest we'll send off to make gold. So I guess we just need lots of crushing wheels now. So now we've got the cobble coming in, I want to be able to move this around nice and easily. So what we're actually going to do is feed this on a belt. In fact, we might as well do it over at this side here. And we're going to feed that into a storage drawer system. I think I brought everything I needed with me. Drawer controller IO, that's what we need there. We're going to have an input and an output there. Then we're going to stick a gearbox in there, a couple of shafts, and another gearbox. And perfect. Right, we just need a system for this to actually go into now. So if we go under here, this is why we needed space underneath. I'm going to bring this pretty much to the middle of the platform here, and then put in a drawer controller. And if we put a drawer there, that should take a second. Connect. And then start filling up with cobble. Excellent. I just need to give it a couple of upgrades because we want lots of cobble. And I should probably grab the drawer keys as well, just so we can see what's actually going on. So we'll lock it, and we'll do quantify. Look at that, thousands of cobble already, wonderful. But now what that means is I don't need to do one giant connected machine. I can actually just come over here now, for example, put in some crushing wheels and just call stuff directly from the storage. And I think that's exactly what we're going to do. So how many crushing wheels do we want to turn all of this into gravel? I mean, it's coming in incredibly quickly, so maybe let's start with 4. In fact, I think if we compact this, we could probably get away with doing 6. So if we punch a hole there, there, and there. Put spruce trim there. We'll connect that up to the system shortly. Put drawer controllers here. And do the same thing on this side. I have a feeling we're going to need more drawer controllers for this build. I only brought 10 or so with me. We're almost out already. Then we'll do more here. Once again, more funnels. Then we're going to need vertical gearboxes. Oh, actually, I've done these a bit too close together. I'm not going to be able to make this work, am I? So let's quickly just move all of this over. So let's think this through a bit more. If we were to put one here, then the next one is going to have to go there. So that way these aren't going to connect and they're not going to interfere with each other. And then we can put a third row there. Right, that should work. And then if we connect these shafts together here, and that's all the belts in. And I think we're going to go down below to get the power for this. So if we were to go here, are they going the right way? They are. Wonderful. And then we can just do that to get all these ones going the right way as well. Shafts in the middle to get the gearboxes spinning. Should probably connect all this up as well. All right, looking good. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to quickly unpower this for now, just while we do the rest of the setup. So we need funnels on all of these that are grabbing cobble. Then a funnel going in there that's just doing its thing. Then we need more funnels here grabbing cobble, and a few more collection ones there. Then we just need to add the crushing wheels, and we should be good to start making gravel. And I think we get flint from this as well. And we'll keep some of the flint, but then we'll probably put a void upgrade on the box that it's going into, because we don't need loads of flint. I'd say that's quite compact. It's looking good, although let's just move these over to the inside here. Just a bit tidier. Right, let's get that connected. Then all we need to do is connect this up to the system. Right, there we go. Now we've got gravel trying to get in everywhere. Perfect. So if we stick another drawer down here, and do we need another one for flint? Nope, I guess we don't get flint until we actually grind up the gravel. That actually makes sense. So chuck a couple of upgrades on that as well. Look at that, we've got 53k cobble. Excellent. Question is, are we crushing it quicker than we generate it? And it looks like we are. Not massively though, so we're not completely off with our numbers. We could probably have gotten away with maybe 1 or 2 less of these. In fact, let's do a test. If we turn off these 2, do we generate more cobble than we destroy? I mean, it's looking a lot more stable, isn't it? In fact, we're actually still crushing more than we produce, but at a much slower rate. But that tells me we can get away with having 2 less crushing wheels, so let's do that. At least 2 less crushing wheels over here for gravel. We are, however, going to need more crushing wheels for sand. I think I'm just going to do the same thing again, but put it over here. In fact, what I can actually do is just attach them directly to the back of these ones and make use of these drawer controllers we've already got. But I do need to go get some more drawer controllers. I think we've got a bunch in storage. I'm pretty sure I accidentally made a stack when I first made them. Yep, we've got 30 in there. Perfect. So let's quickly get this extended out, and then we should have sand and, I think, flint coming in. Feels good to be building a big factory. So it's all built up. I just need to put the filters on for gravel. Then we just need a bit of power. Now, if we add more drawers, we should start getting sand and flint. There we go. So I put a couple of upgrades on there. I'm only going to put one upgrade on the flint, and then I'm going to add a void upgrade. So that means it will store a certain amount, and then any extra will just get binned off, which is exactly what we want. We don't want to keep loads of flint. At least not for now, but that might come in handy in future, so we'll see. But let's go check our chart and see where we're at. Wait a sec, do we get clay coming out of this as well? We do, and that's why we do a chart. So next up, there's two things we want to do. This is where the farm splits. What we want to do mostly is actually wash the sand so we get clay. But in addition to that, we do want to take some sand, we want to haunt it, and we want to then turn that into quartz and a little bit of gold. But let's do this top one here first. I need to eat, I can't move very fast. There we go. So we're basically producing a stack of sand at a time here. So if we set up a little system that has, say, 3 washers and then 1 haunter, and to power those, we're going to want to do that. And we'll send a bit down into the floor. Then we can just still power from down below. Now, there's 2 ways you can do washing. You can let the wind blow the items across as they get washed, and that means there's not really a limit to how much you can have going into the machine at once. Or, of course, we can drop items onto belts and then have them do a belt load of stuff at a time. And because those fans are going to be going at full speed, we could probably have some quite long belts if we wanted to, so we can fit loads on. But at least this way, as the machine gets backed up, it won't keep dropping entities onto a block here, and we're kind of controlling a little bit more how much entities are in the world, or how many entities are in the world, I should say, if I'm going to use English. So let's go with the belt method. And then what we're going to do is use smart chutes, with which we will filter for sand. And then we're going to need to put some of those things on top, the draw controllers. Put those on top there. Bit of trim in the middle. And we'll send that through the floor to connect. Then at this side, more spruce trim, more draw controllers, and some funnels that are going to need a filter. So if we grab these, 3 of those should do. We'll put sand in it and tell it to deny sand. That should do the trick. Now, I need to get power to these belts, so let's use the gap in the middle here. If I wrench that one, should do it. And then we just got to get this connected to the rest of the system. See what direction everything's spinning. Entirely the wrong direction. So let's just put a gearbox in there. That should send all that cobble back in. There we go. Perfect. But now these fans are going the wrong way. So I guess we're going to do things a little bit differently. Let's put one of those in there. Get some casings in to block that bit off. And instead of powering the belts underneath, if we do it on top here instead, then that means I can remove that. Get the fans blowing in the right direction. Although they're not blowing through the chutes. Probably should have thought of that. Okay, we're going to need to redo this section at the top here because the fans do need to be able to blow through. So what we're going to do is shorten those belts there slightly. We're going to move all of this. And if we have belts that go down to the ground here, then we can take out the floor down there, put the spruce trim in, draw controllers on top, funnels here that we filter the sand through, and then we just need a soul campfire to put in front of there and a couple of leaf blocks with some water for there, and then we're going to be able to wash all of this row and haunt all of that row. Right, that should do it. Now I just need to get the belts going in the right direction, so let's take out that bit there, put in a chain drive, stick another chain drive on top. So then if we put a shaft and then a gearbox, everything's now going in the right direction. I just need to do that. Perfect. Right, let's go get a soul campfire and some leaves, and then we should be good to finish this section off. So a soul campfire on that one. That's going to haunt things. Then we'll put leaves and water. That's going to wash things. And I'll tell you what, to tidy this up a little bit, what I could actually do is just link the power directly underneath there, which of course means it's now going in the wrong direction. So let's stick another gearbox in. Beautiful. So I just need to connect up the trim now, and that is going to be very straightforward. So here comes the sand. There we go. That's now getting converted. So it's taking about 15 seconds roughly to convert, but it is converting quite a lot at once when it does. So I need more storage drawers. Need to chuck some upgrades on that as well, actually. In fact, I only need 1 extra drawer. The only additional thing we're making here is soul sand. Other than that, we're pretty much just making lots and lots of clay. So yeah, the belts are being cleared. Perfect. Let's just add a few andesite casings and tidy this up a little bit. All right, so the next thing we need to do is to actually wash the soul sand so that we can then get quartz, and we need to compact the clay. So let's just quickly finish this one off first. I think an easy solution to that would actually be just to extend this one here by another row. So if we just filter for soul sand there, get some belts in, just do this whole thing again. Oh, and I'm going to need a filter as well to add soul sand to a deny list. Put that on there, connect those up. There goes the soul sand. Perfect. Then I just need a fan there, and I need more leaves. I only brought 2 with me. I probably should have just picked up a stack. I mean, there is more washing to be done after all. So leaves and water. Let's just make sure we are getting quartz and gold here, but that should be correct. And of course, make you look nice. There we go, quartz and gold nuggets, but mostly quartz. So we need some new boxes. 1 for quartz and 1 for gold nuggets. Let's get those locked. Alrighty, so now we need compactors. And we don't need loads of space for compactors. It's basically just going to be 2 belts that are going to need to be 4 bits long. In fact, we don't need compactors at all. Got a much better idea. We can just use compacting drawers. So let's grab these upgrades, put them on here instead. Put gold nuggets in there. In fact, I've got a better idea. Maybe we should put clay in this one. So let's just quickly disconnect this drawer here. We'll empty that into here in just a moment. But if we put a 3-tier compacting drawer here, then we can put the gold in that one. Right, let's quickly empty this. Chuckle that in there. Okay, perfect. So that's this one completely done now, and this one we're all the way up to here. So next up we need to cook the clay into terracotta, and the clay's not coming in massively fast, so I reckon we can probably get away with just the 1 cooker for this. I think we're once again just going to extend this. So let's get our belts in, put a funnel at this end with a deny filter for clay. I have a filter here to take out the clay, and we need a fan. We need another one of those. Let's block that in and make it look nice. Then we just need to get some lava in here, but lava being lava, we're going to need to do something like that just to contain it. So let's remove that, put a bucket of lava in there, and I guess I can't have glass there. That needs to be open. Okay, yep, that's fine. There we go. That is now cooking everything, and that's going to make our terracotta. I'd say we're making some pretty good progress. We haven't actually taken up that much space, but a lot of that is thanks to the storage drawers, I guess. It allows us to make things look much tidier, I think. And there we go. That's turned into terracotta. So let's go stick down another storage drawer. And now it's back to crushing wheels again, I think. I think crushing is next, isn't it? Yes, we need to crush the terracotta into red sand. And to be honest, we're probably only going to need 1 crushing wheel for this at the rate that we're making it. So let's maybe stick that in here. So we're just going to do the same crushing wheel setup we've done over there. We'll filter for terracotta. And we just need to connect more storage drawers. Right, we can see the terracotta getting crushed. And there we go, red sand being collected. We're almost there. We just need to wash it now. And we all know what that means. We're going to stick another one on the end here. So we're almost there. We just need to remove that. Get some leaves in. Bucket of water. That's going to wash our sand. And that should give us gold and dead bushes, I think. Yep, exactly that. Perfect. So that means we just need 1 more box down here. That is to hold dead bushes. And this one, I'm going to stick a void upgrade on. 1 storage upgrade, 1 void upgrade. Okay, nice. And that has already made us 74 gold ingots, but it should just keep churning them out now as long as I've got this area loaded. And I'll be honest, that's looking pretty neat and tidy. I like that a lot. And we've actually still got a bunch of space over here if we need to do any other temporary farms while we're still building here, but don't want to add these farms here permanently. But the best news is, with that done, we can actually now automate harvesting our crops, which is what we need the gold for. But in order to do that, I'm going to need to do some digging. Basically, what I need to do is I need to lay a track 3 blocks down underneath all of these paths. So that means I need to dig this up. I'm probably going to need to drain out some of this as well because the water is really not going to be helpful. And basically prep it all for laying lots and lots of tracks. And in the meantime, I'm hoping we're close enough to the gold farm that that's going to keep producing as well. Let's get to work. So I'm about halfway through digging the tunnels over there, and I thought I'd come over here and see how everything's going, and I realised I made a bit of a mistake before I even left, and that is that I put water right next to the lava, which of course has turned it into obsidian. So I need to make a couple of adjustments. So let's get rid of this, get the lava replaced in there, and then I guess we'll just add another washer on this side instead. Right, there we go. I've set that up on this side now, so that should work again, and that means we should start getting gold again, which will be nice. Right, back to digging. Finally done. We've dug out all the trenches. I just need to go check on my gold supplies now. Well, we have probably about a quarter of what I reckon we're gonna need. So I guess I'm going AFK while I go make some dinner. See you in a bit. An hour or so later, and we've got 1,300 ingots. That should be enough to make a good start. And up the top here, I did add another couple of washers for the sand, just so the system could actually keep up a bit better. But it's exactly the same as the rest that we already had, just more. So I do want to get myself a bunch of controller rails, which means we're going to need electron tubes. So I best go grab a bunch of that quartz. A stack and a half of electron tubes. That should help us make some. I mean, on looking at it, we really didn't need that many electron tubes at all. So let's craft all this up first. That should give us just over a couple of stacks. Then we're going to turn the rest of the gold we've got into rail. There we go. Loads of rail. We're going to grab lots of redstone blocks. They'll come in handy. And we're going to need a bunch of normal rail as well, just for the corners. And in fact, one more thing we're going to do is take a couple of stacks of levers, just so we're not using redstone blocks everywhere. We'll only use them when we have to. Right, I think we're good to go start laying some rail. So what I'm going to do is press F3 and G so we get the chunk borders turned on. We're going to get this first rail in here. And what I want to do is whenever we get to spots like this, instead of putting a powered rail there, I want to put a controller rail on either side. Make sure that everything is powered. And then if this chunk is loaded, but this one isn't, the minecart is going to stop right here on this block. But because it's a controller rail, it's going to be trying to push it forward. So what should happen is then when this chunk does get loaded, the minecart will carry on. That's the theory. And a couple of hours later, although it looks like I've done absolutely nothing, I assure you I have. There's lots and lots of rail that goes under here now. So if I jump into FreeCam, for example, you can see where the rail goes off and connects up to the warehouse over in that direction. But basically, we've just got a slalom that goes backwards and forwards through these fields. But I did decide against the controller rails on the chunk borders in the end, so we've just got powered rails everywhere. Although when I took the controller rails out, it looks like I forgot to take out the redstone, so there's a massive waste of redstone down here now. Well, I'm not digging it all up again. But because this is such a big field, what I've actually done is split it in two. So there's actually going to be a bot that comes out and goes in this entrance here, and it's going to go around, do its thing, get to the end of its route, and then it's going to go back again. And then we've got a second one that's going to come this way. It's going to go down this path, join the field here, and it's going to do the second half of the field. That way we get to see a couple of bots going around, and we don't need to have quite such big storage areas on each one. So now if we come in here, we can see where the two different tracks come in. This is where we're going to connect them up to storage. So the next step is to actually build the bots and work out how we're going to store stuff on these contraptions. In this mod pack, however, when it comes to storage and contraptions, we do actually have a solution that I had completely forgotten about until now. And all I'm going to need is a backpack, because we actually have sophisticated backpacks create integration mod on here. So as long as I get some stack upgrades for this thing, we should be okay. And this has 3 slots in it. Perfect. So let's just make some blocks of iron, get 3 of those. And we've actually got gold now, where you can make blocks of gold from our gold farm. We don't have enough to do diamond ones, however. I used all my diamonds on storage drawer upgrades instead. So 3 tier 1 stack upgrades, and now let's go grab some gold. And we've got enough in here. Excellent. We just need 24 blocks. So 3 gold tier upgrades. In fact, we should probably upgrade our own ones as well. Although I can't remove the iron ones at the moment to do that, so we'll come back to that later. For now, let's get those in there. And that is going to be our contraption storage. Now we just need to grab all the little bits we need to make the actual robots. and of course a way to offload the system. But first, I really should empty my backpack. So we're going to need super glue, we're going to need industrial iron, we're going to need some smart chutes for offloading, we're going to need smart observers for faces, and it does actually occur to me we're going to need 2 backpacks. So we've got an iron one there, we'll have to upgrade that. So let's just sort this out for another backpack. We'll get 3 more upgrades, we'll get that into a gold backpack so we've got enough slots. Wonderful, so that's both our backpacks, that's both of our faces, we've got some chutes for offloading, we've got those for arms. We still need to grab a bunch more stuff though. So we need a couple of these hypertube entrances. We're going to need some harvesters, some glass for connecting things, redstone links for aerials, and we need bite blocks. And I think that was everything we needed to make our little robots. Oh, apart from a couple of minecarts, we're going to need those and some timers, because we don't want the guys constantly harvesting. I just want to send them off once every sort of 20 minutes or so. Right, I've probably forgotten something, but let's go build these bots. Thinking about it, to save our chunk loading problem, what we could actually do is just put a chunk loader on our contraption directly. Interesting. I'm thinking maybe we should do that, because then it means they're never going to get stuck on the borders. I'm never going to have to reset them. They should just do their thing whenever they're actually activated. I like this. But I think that means I'm going to need to go capture a couple of ghasts. I don't believe I have any chunk loaders ready. I do not, and I don't have the crying obsidian that I need to actually make the respawn anchors to then do the... Okay, right. That's a future project. For now, let's just get these bots up and running. And we're going to start with some glass panes. And I think these stick out more... Yes, they stick out on the back here, and I'm hoping that means... Yeah, look at that. We can just stick a backpack straight on the back there, and then that means when it comes to offloading, I can just have a smart chute there that goes directly into the drawer system. Because whenever it's back here, it will turn back into a regular contraption. So I forgot to make the harvesters, but I did grab the resources for them, so let's quickly do that. Put down some temporary blocks, put our harvesters on. And I've just remembered I have actually forgotten some of the copycat panels that I need to do the arms. So I actually need some bite panels. So let's just get the head on. Redstone link, we'll set that with the little dish thing. Now to do the arms, and I think I want to do that, and that. In fact, let's do that. Alrighty, so let's glue this guy together. Put a minecart in there. Block behind. In fact, let's set up the pulse timer first. So let's maybe set this guy off once every 30 minutes. I think that should be plenty, but let's just quickly do a test and make sure he actually does what we want. Well, he's off. Excellent. The whole thing worked a treat, apart from the fact he was missing his shoulder blades the entire time. And for now, we're just going to pick up everything that's getting dropped out of here. I want to see what it collected. And from one quick little harvest, I'd say that's not too bad. Oh, he's off again. I think I landed on the platform. Let's get rid of that. So while he's gone, let's set up the storage system. So if we put a drawer controller in there with trims linking up to that storage, that should link to in here. And what we need to do in here is just add a bunch more drawers. And we just need to give homes to all of our crops. There we go. We can now store our crops. We just need to build a second one of these lovely robots. Right, that's the second robot in. So if I just do that, that should send him off. And he should go and harvest the second field, hopefully. Yep, look at him go. He's doing his thing. Excellent. So if I now put smart chutes there and there, and we'll get the floor blocked back in as well. We'll just wait for this guy to come back, because he's probably going to harvest up some leaves on his first run, and we don't want those clogging up the system. So I'm going to wait for him to come back. We'll check his backpack, take out anything that shouldn't be there. Then when we put the chute in, we should be good to go. How's he getting on? Oh, he's got stuck. What have I done here? There we go. I put a redstone block at the end of the path. That was the problem. And I know I could use a lever there, but I don't have any on me right now. And you may notice we haven't done the whole field. I've not done all the bit over there, and that's because I didn't really know how long this guy would be able to go on for before he got full, but that was before I remembered about the backpacks. So I guess I could extend the track and get the rest of that bit done there as well. But for now, the good news is we're harvesting crops, we're storing crops, and we can finally move on with our lives. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Over the last 3 months on Perfect World post-production, we've built a nice solar punky but rundown sort of fishing village, some huge turbines, a giant farm, and even some cute bots. But now it's finally time to build a train line, or more precisely, a monorail line, because we're soon going to be heading to a new location where we're going to be making lots of the various building blocks and precious metals that we need. It's basically going to be a self-contained giant factory, and I've got a cool idea on what we're going to do for it, and where we're going to put it. But first, we need a way to get there, and that's where the monorail comes in. Now, I do have a vision in my head of how this monorail is going to look, not so much the train, more the actual line itself, but to make it a reality, I need diorite. Lots and lots of diorite. And that means we're in the catch-22 we were last episode, where I need one of the farms we're going to build in the new area before we get to the new area. So I guess we're building another temporary platform like last episode to make even more quartz that we can then convert into diorite. Although, to be honest, we might be able to just fit it on this platform anyway. It's not going to be a particularly big farm. It's just a bit more of the same, really. But we will make it an independent system from this one, I think. Let's go grab some things we're going to need and make ourselves a new farm. So let's start off with another cobble generator. And in fact, before we get started, I've been reliably informed from various sources that this doesn't actually make a difference anymore. So there's no point doubling up on these. Let's quickly get rid of all of this. So we can save ourselves some drills, which is nice. So let's just quickly get all of this built up. Should be nice and straightforward. And I'm not even bothering to do a diagram for this bit because this is essentially the same as what we did last episode. We're just going to get the quartz from all of this. So let's get some power over here. We can just steal it from there easily enough and bring that up to here. We need a vertical gearbox. We need a few shafts. One more that way, one that way, then a bunch of encased chain drives here, and the same on this side. Then a bunch of drills. We're going to turn off the power until we've got all of the lava and water in, but let's get the cobble down. And we need to shield the sides from the lava and the water. All right, I think we're ready to load it up and turn it on. We should be good to go. Wonderful, another cobble generator done. And we're going to do the same thing we did over there and feed it into a draw system, but we're going to make it an independent system. So let's just do this and then get some power. That's going the wrong way. There we go. Right, we're going to give this its own storage system down here. So let's do that. We'll stick a draw underneath. Give it a couple of upgrades. Right, so that's our cobble. Now we need to do the crushing wheel setup again, because we need to crush all that cobble down into gravel, then we need to crush it all into sand. And thinking about it, we might not have enough space here for all of that. So I think what I might actually do is do the crushing down here, and then up here I'll just put in more washers and cookers and all that sort of thing. Actually, I've got an idea. Let me try something out. So if we were to do something like this, then we'll have the crushing wheels there and there. In fact, let's just chuck those on. What I could do to save space is actually stack them. Then we'd just put in more shafts here. And then when it came to adding more crushing wheels, I can just do this. Then we just need a bit of power. There we go. And then if we just put cobble filters on these bits here and the bottom ones, then all we need to do is link up this, this, and this. And we should start getting gravel. I can see the particles. It looks like it's working. Yep, there we go. Gravel coming in. And now I need to turn that gravel into sand. And to keep things simple, I think what I'll do is just bring this stack up further and just repeat the same process because it seems to work fine. And as I say, we don't really care too much about how it looks. This is only a temporary farm after all. So we just need to get all of this powered, put gravel in the filters, and then get the last of the crushing wheels in. But I don't have enough. Right, let's go make some more. There we go. Now, if I replace these bits of cobble here with spruce trim, they should all connect up, and we should start getting sand. There we go. Sand acquired. Now, what we need to do is haunt the sand like we're doing here, and then we need to wash it like we're doing here. But I need to keep the systems separate, so we've got to leave a gap between them both. So I think what we're going to do is go with 2 haunters, and then 2 washers. Then we need deny list filters, so yep, deny sand on this one and this one, and deny soul sand on this one and this one. Then we need fans, power, fancy make you look nice, Then we just need power and power. And then we need some soul campfires, which I didn't bring with me, as well as some leaves to hold the water. And that should get us all the way to quartz. So first up, we want the haunters. Then we want the washers. Now we just need to link this up to here and this one to here. So this is now everything we're producing upstairs. I'm just sending the flint into the void because we really don't care about flint. We've got our gravel, cobble and sand up here. That's getting turned into quartz and of course soul sand. But we're also producing gold and clay balls, which we don't really need over here. So what we're going to do is take these out, get a couple of drawer controllers and connect them directly into this system. And these drawers can just empty out immediately and go over there where they'll actually get used for stuff. Right, so now we have a whole lot more quartz coming in. What we need to do is craft it into diorite, which does mean we're going to have to use crafting grids because there's not a way to do it with the materials we've got, or auto crafters, I should say. And I guess we are going to have to do that down here. There's really not space up here anymore. Unless I could squeeze them in along the back here, maybe. Yeah, I don't think it's really going to fit down there, but I reckon we can do it along this strip. But yeah, we're definitely going to need lots of auto crafters for this, or mechanical crafters, I should say. I mean, I could use the vanilla crafter, but because it's actually a set recipe as opposed to a random layout, that could just be more hassle than it's worth. So let's make a bunch of crafting tables and then make a whole bunch of mechanical crafters. That's probably too many, but that's fine. It's fine. Now, I think I've got an idea of how we could do this. So if we start with a row of 4 belts, we'll have these two sticking out a little bit further. Have drawer controllers with brass funnels. But before we go any further, let's get our mechanical crafters in. So we want to do that. So they point down, then into that one, into that one, into that one. And we're just going to get a little row of these going. That will probably be enough. So let's shorten these two. Put a blocker on the end. And I need some andesite funnels here. And we're going to have funnels going into the side of all these crafters. And the same over here. Then we're going to put filters here. So we want this one to be quartz. This one to be cobble. How many of these have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if we set this to let out 9 at a time. Same over there for the cobble. What we now need to do is feed into the top bits here. And I think what I might actually do for this is quickly go grab some hoppers. Oh, we're going to need more than that. So let's make some... Oh, we need iron as well. Oh, geez. Do we have any iron up here? I hope so. I've not had this area loaded much, though, so it might be a bit low. 59. Oof, that is not a lot. Well, we can make another 9, but if we make some more chests, then we should be able to squeeze out a couple more. 3 more. So what I was thinking is we could actually feed these ones in via hoppers and have the belts going across the top. However, there is a bit of a problem with that, in that these hoppers are actually going to end up holding 5 stacks of items. I don't really think I want to do that. So that means what I actually need to do is use these funnels like this, and then put the belts on top there and there. But, as you can see, that's a bit of a problem. However, I could lower this whole thing a block, and then we'd be okay. So I guess that's what we're doing. Although this is only 4 blocks wide. Could I fit it up here? 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it'd be tight, but I probably could. Yeah, let's give that a go. Now, let's just quickly rebuild what we had down the bottom. Right, so we're back to where we were on the lower level. We've got everything set up. There's actually 10 of them now. So we're releasing 10 quartz on that side, 10 cobble on that side, and they will go into the bottom 2 slots. Once everything's complete, of course, it's going to drop onto the belts down below. In fact, what I think I'm going to do is just alternate what belts these drop onto. So I'm going to redo this bottom row. So we'll have it so they alternate. That belt, and then this belt, then that belt, and so on. Just to make sure we don't get any clogging going on from things trying to get out of the crafters. And now on top, we can just put down more of these funnels. Belts over the top, a couple of stopper blocks at the end, funnels here, once again set to 10, but what we need to do this time is put quartz on the left and cobble on the right. And we just need a bunch of power up here, so let's get all of those with cogs, get some chain drives in, and a gearbox. Now all our mechanical crafters are going. I think we're good just to link this up to storage. I think we're all set up now. Oh, wait a minute. We need power up here. So I think what I'm going to do is extend this belt by 1 and just put some more chain drives in there. Oh, no, they're going the wrong way. Well, in that case, how about some gearbox spaghetti? There we go. Right, let's hook this up to the storage system and hope it works. It needs to link to this one here. So we can go like that, connect those two together, and then bring this one all the way across. And that's not grabbing the stuff from the belts. Do I need to remove that? Maybe I just need to replace these funnels with chutes. So let me just disconnect this side briefly. And we can maybe do smart chutes that are set to only take one. I should probably test this at the front, really, so I can see if it's actually working. Because that'll stop these from getting backed up. And yep, this one at the front here is actually now making diorite. Okay, so that works. Let's just repeat that all the way down. Then we can reconnect that. There we go. That should start working. However, we need more cobble. We're not generating enough cobble here to keep up. We don't have any excess cobble over here either. So with that in mind, let's make a third cobble generator. And I'm just going to stick it straight on top of this one. But you certainly don't need to see me do this for a third time. So I'll see you in just a moment. There we go. A second cobble generator is now in. If we have a little look down here, we are still not getting a backup of cobble, but we are making diorite extremely quickly. So yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that setup. And now we've got loads of diorite, we can start thinking about our monorail. What I still need, however, is some actual monorail train track, which means I need to make lots of metal brackets by the looks of it. Okay. Metal brackets and iron sheets. Well, that's a problem. We really don't have very much iron right now, and it's not like we've got any backup gravel over here. I don't want to have to make an iron farm as well. I mean, I do have a little bit of gravel I can chuck in there to speed things up a bit, but I'd rather not build another iron farm right now. So what I'm actually going to do is just leave this running for a little while, and I'm going to go make myself some lunch. Although I have just come to check my storage. We do have 14 blocks of iron there. We've got 313 sheets there, and we've got some raw iron too. So we're not completely out. That doesn't change the fact that it's lunchtime and I'm hungry, so I'm still going to go do that. Well, I've had my lunch, and we've only got 28 iron ingots in there, which is absolutely awful. We need a lot more than that, which I guess means we probably should make an iron farm, which also means that platform needs to be bigger. But first, let's just see what we can actually make out of what we've got. I mean, we do make quite a lot of brackets. Who knows? We might already have a bunch. We do. Ooh, more than I expected. And girders, that's definitely not a problem. Never is. So let's go see how much monorail we can get with what we've already got. So I need to remove all the iron nuggets from this thing, give it some iron sheets instead. And I'm gonna need another deployer. Stick that in there. Get rid of that saw. Extend that. Put a shaft in there. Then we need to remove all the iron nuggets from here. Give him brackets. Now if we chuck girders in there, we should. Yeah, look at that. We're getting loads of monorail. So let's just load all the iron sheets we have into there. All the brackets we have into there, and see how we get on. In the meantime, let's go cook up the rest of this iron, and we'll make some more iron sheets as well. So we'll chuck all these extra brackets in there, and then I'm going to go and flatten the rest of this iron, and that should give us plenty of monorail to work with. At least for now. We're definitely going to need a better iron farm, though. Well, I'd say we're getting quite a lot so far, but it looks like we're actually getting 6 pieces at a time, which I didn't factor in, so that's good. We're going to have 6 times as much as I was guessing. Our track making is done. We've got about 2,500 monorail. That is a whole lot more than I was expecting. Now, something else we're going to need a lot of is zinc, which once again is something that we are not currently producing. Of course we're not. And it's another thing I want to put in the new place we're moving to. So we have a lack of iron, we have a lack of zinc, and I have a lack of want to build more farms right now. So I think we all know what that means. Stop everything. Look at this. Oh my days. It's an actual 8 vein of the rare diamond ore. Don't think I've seen something like that in years. Anyway, back to the montage. Right, we've got a good few hundred of each just on our person, and I have no idea what's in the drill. That should be enough to get us started. So, having a look around my area, I think what I want to do with this monorail is actually have a monorail station here, pretty much where the iron farm is, which probably means skimming off a few layers of dirt here, just to carve out an area where we'll be able to put the station, and then we'll run the track through this way here, and then we're going to head off in that kind of a direction. But that also means that this end will be open, so we can link up to other areas as we need to. which does mean we're going to have to destroy and remove all of this at some point as well. But for now, I think I'm just going to carve out the landscape a little bit and then start working out the monorail track itself. And I could use my drill to do this, but to be honest, I find it quite relaxing just doing a bit of digging sometimes. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. There we go, just as the sun's going down, we've got a nice carved out hillside. We will, of course, tidy all this up and make it all look good at a later date. For now, I just want space to build my monorail. So I guess the first thing to do is to actually work out where the monorail is going to go. And I want it to be a good few blocks off the floor. It's going to be elevated as it goes around the map. So I think it makes sense to start it elevated here. And I think we're going to want 2 rails. So let's raise it up a couple of blocks. And, it's too far away. I need to change one of the configs. So if we go server config and then trains, max track placement length. We always want that to 128 because then we can get much smoother curves. So let's confirm that change. And there we go. Now we can place that one on there. Just do the same there. And I think what I'm going to do is just design this section of track here, and then we're going to carry that on probably sort of over there around the corner somewhere, and it's going to dip down a bit as it goes towards the sea, and then we're literally just going to be going out in that direction. So it's going to be fairly diagonal, I guess. In fact, what I'm going to do is quickly fly over to where we're heading, which is over across the ocean in this direction. I'm wondering whether we might actually be better off sort of skirting the land around that way and then cutting in. And the spot we're going to be building this mega factory is right about here, or more precisely, over there. So if we have a look on our map, this is where we need to get to. This is where we currently are. So I think maybe we do come down here, go in a diagonal for a bit, and then we'll straighten up and just go direct. So we want to swoop out this way, go at a diagonal, and then we'll go straight. And what Y level is this? 86. So let's chop down a few of these trees and just get this track laid out. So we'll get this first big curve in there, second one in there, and we'll slope down a bit towards the coast, and then figure out how high above the ocean we want to be. And I'm thinking probably something about that. We want space for ships to be able to get underneath after all. Not that I know if we're going to have any ships or not, but it's best to plan ahead. And then what I might actually be able to do is connect from there all the way up to here, so it's just one lovely gradual slope. Hopefully it's not too far away. No, we're good. And then we'll do the same thing on this side. And look at that, wonderful. We've got some more trees to remove. Well, that looks like a pretty smooth track. I like that. And the rest of the track's going to be fairly easy. As I say, it's just going at a diagonal and then curving in and going straight. So let's get to work designing what the actual raised track is going to look like. And by that I mean in terms of support beams and that kind of thing. And this is where the diorite is going to come in, but I also need a mason's table. So we're going to be using a bunch of different diorite variants. In fact, what I'm going to do is make myself a new mason's table. Let's just grab some iron. So let's get one of those, and I'm going to need an extra bit of iron. So what I can do is do that and turn it into a chisel. And now if I right click and grab some diorite first, that might be helpful, but if I right click, I can put the diorite in, I can get the blocks I need, and I don't have to worry about setting up a table or taking up one of my backpack slots, which it turns out I do actually have a spare one, so I could have just done that, but it's fine, I've got a chisel now. So let's figure this out. I want to start with maybe simple diorite pillars. I like the texture on the top of that. That could work. Maybe some vertical cut diorite. Let's get a bunch of that as well. And some stacked diorites. And yeah, we will get some of the diorite pillar. We'll see how that looks. So do we go that way or do we go that way? I think I prefer that way, at least for now. Let's give this a little go. Oh, health and safety's arrived. Let's have a quick munch. And then let's go deal with those. Your visit is not appreciated. Get out of it. Now, as I was trying to say, I probably want to have this going under all of the rail here. And we're just going to build a small section, see how it looks, and then work it out from there, I think. So maybe something like that, and then some stacked ones, potentially. And I do like the idea of having some greenery up here, so I wonder, would we be able to get away with, like, some grass in the middle? Maybe some grass off to the side here. Oh, hello. All your mates have already gone. And I think on the side here, maybe some stairs or something, which means I'm going to need zinc. This is where I could need a whole lot of zinc. So let's grab loads of the stuff we mined up earlier, go get all of this cut, and then at least we're prepared. So I want to try a couple of approaches here. How does it look if we just use normal diorite stairs? And then how does it look if we use the stacked blocks same as below? I mean, to be honest, I think I actually prefer the diorite stairs, which is also great news because it means I don't need to make loads of zinc copycat things, for which I probably wouldn't have enough zinc. So let's do this. Okay, not bad. But we need some kind of barrier or something up here as well. And I wonder. There's some railings we can get really cheaply because we can basically turn 1 stack of iron ingots into 2 stacks of industrial iron, which we can then turn into 18 stacks of industrial iron ingots. If we then put them in here, we can get industrial iron bars. We can get 4 stacks of these per stack. So yeah, these things are dirt cheap. Let's maybe get some copycat walls as well. So let's put down a wall and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of those. Just an arbitrary number there, really. So that's what the edge of it would look like. But if you imagine that, but it goes out on some pillars out over the land, we'll probably mix up some of these blocks as well, just so it's a little bit weathered. We could even have like some sections where there's just leaves dangling down. I think that would look quite cool. Not so much on this bit because it's so close to the ground, but elsewhere, I'm liking that. The top bit here does need some work though. So let's try copycat boards and maybe some grass down here as well. Is that going to be too much? Do a bit with dirt as well, see how that looks. I mean, it's pretty good, but I think I prefer the dirt. Maybe just with the occasional bit of grass here and there. Yeah, I like that. We'll get some bone meal up here, get some grassy bits and so on. I think that could actually look really good. Question is, can I build a train that will build this for me? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Only one way to find out. Let's go grab some train parts. Right, I think I've got everything we need. Let's see how we can get on. So we'll create a new train here, get a bogie, and now we need to figure out exactly how we're going to build this thing. I think the first thing we're going to need is a row of deployers here. I don't think we're going to be able to do the stairs with the deployers because they're going to place them down at the wrong angle. Can't do the copycat boards with the blocks in, but we can do just the boards on their own. So I guess we might as well. So we can get that bit in, the grass, the boards. Put that one around the right way, get the grass in there. And I do need to strip this back another couple of blocks just so we've got space for this whole thing. In fact, I think what I might do is just build sort of half a machine here and then run it that way and then turn it around and run it back. That way I can make sure I get all the corners right, I think, maybe, potentially. So if we set some filters, we want pillars on these 4. Then we want the stacked blocks there. We want grass block on top there and there. Copycat boards there and there. And then we're going to run along and do the walls and the fences ourselves because they're going to alternate. Then we're also going to need a seat. We're going to need train controls. And we're going to need storage. And for storage, we're going to use this netherite backpack, which apparently already has some stuff in it. Wonderful. But let's give it some better stack upgrades than just that one. We did cook up a bunch of iron, so let's make some more iron blocks. We're going to make some upgrade bases. Grab some gold blocks as well. Get 2 more iron upgrades. Then we're going to convert all 3 of those into gold stack upgrades. And that's going to give us lots more space in there. So let's get those in. And we just need to load it up with stuff. So let's chuck in the copycat boards and loads of grass. Then with the diorite, we're going to want lots and lots of pillars. A bunch of the stacked bricks as well, but mostly pillars. And I've just had a thought. If I was to put a deployer here, filtered for dirt, it would actually place the dirt in the copycat panel, right? I think that might actually work. So let's chuck loads of dirt in there as well. We just need some super glue and then we'll try this thing out. So we'll glue that to that. We'll glue these together, glue that together, and that should be a train. It is indeed a train and it's placed some blocks. This is mostly good. We don't want that one there and we don't want that one there. Let's just run backwards. Now we'll run forwards and see what happens. So good news and bad news on the copycat boards. You can put blocks into copycat boards with deployers, but the boards are placing at the wrong angle. So I guess we'll do that bit by hand afterwards, which is fine. It won't take too long. Let's just pull this into the station and remove these 2 and these 2. So I've reassembled the train. Let's just pull back, clean that up again. Now we should be good just to create our little bridgey type thing here. Just get a good speed. Yeah, this is working a treat. And it handles the corners nicely. Yeah, this is great. We'll have this built in no time. Although, I am going to need to remove some more of these trees that are in the way here. There we go. Now we can build out at least to the end of this bit. We can turn the train around, do the same thing all the way back. It's getting a bit dark. I should probably sleep, but it's definitely working. How's it looking? Okay. Looks a bit weird, but that's probably because we haven't got the stairs on the side yet. And the barriers and all that jazz as well. So let's quickly get that done. I need more diorite, but I don't think this thing's been loaded. So yeah, we might have to stand here for a while before I can go any further. Nope, we have 46,000 of it. I guess it has been loaded. Excellent. Health and safety's back for a third visit, just as we're about to finish what we're currently doing. Get out of it. But I've very nearly got this final fence in. Alrighty, we're getting there. It just needs all the nicifying bits now, doesn't it? So I'm going to grab myself some coarse dirt, some leaves, some bone meal, and all those sorts of things, and make the central rail area here look nice. And then once that's done, we'll work on some pillars. So let's grab leaves of various types. Bone meal, I think we're going to be needing more of that. We'll take some tall, dry grass, maybe a few ferns. Bit of grass here so we can actually place on some coarse dirt, and we'll take some of that as well. Maybe even a bit of rooted dirt, why not? And a bit of moss, we can do some mossy bits here and there. And we'll take loads of the copycat layers as well, because they'll be good for the leaves, as well as dangly bits. All right, let's get to work messing this up a little bit. We're going to get some grass on the bottom area here. We're going to get some coarse dirt on the top areas. And let's just put down a few sort of grassy bits. A little bit of bone meal, but I don't think we want tall grass. The occasional mossy bit might be quite nice as well. Some little bushes with the copycat bites. Let's just get this train out of the way and have a nap so we can actually see what's going on. And I'm thinking maybe no big bushes in the middle. They don't look right. Made it look a little bit too overgrown. I think the rest of that is looking okay. Right, so let's sort out the rest of this stretch to some funky 80s music. Well, I think we're there for the top part of this, at least. I'm not 100% sold on it. I have actually removed a lot of the grass. It was looking a little bit too overgrown, and we didn't really want that, so I've just got the occasional bit here and there now. Tell you what, I haven't put down any dead bushes on this bit, so let's just get the occasional one or two in. There we go, that's better. So as a proof of concept, I think this is coming along quite nicely, but what I need to do now is add support beams and support pillars and things like that, and this tree is kind of in the way. I think I want to put my first support pillar here. I'm not going to worry so much about the bit up the top there at the moment, because we are going to be building a station, so that area over there is probably going to change quite a lot anyway, but I definitely need to get something in over here. Just going to patch a few of these awkward holes first, because that's going to make things quite difficult otherwise. That's better, a bit easier to work with. Now, what are we going to do for this? I'm thinking we probably want some support girders in the middle, maybe surrounded with some pillars and other bits and bobs, some vertical cut diorite maybe. We'll also grab some walls, some stairs, maybe even some copycat layers. Let's see what we can come up with. So let's start with some beams. I think I only want a little bit of this beam visible, so we're going to sort of wrap some stuff around it, I think. Starting with some additional support at the top here. So maybe something like this. How about a stair and a couple of copycat panels? Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. On this side, maybe get the pillars back in again. Put them in vertical like that. Okay, I quite like that, but I feel like this side here should maybe stick out just a little bit more. Looks a bit much now. How about just a couple of panels at the top there? Let's leave it like that for now. We'll just work out everything else, and then we'll see how we're looking once the sides actually match. All right, actually, I quite like that. Now we've got both in. That's looking pretty good. The question is, how do we make something like that work on an angle? So let's pick a new spot and see what we can work out. And the problem is that design is not symmetrical on all four sides. So do we put the walls here and here, or do we do them both on the outside like this? I don't really know, so let's just see how it looks. I'll tell you what, I think that actually works quite well. I like that. These diagonal beams are not too bad. So let's get another one in, probably around about here somewhere. Just pick a spot here and see what trees need to be removed. This one definitely being one of them. So to get another pillar up, now we've decided what bits we're using. I think we'll grab a bit more zinc, make ourselves some more walls, but we should have plenty of layers. I made loads of those before we left. We've got plenty of stairs, and we've got plenty of the various types of diorite we're going to need. So let's quickly get another one in here. We'll get our first ocean one in pretty much where those grass blocks are, and we should be starting to look pretty good. And a short while later, I think we're there with the first few pillars, and I'll tell you what, that does tie it together nicely. I like that a lot. Imagine that with the trains going past as well, it's going to look awesome. But we've got a whole lot more bridge to build. We need to actually design the monorail trains, and of course, we still need a station. But we're going to have to save that kind of thing for next episode, because sadly we're out of time here today, but I'm pleased with how far we've actually got. The vision is out of my head and starting to take shape. And if you've got any suggestions for how we can improve it, I'd love to hear your thoughts. But thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Perfect World Post-Production, we built a diorite farm in order to get lots of blocks for making our first ever monorail in this world. But we only got as far as making the track, and we didn't even finish that. As you can see, it just sort of ends over there, and we've got a lot further to go with it. But that's boring work that we can do anytime. Today we're going to do something fun. I want to build the monorail passenger train that's going to run on this line, and a small station over here that will tie in with this area, which does also mean we're going to need to destroy and remove our iron farm and this building here. But I think it makes sense to actually start with the train, because that way I can actually make sure that the station over here is going to be long enough to handle it. Now, making a train itself is fairly simple. We just need train stations, train casings, train controllers, and some seats. But to make it look good, we're going to need a bit more than that. And I think primarily I want to use white concrete, because we've got absolutely thousands of it thanks to our generator, alongside some red terracotta and maybe some tinted glass, which I know we've got some of, but I don't know if we're going to have enough for a train, so we might have to get some more of that. We're also going to want a bunch of copycat panels and probably some zinc to make additional ones that we'll need, as well as some other random bits for decoration. And for the train lights, I do have an idea of how I want them to look, but I'm going to need sea lanterns for that. So it's likely we're going to have to go kill some guardians as well. In fact, maybe we should do that first, just to get it out of the way. The first question, we have raided an ocean monument. Do I have enough ingredients to make any sea lanterns? No, I do not. I mean, we weren't far off, but I don't have any. Although by the looks of it, we can actually just haunt lapis. And we've got plenty of that. There's no need to raid an ocean monument. We can just chuck all of this in here and get exactly what we need. Out of curiosity, is lapis itself renewable? I don't believe it is. I mean, quartz and blue dye, we can get lapis. But the only way to get blue dye, of course, is from cornflowers and lapis itself. So yeah, not really the best recipe combination. But now we can make some sea lanterns. Only 8, but that should be enough. Right, now to grab all those things I listed off. Right, I'm hoping I've got everything that I need, but the first thing I actually want to do is think about this station and how it's going to work. Because we are, of course, going to have a nice big platform on that side, but on this side, that might not work so well. I think what I might actually do on this side is just use it for parking trains, and that means any trains coming to and from this direction need to be able to switch tracks. So if I go to the furthest point this way, that's there, and that's the tightest it can be. Let's go back another 4 just to give it a little bit more of a smoother curve. Do the same thing this way over to this track. Hold down caps lock so we get it smoother. And I guess we can just move these blocks here and put some more copycat boards down the bottom just to cover this up. There we go, that works. Now any train leaving here can switch over to the left-hand side, which is of course the correct side for a train. We can do the same thing at the other end and have it switch tracks, and then when it comes back, it can just pull straight into the station. And because this is a monorail, not a steam train, it means we can actually have the train going in both directions. So what I'm actually going to do is put down a block here, or a station block I should say. In fact, let's actually move it back behind where this slope's going to be, because we need to make sure the train can actually fit in. Let's do it there, create new train, and put a train casing on there. And I think what I want to do is have 2 sort of engine carriages, which are also going to have passenger areas, and then have 1 carriage in the middle. So it's going to be a 3-carriage train. I don't think I want to have a giant train. 3 carriages should be enough. Now to figure out how to make a monorail train. Guess we should start with a floor for it. Do I want these wheels visible? visible, or do we want invisible bogies? Not entirely sure. We'll play around with that later. For now, let's get a bit of an angle on this bit. I don't know which way round these are going to look best. Get them to connect at all, kind of. Oh, yeah, there we go. And in fact, that matches that as well. That's perfect. Let's just get a bunch more of those in. I don't know how long it's going to be yet. We'll work that out later. And in fact, something I forgot to make were seats and train controls. And we're going to kind of need those to figure out the layout of the train. Don't have any train controls. Can we make some? Yes. Do we have precision mechanisms? 8 of them. Okay. Let's make maybe 4 lots of train controls, because that will give us 2 sets of controls at each side. And we also need seats. And yeah, we really don't have many of those at the moment. What colour seats would we want though? Maybe red if we've got a red and white train, red seats. Guess that kind of makes sense. Let's get some slabs and some wool. A couple of stacks of those, that should keep us going. And 4 sets of train controls. Okay. Now, how do we want to do this? Yes, we could probably put the controls sort of off to one side. Seat there. And we're going to need a wall to separate the cab from the back. So let's say that's the front there. And we're probably going to want double doors, maybe? A double door section there. We won't, of course, have these full blocks in here. They're taking up way too much space. But for layout purposes, this should be helpful. And then I'm thinking seating. Do it a bit like a subway train. So just have sort of like rows of seats down either side. We did 4 seats there maybe on this driver's carriage, and then that would be the back of the train. Could work. But let's work out an overhang. I think if we were to use copycat slices, and we can't place anything because of these boards. So let's get rid of these for now. In fact, because this is actually the station area and you can't see under what's here, we could actually just replace these white blocks directly. And then that should probably help prevent problems further down the line if we build more trains over here. Just remove a bunch of this. We'll dig it all out, replace it with dirt and grass, and then we'll carry on building. Right, now I should be able to put a little trim down here, just to make it look like it's gripping onto the monorails a little bit better. That work? Yeah, I think I like that. So now we need to work out what the front and sides of this train are going to look like. So we're of course going to want glass at the front here. I'm using the tinted glass just because I think it's going to look cooler. So I guess we want to use panels because that way we'll end up with more space on the inside. In fact, I've got a better idea. Get rid of those, just put in some temporary blocks there. If we use bite panels, we can actually put like a little stripe on the side. That might look cool. And I've got these alternative white concrete blocks here, which might work quite well on the bottom. Yeah, look at that. Liking that. And maybe just normal white concrete there. How about on top here, if we do something like that, using these sloped layers. It's looking a bit square at the front, but I like how it's going. How about maybe panels on top, just so it's a bit more spacious inside? Get rid of these blocks here. I guess we're probably going to want a wall here. In fact, let's make it match the stripes here. So if I grab copycat slabs, those in there and there, red one on top. I do feel like that wants to be a panel as well, just so it matches. Okay, it's not too bad. Let's bring this across a little bit further. Ooh, you can put them upside down. In fact, let's just do the whole side of this train so we can get a better picture of what's going on. Get the windows in, and I don't like this bit at the top here. It looks a little bit weird. Maybe we could put a copycat slice in there. Does that help? I mean, a bit. Alternatively, we could just do this and actually bring it out in line. It would help if I actually put them down correctly. Yeah, I think I actually prefer that, you know? I don't like this. We've got a bit of Z fighting down here. I've got an idea. How about we put one of our newly discovered upside-down copycat panels in here? Go, no more Z fighting. Wonderful. Thinking about it, I do need a bogey at the back here, so let's stick one there. Do the same thing. This side. Right, that's better. So I think I need to get some doors now, and I want to use copycat doors, which means I need a saw. We want copycat folding doors, sliding doors. I'm not entirely sure, so let's grab some of each and we'll try them out. Let's do sliding doors first, and I want to swap that bottom block. We definitely don't want those. Top should probably be glass, and I think the bottom wants to be white concrete. The question is, which one? Let's try that. Oh, well, yeah, I don't think I like the sliding doors. Don't want them going on the outside of the train like that. So let's see what the folding doors look like. Ooh, the texture at the bottom's nicer. I mean, they still fold out, but I think I prefer that to the sliding ones. Now, the next problem, the front of this thing. It's looking a little bit flat. It's making the whole monorail look a little bit flat, to be perfectly honest. So can we pointify the front of this? That is the question. How about we extend the front out, and can we sort of build up a slope, maybe? I reckon we could. We're going to have to properly change the front of this, though, so let's do a bit of smashy. And could we do, like, some proper slopey glass like that? I mean, it could work. I feel like here we're probably going to want glass going across. In fact, it'll probably make more sense to do that over here, where we can already see what's going on. I think we maybe want another slope going up here. Final bit to connect to the roof. So I think we're almost there. These side windows, however, do not look right. Need one more of those. And could we try using copycat layers? Yep, we've got some of those. Maybe a board on that one. Let me just get in there and remove that temporary block. So the problem I've got now is these bits here. They do not look right. So I wonder, I've got an idea. We just put a singular copycat layer there. We jam in a couple of these levers or something. How does that look? I mean, we're getting there. Let's just fill in this front bit here. In fact, and what I'm actually going to do is remove both of these. This is what I was thinking for the sea lanterns. Yeah, that looks cool. I like that. Okay, we're actually making a bit of progress now. That's not looking too bad. Got an idea. Let's get rid of those. Let's see if we can find something that would work as solar panels on that roof there. I think they're going to look a little bit too chonky if they were on top of that train. I wonder if there's something black that might work. Very, very shiny area down here, isn't it? Red black concrete. That could work. I have any black concrete? I do not. I can make some. Let me grab some dye and a bucket, a storage drawer, and I think this is our water one. Yep, so if we just chuck the 4 dye in there, it gives us a bucket of black dye. If we come down here and replace the honey, and we are actually going to need a seed piece of the concrete powder, so let's just quickly make one of those here. Then what we can do is come down here. Our Enderman's still here. Hey, buddy. Glad to see you doing well. Disable this drill temporarily. Put the black dye down there while we grab the honey. Honey somewhere out of the way. The black dye again. That in there. Lava, just because that will cause problems otherwise. Place that block with the black dye and then put lava back in here. When we turn this back on, that's going to start making us black concrete. Problem is, we don't have anywhere to store it right now. Just take a few stacks of this limestone out to make some space for the excess. Chuck a drawer on there. That is not what I wanted. Oh, wait a minute. That's supposed to be water, not lava. Let's quickly sort that out. Now, if we turn that back on. Nope. Maybe it is supposed to be lava then? I mean, it definitely works. We did it to make loads of white concrete. Oh no, I think I upset my Enderman buddy in the basement. He's been with us since the start, but I can't have an angry guy at me. Sorry, I didn't mean to look at you. You were doing so well. I mean, hopefully it's not that guy, but I think it might be. Oh, it is. Oh no. Ruined everything. Turned my lava into obsidian, so I've just had to go get more. Can't seem to build a concrete generator. I mean, the generator is actually working. The chute isn't. Need to just replace the chute, maybe? Just having a moment. What in the world? I've got a plan. I mean, that's definitely supposed to work. I don't know why it isn't. But we'll just stick a funnel on the side. And now it's definitely working. We're getting our black concrete. Wonderful. If we put this black concrete into here, we can make grid black concrete. That does look pretty cool, actually. That might make some very nice looking solar panels. Let's chuck a few on, and I'll tell you what, they do actually look very cool. What we could do is maybe have like 2 rows of solar panels on the top there. Yeah, this thing's looking pretty good now. We're getting there. But I think what I want to do is build up this side here. I quite like that. I think that's working well so far. Get rid of these interior blocks that we don't need. Let's add in some interior blocks we do need. And I think I want to get some shafts and brackets just to put some poles in. We're going to need some lighting of some kind in here. And to be honest, I think the best thing for in here is probably going to be end rods, which is a bit of a problem because we've not been to the end yet. So we might have to go on a little side quest. But let's do the bits we can do. And I also want to make some of the display boards because we do have Create Railways Navigator or something similar to that in here. I think that's what it's called. It means we have access to these cool display boards, and I think these are the ones I want. Means I need some sturdy sheets. course I do. That means I'm going to need to go and manually feed some lava into that machine in the basement. Oh, I just need to feed this into here. That'll give us some sturdy sheets. 10 of them will be plenty. So let's make a whole bunch of these. And from those, we can make these thin ones. And from these thin ones, I can make the really thin, tiny, small ones. And that's what we want, I think. What I'm thinking is, if we stick one of these here, right-click it, go to double-sided, and train destination, that is what we want it to display when it actually can. Should be able to see that from out the front here. Yeah, that looks cool. But we can stick one in the back here for the passengers too, and I need some more doors. Stick a door at the back here, and then we're going to put one at the front here for the driver as well. Now I just need the shafts and some brackets, which we don't have any of because we put them all into making monorail last episode. Get the shafts in here, get some brackets on the bottom maybe. Hey, yeah, that's cool, I like that. Something else I want to do is just put a board to cover up that, and we need a bit more stuff in here, really. How about a smart chute, some contraption controls, and I don't know, maybe like a speedometer or something there could look cool. Something with dials. There we go. Stressometer looking pretty good. Okay, so I guess that's the driver's cabin done. Really need some lights. And of course, we need more carriages. But overall, I think that's not looking too bad. Actually, thinking about lighting, I've just had an idea. An idea that might prevent us having to go to the end as well. That idea involves these Hive Shroom lights. Let's get some more of them. And our copycat boards. We could actually just put these directly under the solar panels, and that will cover those up. Can't put one here. Oh well, we can get the rest of the train. That's looking pretty good. Maybe we could move that off to the side and put the lights up there. I think I do definitely prefer the board in the middle here, but I think the lighting looks pretty good overall. So that's our driver carriage done. What I now need to do is a passenger carriage, and then we want another one of these facing the other direction over there. So I'm basically just going to be building more of the same. That feels like a time lapse to me. And a short while later, we now have our first little monorail train. It looks fairly basic, if I'm perfectly honest. So we'll probably try and improve it over time, but it's not looking too bad. We've also got the interior all sorted, of course. We can go between all the different carriages. The doors open when we pull into stations. Actually, I've just had an idea. And what I can actually do is put these destination boards in the windows like that. Means I can fill all the lights in. And that means when it pulls into a station, you'll be able to see where this train's going as well. That's cool. I like that. All right, so now that the train's done, we should probably work on a station. So let's start by removing this side of the track, and we'll build it up around the train, I think. Right, we're going to need to get rid of this iron farm as well, so let's quickly do that. Okay, there we go. Now we have a bit more of a blank canvas to be working with. Let's go grab some blocks and eat a burger and have a nap. So I've just cleared up around here a little bit, got rid of that building. I've also covered up that hole that we've been using for mining. I'll just make a little mine shaft entrance when we need one. And I'm probably going to need to extend the land around here, but we'll worry about that later if we need to. For now, I want to make a start on the platform. And although I have gathered together a whole bunch of blocks, there's one type of block I want to make that we don't have yet. I've never used it before, but there is actually a platform block, which is just made using smooth stone by the looks of it. Nice and easy. And in fact, doing it with a stone cutter looks even easier. I do have a bunch of smooth stone. We're probably going to need a bit more, though. Let's just quickly get that cooked up. We're going to turn a bunch of this into platform blocks. Then I'm also going to make some slabs, copycat slabs. There they are. And those two things should enable us to make a nice platform edge. Hopefully. I don't know how it's actually going to look, but we'll try it out. What I'm thinking is the platform blocks are going to need to be at this height. But at the back here, they're only half a block wide. So if I put smooth stone into a copycat slab, what we can do is extend the platform down. In fact, we need to go a block closer, don't we? What I'm actually going to do is just reassemble that train. We're going to call it train for now, but if you've got some clever names for a monorail passenger train, I'd love to hear your thoughts. And we're just going to move this out of the way. It does look pretty cool. I like it. Now we've got much easier access to the platform. We know how far it needs to go. Oh, it looks like I haven't actually stuck on those bits to the train. We'll make sure we sort that when we bring it back. But we know how far we need to go because I've already put the station in at this end. Station is there. It's going to go a few more blocks. We should probably replace all of this bit here. And I realised I actually put dirt down here. And of course, the grass has grown across onto it. So I actually need to mix in some coarse dirt as well. Alrighty, and now the platform itself. I think I'm just going to start with some cut tuff. And we'll mix in some other bits later. Maybe do this 5 blocks deep. And this isn't going to be like a giant station. It's pretty much just going to be a platform. This is just a small sort of farming and fishing village after all. It's not going to have a huge station here. And I think 4 blocks might be enough. So that should be big enough. And I'm thinking for the edge, we should probably do something similar to what we've already got over here. So this bit here is going to be a bit weird. Maybe a solid block. Have that bit underneath there. That would continue round, and then maybe bring it in a little bit more. Stairs would, of course, continue all along here. I'm just going to do this little corner and see how we're looking. That's going to need to be one of those. And I guess this bit of track that goes off, we could actually just make it a little bit more solid underneath on this part. Round that off at the edge there. Get a few slabs just to curve it slightly. Yeah, I think that works. This bit here still doesn't look right, though. We put in more stairs. Sure on that. How about some vertical cut diorite? Do we have any more copycat walls in here? We have 1. Right, okay, we're going to need to go make some more of those. What we could do is have like little pillars coming down. Let's go get some more copycat walls. And we've got a bunch in here. That'll do for now. Actually, let's make a few more. Just in case. We're also going to need some more vertical cut walls. So let's just grab some of them while we're here and see how this looks. Maybe just every other spot. Well, quite like that, actually. That's not too bad. Let's just continue this on for a bit further. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. I like that. What I'm going to do is bring the train back because I need to know where to actually end the platform. With this space, what I could do is put in a little bit at the back here, like that. And then I think there's a buffer of some kind that we might be able to put on the end of each of these monorails. Now we've got to work out this side of the platform, which is going to be a bit more tricky because we've got a giant hill in the way. But I can start by removing all of this fence. Then we'll work out what we're going to do about this. I'm wondering if we just sort of slope it off, maybe. Sort of slope it down into the platform area down here. But as I say, I don't want this to be a proper platform on this side. I just want it to be maybe like 2 blocks wide. So not a passenger area, just somewhere for the driver to get out when they're parking a train on this side of the platform. Maybe just something this wide. Means we're going to need to remove this entire row. And then we're going to need to tidy up the rest of the hill behind it. Then we'll put diorite at the back here, just so we've got something to attach the fence to. Switch to diorite stairs once we get to the overhang. Sure all of this matches up with the walls like everything else does. And then once we get a fence around this thing, that should work quite nicely. Oh, this bit over here is looking pretty bad. So let's see if we can just sort of slope this hill up gradually so it doesn't just come to a sudden stop at the station. And I don't really want to just build a retaining wall here. I don't think that's going to look good in the area. So let's see if we can just slope this hill up instead. There we go, just something like that. And health and safety seems to have turned up to see what's going on. Hey, fellas, everything's fine, look. Although I haven't got my safety railings up yet. Let me quickly sort that for you, fellas. So I need my chisel. I need some diorite. I need some walls, and I'm going to need probably more industrial iron bars than that. But I know we've got hundreds in storage. I'm going to use my chisel to turn this diorite into pillars, and then we're going to get these walls down. Now, I don't know how long this area is, so for now, let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we've got a gap of 7 in between each one. Let's do the same thing from this side and see what kind of a gap we end up with in the middle. 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What are the chances? Okay, right. That actually works out perfectly. I promise you I didn't measure that out beforehand. That was just pure luck. The gaps of 7 has actually worked all the way down. Will it work at this end, though? It will. Okay, so the basic platform is in and it's looking fairly safe. We like this. But currently, there's no way to get onto the platform. So what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 6 of these sections. So the middle point would actually be right here. We take out a couple of these bars on each side. In fact, let's take out a third one and replace that with a wall. Same over here. And that gives us somewhere to put an entrance. And I'm thinking what we probably want to do is get rid of these, extend this out a little bit, and then maybe we could just have some stairs coming down either side. Need more polished diorite there. Then we'll sit stairs on that bit, and that bit. So I feel like this bit here should probably actually be be solid all the way across like that. In fact, let's replace those with these blocks because I think that's pretty much how it's going to end up, right? Just kind of making this up as I go along here. Stairs themselves would go in here. Walls on these, or do we want to use bars? Not liking how these stairs here are looking at the moment, but I've got an idea with bite blocks that might make it work a bit better. Let's chop these out. Some bite blocks, and if we were to do that works a bit better. Maybe the wall should be at the bottom. Looks a bit messy, really, doesn't it? We just try solid blocks, I suppose. Let's just do the same thing on this side. How does that look? Still not sold on these walls, you know. Don't look right. And I mean, I'm not sure the fences do either. It'd look weird if I was to actually join up the fences like this. What do we think? I reckon that looks better, to be honest with you. So that's the stairs. We've got access to the platform now. What we need is some seating, some flower boxes, some lighting, maybe even a little bridge that goes up over onto the other platform. It is looking a little bit flat at the moment. Need some leaves, maybe some trees over on this hill just to blend that in a bit better. It looks a bit janky. I need to add some texture down to this bit, and I need a little bit of a path. I don't want to connect it up yet because I don't know where it's going to connect to, but I think just starting a little path from these bits here might make sense. In fact, I might be able to connect this one up to the one down there on the cornfield eventually. The wheat field, I should say. That is not corn. So let's jump into another time lapse and do some decoration over here. One 80s montage later, we have a completed platform station type thing. Well, it's just a small station. There's nowhere to even buy tickets. But it works, and we've got our train on a schedule. It's literally just running to the end of the track there as a test and then coming back. And that's so I could actually test the display boards. These things here. So the line will actually be the name of the train, which is currently just train. The destination is test, and it departs in 45 seconds. In fact, here it comes right now. So yeah, these signs are pretty cool. I actually like them. I like them a lot. Sadly, the ones in the train windows don't work, however. Though it appears on the inside they do actually work. They're just not showing through the glass for some reason. Which isn't the end of the world, I suppose, but it would have looked nice if it worked. Just to have a train name at the top there. Oh, that would be wonderful. Overall, though, I'm pleased with how this little station has come out. I've actually decided to name the area Cliffside due to the fact that this village here is pretty much built into a cliff. But the train itself does need a name, so if you've got any ideas for that, please do let me know in the comments and we'll get it named next episode. Speaking of the next episode, we'll finally be going over to this new area. We'll connect up the monorail, even if it's only with a bit of a temporary track. I don't think we'll be designing and building the whole thing because I don't really know how the destination area is going to look in its entirety. But we'll work that out when we start planning in the next episode. But if you made it this far, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye now. It's time to start planning the megafactory and push my PC to the limit with how much create it can handle before my frames tank. That's not the goal, but it's a likely reality. Last time on Perfect World post-production, we built our first monorail train and a cool little station. But today is planning day. First up, I want to extend my monorail all the way to the megafactory build location. Well, almost all the way, because that location is actually out here in the middle of the ocean. And until we get a structure here, there's nothing for the rail to connect to. But we can still grab some monorail, get the pillars in, and get things heading in this general direction. So let's grab some monorail, crank on some music, and jump into a time lapse to kick things off. Couple couple of hours later, and the monorail's starting to look pretty good. We've got some good distance on it now. Although I haven't taken it all the way to where we want to go because, as I say, I don't really know how big this thing is going to be yet. But I'm glad we got a lot more of the monorail done. It's actually looking pretty cool like that. But now it's time to start planning things. And I guess I should probably reveal what it is we're actually doing over here. So it's going to be a giant factory. It's going to be making a lot of blocks for us. We're going to basically just keep filling it full of farms until the building we build is full. And I want to build it over the top of the Guardian farm so that we can farm that as well. And with that in mind, in a nod to Perfect World 1, where we built the oil rig, we're going to be building an oil rig, but it's going to be a lot different this time. For one, it's going to be a whole lot bigger. I mean, it's even going to have a train station on it, for example. But I want to do it as like an oil rig that has been taken over and repurposed and has basically been turned into its own sort of mini city. So it's going to be a great big platform, probably sort of 150 blocks wide or so. Giant pillars coming out of the ocean, a station probably on the underside of the rig. And then we're going to have lots of buildings and gardens and windmills and solar panels and all the fun things sort of crammed onto it. So that's my current thinking, basically having a multi-level oil rig structure, jammed full of farms making all the building blocks and metals and things like that. But in order to plan this, I think I'm going to be sensible and jump into Creative World, because at the moment I'm just staring at this and I don't really know even where to begin. So over here in a Creative World, I've created a big pool of water. I just want to do this on a flat world for now, and then once we've got something, we'll take a schematic and drop it into a copy of the world and see how it sits. But we'll worry about that later. For now, I think the first thing I want to do is maybe build like one of the legs, work out a rough height from the sea. So I want to make sure we've got enough room underneath the platform to accept the monorail. And it doesn't matter if I get the height correct here or not, because the poles that they stand on, we can sort of raise and lower them and extend them as we need to. And this oil platform, we want it to be absolutely massive, so let's just make some big chunky legs to begin with. So about that wide at the top maybe. And the good news is, in this version of my pack, I have the construction ones, so I can just do this and make my life much easier over here. And I think what I'm going to do is have it get just a little bit fatter down the bottom here, and maybe a rim around the top here as well. Maybe something like this. And on this bit where it gets fatter, let's actually replace that with some industrial plating as well. Then let's maybe chuck some girders in. You know I love a girder. Well, the girders certainly make it look a little bit better. And I'm just swapping out the bottom section here for blackstone instead of deep slate, just to give it a little bit of difference. So maybe something a bit like that at the bottom. And I've just stuck another weird girder thing on the side, but it gives it a nice bit of depth. I quite like that. Yeah, that's looking cool, although I think it could probably do with a little bit of color. I wonder, could we maybe replace these girders here with pipes? See how that looks? So maybe something like that. I don't think it wants pipes on every side, but I think every now and then that would be quite cool. And we could also have pipes in different locations on different pillars. I think we could also do with maybe a door and a light of some kind. Maybe a copper lamp would actually look quite good. Then some of this andesite railing, so you've got like a little walkway around the side here. And maybe we can sneak a ladder in there. Just cover this up with some boards. Yeah, this is starting to look pretty good. Just need a bit of texture on this one now, and these industrial iron sheet blocks are actually quite nice. Let's just see what we can do here. Yeah, I think that can work quite nicely just to break up this pillar a little bit. And I think a pillar around this sort of size should work quite well. As I say, we can sort of change how tall this bit is and how tall this bit is in relation to everything, depending on how it places in the actual world. But the good news is, it also gives us a big empty space down the middle here, where we can sneak in a whole bunch of extra power. Now, let's think about the platform that's going to sit on top. And the main question is going to be, how big do we actually want this platform? So if we were to do it, for example, 125 blocks square, that would be that big. Drop it down to 110, that will be about that size. I think that probably feels about right. Let's just get a big square in and see how we're looking then. So maybe something that sort of size. And let's just stick a duplicate of that above there. We're going to fill the middle of it with blackstone, and then we're going to put loads of this iron plating around the edge here. I'm just going to stick some catwalk around the edge here as well, with some industrial railing. Maybe something like that for the top of the platform. The pillars are very dark down there though, so I'm wondering if we can do something about that by maybe putting in some catwalks here. Then yeah, there we go. We get a lot more light underneath on the pillars. Or do we want them to be dark like on this side? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but that's not really an important detail right now. So I think what I'm going to do now is duplicate this pillar a few times, get some more under the platform, finish off this top area here, which is, of course, where we'll be building. So, for example, I'm picturing buildings kind of like hanging off the edge like this, like that kind of thing, but sort of 3 or 4 stories tall. And then we're going to have some taller bits everywhere. We're going to have gardens and things on the roof. We'll probably even have open spaces here. But essentially, I want to make this like a self-contained city on an oil platform, because why not? So let's just play around with this a little bit more and make sure that we've definitely got a set plan, and then we can start putting something in the main world. So a couple of hours later, I think we're looking a bit better. We've got a little bit more of a frame underneath just to give it some more structure. We've got some lights. Most importantly, we've got all 4 of the pillars in, and they're all slightly different as well. The pipes and things are in different places. But I think as a starting point, this is looking pretty good. However, I have no idea what this is actually going to look like in the world. So I'm going to take a schematic of the entire build. We're going to jump into a copy of our main world and just have a little play around with placement, because this structure is absolutely massive. I don't want to have to redo it after I've got it in the world. So it's going to take a while to make this schematic. And we know that the monorail is at Y80, which is here. That's the height of the monorail track. Schematic is almost ready. There we go. So the question is, how do we want this? I'll tell you what, it doesn't look as big as I thought it would once it's actually here. So now we've just got to think about where we might actually want to place this. I think having the monorail come directly into the center does kind of make sense. Alternatively, we can just sort of offset it to one side. That could work quite well. But the main thing I was worried about was the scale of this thing. And to be honest, I think it's going to work quite well. Let me just dump it into the world for now. So I reckon we're probably going to have to remove this island here just because it looks a little bit weird in terms of scale. But apart from that, scale-wise, I think it works well. Plenty of room to build our solar punk city mega factory thing on here. I'm happy with that. But now comes the hard part. I need to get this into the main world. And I think as we have spent a while designing this in creative, I'm probably going to use a schematic cannon to get this into the main world. But that means I'm also going to need to do a whole lot of resource gathering. Let's go take a look and see what we actually need. Now, back here in the actual world, I need to go grab myself some bits and bobs. So we need a schematic, a table, a schematic cannon, and a checklist for now. So let's make use of this small island over here. We'll make our schematic, and then we'll figure out exactly where we want it. And one thing I haven't worked out yet is how we're actually going to make this guardian farm down here. I mean, I don't really care about efficiency. It's a place that's going to be loaded fairly regularly, so I'm not too concerned about efficiency. I mean, we could just cover the whole thing in soul sand, send them up to the surface, and then collect them. I don't really know. We'll work it out later. But by building it there, at least we're going to have the option to be able to farm that stuff. Right, so I've got the schematic. Let's dump it on and try and get it in position. This is not going to be the easiest thing to do because it's absolutely gigantic. And let's pull it forward. I think what I want to do is not actually have the Guardian farm in the center. I'm thinking what we should do is probably set it back a little bit. I mean, in theory, what we could do is just go over a corner of the farm, something like that, and then we could actually just send Guardians up the leg of the thing. That could actually be a good way to turn this into a farm. If we were to do it something like that, maybe? Oh, no. We got too close. And what will that mean for the monorail? How's that going to line up? So, it's going to be quite close to these pillars. Maybe we can nudge it over a little bit more. The monorail line will come in here, so we can sort of build the station off to one side of the oil rig. That could actually look quite good. And that also puts the rig a lot further away from that island, meaning that's not really a problem anymore. And let's just raise it up about that height. All right, I think that's where we're going to put it. And we're going to have to hope we don't regret it. So let's see what we need on our checklist. Well, I mean, the checklist doesn't look too bad, but we've got a whole lot of block collection to sort out. And we are, of course, going to need a whole lot more blackstone than what it says here, because at the moment the pillars are going to stop about 1 block below the level of the water, and we're going to have to extend those all the way to the bottom, of course. Question is, can we make blackstone? Oh, yep, there we go. Haunting cobble. Okay, easy. The other slightly more tricky thing is the andesite lights, because we're going to need to get some glowstone. Or actually, we could use blaze rods, and I believe we've got blazes in our mob farm, so we should have plenty of those. The copper cage lamps are straightforward. They just need copper. Pretty much the rest of it is just basic blocks. There's a whole lot of girders though, which means we're going to need a whole lot of iron. And we've torn down our iron farm, so I should probably check on my iron supplies. I think that's the main thing we're going to struggle with. But that's another reason I can't wait to get this platform up, because we're once again pretty much out of zinc. We've only got a couple of stacks left. We no longer have an iron farm, so we're going to start running out of resources pretty quickly. And although the iron farm is down, I believe we've still got a bunch of raw iron over in this building from our drill. Hopefully we've got a reasonable amount. 1,321. Okay, that's actually a lot more than I was expecting. But yeah, you can see the zinc problem. We've actually got 5,000 blackstone in here as well from our digging. Okay, that's handy. We've also got loads of deep slate. We've got a bunch of copper. In fact, I'm going to go cook that up now because we need that. Something else we're going to need a whole lot of is andesite alloy. And we've got 270. We're probably going to want more than that. Let's grab a bunch of andesite and a bunch of iron, and we'll make some more of this up. There we go. Loads of iron and copper. And let's start with the girders. We need 3,500 of those. So let's turn some of this iron into iron sheets. We're also going to turn some copper into sheets. We're going to need to keep a close eye on how much iron we've got. We've still got about 700 in there, so that's not too bad at all. I guess the question is, how many girders do we get from full stacks of these things? We've currently got 301 in there. 512. Okay, so we're getting 512. So we need... Wow. Okay, we're going to need 15 stacks of andesite alloy and 15 stacks of iron just to get the girders we need. Should go see if I've got any more in storage before we do this. Nope, not even one. We've also got no iron sheets in there. Oh dear. I have a feeling a mining montage is almost certainly in our future. So while we wait for more andesite alloy, let's get all the blackstone stuff that we need. So that's the normal blackstone done. We also need some carved blackstone. And I think that's all the blackstone done. Now the deep slate. We need lots and lots of deep slate. So to start off with, we need loads of cracked deep slate tiles, which means I need to make normal deep slate tiles and then chuck them in a furnace. Or in our case, we'll just chuck them in the bulk smelter. Let's turn our magnet off. We've made that mistake too many times. So that's the cracked deep slate tiles. And then we need 6,250 eroded deep slate. That's a whole lot of eroded deep slate. But to get eroded deep slate, we first need to cook up all of our cobbled deep slate. So yeah, this is going to take a moment, especially because the amount we need to cook up, we can't even fit in the double chest of the smelter. So let's start this stuff cooking. Luckily, this chest actually empties pretty quickly. Let's quickly go see how we're doing for andesite alloy down here. This should have plenty in here now. Yep, look at that. Now we can make a whole bunch more girders. 3,375. It's still not enough. I guess that means we need more iron sheets. Let's get those on the go. While we chuck more cobbled deep slate in here. And should probably start emptying this as well. Yep, that's getting pretty full. We'll make some more girders. 3,581. I think that's enough. 3,428. Yes. Okay, cool. We can tick that off. Large metal girders, we need 223. But we've already got 630 on us, so that's fine. Industrial iron sheet metal. We need 1,000 of that. But let's finish off the deep slate stuff first. We should have everything we need now. We need to convert all of this into eroded deep slate. So that's 5,500. And that is just over 7,000. That should be fine. So eroded deep slate is done. Got a bunch of these andesite things we need to make. We need lots of industrial plating. We need a bunch of tough, fluid pipes, copycat things, diagonal girders. Okay, so basically iron is definitely going to be the problem here. Well, we didn't get very far with the iron. I've now run out, apart from 63 iron sheets, and I didn't even manage to get all the industrial plating we needed. That was the first thing I tried to get. So that means I need a way to get lots of iron quickly, and I'm wondering if there's something we can do over here, because we've probably got lots of cobble and gravel and things we're not using, right? Right? Nope. Not in that side. And nope, not in that side either. 239,000 diorite. That might be too much diorite. Let's maybe just disconnect that one so we stop making more diorites for now. We're never going to get through 240,000 of it. And that should mean that the gravel over here starts building up. And if I also disconnect these 4 crushers here, because that's the one that's currently crushing my gravel down into sand, then in theory, I can actually join all this back up again. And it's just going to stop making sand for us. And we have 122,000 anyway, so that's not a problem. But we're going to make a whole lot of gravel. Now, if I just grab a few things, I can make a quick and dirty iron farm with that gravel. Righty, now if we stick a fan there with a bucket of water and that, stick a funnel there that's currently pointing in just because I don't want stuff to leak out of it just yet. Look at that, we've already got 10k gravel. Stick some spruce straws at the end here. We're going to put a hole in the floor. Put a filter for flint there so we get rid of that. For some reason, I only brought one brass funnel with me. I actually need another one. And I've grabbed myself some compacting drawers as well, just because that's going to make it much easier to store the iron. Let's remove that. Compacting drawers in there with funnel. Get some power onto this thing. And once again, this is all only temporary over here, so I don't really care about the mess. We just do that. Get some shafts in. Going the right way? Yep. Worry, we'll replace that one with the gearbox. There we go. Temporarily remove that. Chuck a stack of gravel in there because I need some iron ingots so I can actually set this. Righty, there we go. So that's now going to accept iron and only iron. Put a funnel in. Take that round, and this is our quick and dirty iron farm. I've just locked that. I just need a whole ingot of iron so I can make a flint and steel so we can set fire to all the flint underneath, but that should wash loads at once. In fact, there's no limit because it's not on a belt, so it should just keep emptying the cobble generator. We should get iron nice and quickly. Oh, there we go. Look, it's started to come in. Look at that. Look how quickly that's coming. Now let's quickly burn the flints and wait for all of that to come in. How are we doing for gravel as well? 17k gravel. I mean, are we even emptying it quicker than we're making it? Ooh, just about, just about. But by the time all that gravel's gone through, we should have lots of iron. So I'm going to go make a cup of tea while we wait for that. Right, I'm back with a fresh cuppa. We've got 820. Amazing. How much gravel have we got? Okay, we're basically just keeping up with what we're producing now. Well, let's leave that making iron while we get the rest of our resources together. So we're almost there. We're just making up some more andesite alloy so we can get these things. And I've just realized the size of this number of cut tuff that we need. 24,500. 24,000! And I've got just over 10% of that. I have 2,800. That means we need to make a whole load of tuff really quickly. And thanks to Stam's tweaks, we do actually have a recipe for making tuff, which is cobblestone, andesite, and lava. Andesite is, of course, made from cobble and diorite, but at least all that diorite we've made is going to come in handy. Cobble's easy enough to get hold of, and then we just need an infinite source of lava. And that last point is where things get a little bit trickier. But I have a plan. But instead of making a giant lava pool in the overworld like I usually would, I think I'm actually going to import it directly from the nether. Then I'll just extend our temporary platform out a little bit, dump down some more cobble generators. We've already got loads of diorite to use, so that's not a problem. Then we just need a whole load of mixers to make the andesite, and then mixers again to make the tuff. So let's make a start. First up, bigger platform. And I'm looking forward to having that oil rig set up. This should be the last temporary farm we have to put over here. And then eventually we can rebuild all this nicely in its forever home. This platform's just going to be a patchwork of the tough bricks I do have, I think, for now. But once again, temporary, doesn't matter. That should be enough space. Let's go grab lots of stuff and things and start working this out. Now, first up, let's tackle the lava. So let's chuck down a portal and see where we end up. Well, we're pretty close to the portal we already had, but we are directly above a lava lake. Perfect. Gonna need a bit of space to work with though, so let's just dig a little hole out here. First up, let's just build a little something on this side, which we're probably gonna have to tweak and change a little bit. Essentially, we just want a circle of belts so that we can catch the buckets coming from one side, then send them back in the other. In fact, I think what's gonna make the most sense is if we send things around this way. The hope is we'll catch the buckets on this one, they'll come around the belts here, and then go back in that way. So we're gonna want to fill them when they get to, say, here, for example. So that's where our hose pulley would be. We're going to need a pump to get that out and into there. That should all work. We just need to quickly get some power going. And we shouldn't need lots of power. We just need to make sure that we're speeding it up with a speed controller. If we stick that in there, we'll whack that up to maximum. And we're going to need to power those water wheels with lava, of course. That's got that belt going in the right direction. So if we do that, that one's going the right way. Now that one's going the right way. And a gearbox in there. Should get that one going the right way too. Excellent. So if we chuck a bucket there, where does that come out on the other side? Out here, perfect. So if we put a belt on this side to catch that bucket, go this way, we'll feed into an item drain that we'll put there. Hopefully any buckets we throw in that way are going to go round the belt on the other side. No. Where are they coming out on this side? Over here. Well, that's not helpful. Unless we just make a few adjustments. Let's put a belt in there. Put another belt in here. That should do it. So let's just get this stuff here powered. That should be easy enough. We'll just use some encased chain drives underneath here. Get that all linked up. That is going in the correct direction. Excellent. So we want to have an item drain there. Right, so if we chuck a bucket on there, that should now get stuck at the refill station on the other side. Let's go check. Nope, it landed on top of the basalt, so let's just make a bit more space there for that. And I'm going to need a hand crank to lower that hose pulley as well, actually, while I think of it. Let's quickly grab one of those. Righty, I've got the hand crank this time. Let's chuck a bucket in. Hope it's in the right place. It is. It is waiting to be filled up. Excellent. So let's just quickly lower this all the way to the bottom. Which is incredibly far, and it's making me very, very hungry. Have a quick snack. See how far we've gone. Okay, we're almost there. We do need to get to the bottom of the lava lake, though, for it to actually register as infinite, I believe. So we'll keep winding till it won't let me wind anymore. Oh, there we go. Now we just need to power the pump. There we go. And yep, it says it's a bottomless supply. That's exactly what we want. Our bucket's gone through to the other side, but hasn't come back, which means there's probably a problem on the other side there somewhere. Go find out what's going on. I see the problem. The belt's going the wrong way. So what I need to do is swap out that for a vertical gearbox. There we go. Excellent. And now that bucket's going to keep going round and round. But what I need to do is pump that lava out of there. I'm going to stick a fluid tank on top just so we can store some lava. Get that going. Oh, we're overstressed. We actually used all of our power. It would appear we actually have. Well, that means we're going to need to build some more wind turbines. But for now, what I'm actually going to do is just disable the gold farm, I think. Right, that should save us some power. Once again, temporary, doesn't matter. We've got a bunch of gold now. But this thing is now running, so we have our lava. If I chuck a bunch more buckets on here, we'll have lava even quicker. There we go. Now we have constant lava. So next up, we need another cobble generator. Or, because we've disabled the gold farm, if I just re-enable that cobble generator, then we can just use the cobble that's coming through here and the diorite coming from here. So I'm going to need a whole bunch of spruce trims. I'm going to need drawer controllers. I'm going to need funnels and things like that. But luckily, we've got loads of trim. Let's grab all of that. So first up, we want cobble from over here, so let's keep this one nice and low so we know what's what. Punch a hole in there, and there we go. So that one's for the cobble. We'll put one next to it here. This is going to be for the diorite, so we need to link this one up to that storage system. Let's just go across this bit here. Draw controllers on the top of those. Funnels facing the wrong way for now, just until we get the filters on. We don't want random stuff spitting out of there after all. If I take a bit of cobble, bit of diorite, we'll just check that these are set up correctly. So that one should be cobble, that one should be diorite. Rotate it round. Yep, perfect. And the setup here shouldn't be too complicated. Let me just set up these ones as well. Diorite and cobble. And those belts are going in the right direction. Then we need these belts going the other way. So how are we going to do that? Oh, there we go. I just jammed in some encased chain drives and that seems to have worked. Let's try that on this side as well. Nope, it didn't work on that side, but not to worry. I'll just change which side everything gets dropped into. So we're just going to need a drawer controller there and some drawers to store all the andesites. And now I need some bowls and some mixers. So if we stick a basin there and there, mixers on top, put an input there, we'll put another input there. In fact, I'm just realizing I'm going to need to change this a little bit on both sides. Put a drawer controller there and a funnel there. Lock off the end of these belts. Have an input there, an input there, and it should output into that funnel and go into the system. Okay. Then we'll do the same thing there. That should work. And lastly, we just need to power the mixers. So let's stick a drawer controller there and there. And that should start giving us andesites over here. Oh, I haven't blocked off the ends. There we go. Less mess now. So now we have our andesite, we have our cobble, and we have our lava. We should be able to start making tuff. And to make tuff, first we need to pump lava. We're going to put a drawer collector there with a funnel. Stick another drawer controller there and one there. They're connecting to our two different systems. So if we do this and this, get some belts in, some input funnels. In fact, I think we can probably get away with doing two, maybe. We just adjust the route of this pipe. So then I can put in more trim there, drawer controller there, another collection point. And in fact, that drawer trim is going to need to go round that way so that I can put the pipes round this way. And we'll block the end of these belts, get some brass funnels in, filter for andesite on that one. Cobble on that one, and we just need power there. There we go, the cobble's going in. Stick a shaft in there, that should get the andesite going in. Then we just need a bit of power here with a pump to get the lava out. Place that the right way. Lava's gone in, and power the mixers. And we're now making tough. Just need somewhere for it to go. Let's stick another box there. And there we go. Tough is now coming in. Not the fastest. I mean, we do need like 25,000 of it or whatever it was, but we'll get there eventually. Let's make sure we give these boxes some upgrades because we need to store quite a lot. Let's make sure we give lots of upgrades here. So we should be able to store a lot in there. 32,768. That sounds pretty good. But it is going to take a bunch of time for me to get exactly what I need. So I think I'm just going to go AFK for a bit and go do some editing. Then hopefully when I come back, we'll have all the tough we need. How are we already 26 minutes into the video? What? But on the plus side, we now have 47,000 tough, and we need 24,000 of this. I could be here a while. Right, we should have more than enough in our bag now. However, it needs to be cut tough. And because we need 25,000 of it, I think I'm going to build a little machine to do this for me. Otherwise, I'm going to be standing at the stone cutter forever. So we're going to start with a whole load of belts here. 16 of them, in fact. Then we're going to put brass funnels on all of these. That should spread them all out evenly. Then we're going to put a bunch of saws in, and we're going to need a few more, but I did grab some casing for just such an occasion. Just need a bit of iron. 18.4k. That thing's working a treat. But I should now be able to make more saws. There we go. Then we're doing 16 at a time. So we'll just make sure we filter all of these. And we're going to need power, so let's do that. And I'll tell you what, we could probably steal some power out of here. Got a gearbox. There we go. If we were just to do that, is that going to work? It might not. Let's quickly test. So if we put that there, spruce straws there, chuck on one of those. It would help if I actually put on a normal tough instead of what was already a cut tough. Yep, that seems to be working. So let's just get lots of funnels in here. A temporary block there with a brass funnel. Filtering for tough. Get rid of that. We'll apply upgrades to that. Now, all I need to do is take my backpack, put it here, and we should start getting lots of cut tough. Wow, that's actually going up really quickly. Amazing. We'll have this done in no time. We've got almost 27k of the stuff. That should be plenty. Let's just grab my backpack, put that back on, and now we're going to empty this. So that's one more thing we can tick off our checklist. So the only thing we're missing now are these andesite bits. I've grabbed a bunch of iron. We should have lots of andesite alloy over here now. We were making a bunch before we set off on that quest to make a tough farm. Let's see what we've got. Exactly a chest full. We're also going to need a bunch of blaze rods, if I remember correctly. And we've got plenty of those. 15,000. Wow. So, andesite front lights. That's what we want. Very loud in there. Right. How many did we actually need? Half of what I've just made. Okay. Then we need a bunch of andesite ladders. And we need andesite catwalk railing. And we've got over 600 of that. We've got over 40 ladders. I think we're there. I think we've finally got everything we need to blast this thing into existence. That was a mission. Something I should probably think about doing is actually getting myself an elytra, so when I'm doing long distances like this, I can get there a whole lot quicker, because it takes quite a while in a jetpack. Right, so what I'm going to do is take off my backpack and place it down next to this thing, and now, if we do this, checklist is almost completely signed off. Polished blackstone brick wall. Oh, I see. We've only got one stack of it. We made loads of polished blackstone wall instead. Let me just grab a couple of pieces of stone, make ourselves a stone cutter, and then we'll make the one we were supposed to make in the first place. And now we don't have enough blackstone. Of course we don't. Right, let's go get some more blackstone, and then we can start this thing off. Really need that elytra. Right, so let's grab a bunch of that and go all the way back again. I mean, we could get the train half the way there, I suppose. Let's do that. Why build it if you're not going to ride it, eh? Yeah, just imagine that big oil rig coming into view as you pull in on the train. That's going to look awesome. Now, let's fly the rest of the way to our tiny island. Chuck our extra blackstone in. Double check to make sure we've definitely got everything. Let's get started. Oh, no, that'll never do. That's going to take forever. So let's go into the config. Go to schematics. Schematic cannon. Set the delay to 1. Save that. And there we go. That's more like it. Well, although that time lapse was only about 10 seconds for you guys, it was actually over an hour, even on fastest speed with the schematic cannon. But look at that, our giant monstrosity is in. Now, it does, of course, look a bit weird at the moment because, well, it's floating. The legs aren't actually attached to the seafloor at the moment. And because there's nothing on top, the proportions look a bit strange as well. But I think once we get all the buildings and stuff on, this is going to look epic. And we've got so much space for storage and factory building. Oh, it's going to be wonderful. And the monorail here is going to run along this side of the platform. We'll build a station in between the two pillars and then have some stairs or whatever that go up to the top. This is going to be awesome. I'm very excited about what we're going to do with this. I'm less excited about having to deal with all those guardians though while we build that pillar, but we'll figure something out. I do still need to name the monorail train, but we're going to do that in the next episode because the last video has only just recently gone out and I want to give you guys time to actually put your names in. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it and I'll see you on the next one. Bye now. Welcome back to Perfect World Post-Production, where last time we extended the monorail line, then designed and built the start of our mega factory oil rig. Today we're going to connect the two with a brand new monorail station on the rig and maybe a start on top, as we have a lot of structural work to do here before we can start making these factories. But before we can even do any of that, we need to connect this oil rig to the seafloor. Now, after the last episode I did have a lot of comments about the fact that oil rigs are often things that float and then they're connected with big steel wires down to the seafloor, and that's true when they're in very deep ocean. However, this ocean is not very deep. It's only about sort of 20 blocks or so, and it gets as low as 10 in some areas. And when compared to the scale of the rig, it's definitely not a deep ocean. So we'll be connecting it like they do in shallow water. The problem is these guys. Nasty spiky laserfish. So we need to deal with the big boys in there, and that means we're going to need invisibility potions, TNT, and redstone blocks. That should make quick work of them. And while I'm there, I may as well grab all the blackstone we're going to need for the pillars, as well as probably more girders, let's be honest. And I guess we're probably going to want quite a few invisibility potions, because we're going to need to make sure we remain invisible while we're building the pillar around the Guardian farm, or what will be the Guardian farm. It's currently just a bunch of guardians. So we don't have any invisibility potions, but we do have water breathing, and to be honest, it's probably worth making a few more of them as well. I hadn't thought of that, but they're going to be very handy. So for potions of invisibility, we need fermented spider eyes, which means we're going to need sugar and mushrooms. Now, mushrooms won't be a problem, but sugar might. We've got 2 spider eyes, so that's going to be enough to make 8 potions of invisibility. That's probably enough. I turn them into 8-minute potions. That's going to give us 48 minutes to build one of those pillars. The other 3 I shouldn't really get affected by the fish. Let's grab some mushrooms, and then we'll figure out how we're going to get sugar. So I can get sugar from honey bottles, and we've got a honey farm, so we may as well do that. And we've got loads of honey. Yeah, that'll work fine. Let's just grab some bottles. And if we chuck these here, that's just going to give us loads of honey. Now we just need some water bottles. Yep, I was supposed to put it into a night vision potion. Whoops. Let's grab golden carrot. I guess we only need 1 now. We'll need some nether warts. And let's make what we were supposed to make. In fact, we're going to grab some redstone as well. And we'll need to craft some TNT. So the awkward potions are ready. Let's make a night vision potion and turn them into invisibility and make them last 8 minutes. Now for water breathing, I believe we need pufferfish. And we do have some of those. Wonderful. And this one, we just need to put the pufferfish into an awkward potion. Now that's our invisibility complete. Let's put in 3 of these. Make an awkward potion. Then we'll add a pufferfish and a redstone. And then that'll give us a bunch of water breathing potions. And even though we've got the brightness mod, I think we should probably make ourselves some night vision potions as well and do it properly. So I should have what we need to tackle the temple. Let's just stop here, drink some potions. Gonna replace those slots because we're gonna need them in a little while. Get our food, and right, we should be good to go. Actually, no, I need to take off my armor to make this work. To be honest, probably these bits as well. Let's just keep our jetpack. Excellent, they don't know I'm here, so let's blast our way in. Just like that. Get this guy. Should be another one here on this leg. Oh, he's not here. What? They're always in here. Oh, there he is, hiding around the corner. Come here, you. Last one is on this leg. Hey, buddy. Right, there we go. That will solve the block placing issues. Now the question is, before I connect this leg to the ocean floor, do I just want to completely remove this temple? Kind of feel like I do. And we should be able to do it fairly easily. We've got a fairly big drill. We might have to do it in a few layers, but I reckon it can be done. I guess we're going to have an underwater mining montage. Well, good news and bad news. The good news is we're making some progress. The bad news is I've run out of potions, specifically the invisibility potions. But it is night time, so I'm hoping my platform up here will spawn some spiders. We can get some spider eyes, make some more, and carry on. Currently just lots of zombies, creepers, and skeletons. Not helpful. One spider, two spiders. Can I get those without blowing up my platform? Right, we've got 3 more spider eyes already just from those 2 spiders. That'll be enough. So let's go make those potions, and then we'll crack back on with that funky music. One funky mining montage later, and the temple is gone. We've just got lots of fish. We've also marked out where the corners of the temple were, just so we know what their spawning area is for when it comes to making a farm. That's probably going to be useful. So now what I need to do is get a whole bunch of the sanded blackstone and the eroded blackstone, and finish off these columns. And it is actually a little bit deeper than I thought, now that the temple's gone. It's not quite so close, but I still don't think it's deep enough to have a floating oil rig, so I'm just going to extend these all the way down to the bottom. The problem is I don't think I have much blackstone, so we're probably gonna have to cook up a whole bunch of cobble, or haunt a bunch of cobble, I should say. I think that's how we do it. Then we'll work on getting this monorail actually connected with a nice little station, and that way I don't have to keep flying backwards and forwards with my jetpack, which takes quite a while. Train would definitely be quicker. Let's grab loads of cobble, chuck all of that in the haunter, and that's gonna give us blackstone. And what we're going to do is turn most of this blackstone into eroded and the rest of it into sanded. Not going to worry too much about detailing the pillars as they drop down to the ocean floor. I just want to make sure that they match the blocks that we've already used. And oh no, I missed the train. Dang it, I was hoping to catch it. So I think I'm going to do the one over here by the Guardians first. Let's just take a couple of potions. Then we're going to fill up our bar with 7 eroded and just 2 of the sanded. Turn on the shuffle mod. And then we're going to start placing blocks. Well, that took longer than I would have liked, but we now have our 4 pillars in. They go all the way to the ocean floor, and I think that's looking pretty good. Oh my days, look at this. We're going to need to get some lights up here. But next up, I think we're going to sort out the monorail now. So what we need to do is connect these lines over here. We're going to have a station going probably between these 2 pillars, I would imagine. But let's get the rail in first and see what we're working with. Thanks to the help of my little construction train, we've got a guide to be working with. I do, of course, still need to put all the detail in on this. I need to schematic cannon in a bunch more pillars, but we'll do that later. For now, I want to start planning out this station. It's pretty dark down here, so we're going to have to get some lights up fairly sharpish, I think. At least the daylight helps a little bit. Now, what I'm thinking is we'll have the station here kind of suspended between the 2 pillars, I guess. So we're going to need some kind of support structure on the bottom area here. So maybe the these sort of like large girder blocks would work quite well. We could start by just putting in a ledge across here and maybe a bit further back, and then build the station on the top of that. And we are, of course, going to need to add stairs so we can get up the top here. So overall, there's a lot to plan. While we do this planning, I am going to whack my brightness up just so we can all see what's going on. Let's start by getting in these big chunky girders. I think a chunky support like that should do the job nicely. And we'll somehow build a platform on top of that. And I need to go get all the platform bits here as well, because the platform height is actually going to be here. But I don't have the right blocks with me, so let's go grab some and see what we can do here. Got a backpack full of stuff. Let's try and build this station. And we're going to start with the platform, which we're going to do the same way we did at the other end by putting in some smooth stone in these slabs. Then we're going to put station platform blocks on top of those. Then let's just put in these stairs that are going to go along the side here, as well as the walls and the fence. I won't bother doing the whole thing all the way. I just want to do the bit that's near the station. And if we were to have the platform edge in here, probably want to continue the stairs down and maybe add in a bit of extra support here onto this platform. I guess we could actually continue this on all the way to the back here. Maybe overhang it a little bit and have a nice big platform like this. That way we're actually making use of the structure underneath. We've got plenty of space to put in some stairs. Just repeat that on this side. Now let's get the platform filled in and then we'll figure out the next steps. There we go. The platform is now in. We've got the walls in around the edge as well. We're probably going to be changing a lot of this. I just wanted to get a feel for it. And we're in the middle of a thunderstorm, which, to be honest, I can just sleep through. There we go. That's better. Much brighter. So next up, I want to tackle the stairs. We're going to be doing something different for these stairs, something we've not done before. It's going to involve me putting a vertical gearbox there, some shafts in here, and finding out how to make metal walkway steps, which is going to be a bunch of chains and a bunch of iron sheets. So we're going to need to go back to storage, but before we do that, I just want to put in a new station over here, and let's maybe stick it underneath. I'm going to call this station, I don't know, Big Rig City for now. If anyone has any ideas for names for this station and area, do let me know in the comments. Be interesting to see what you guys can come up with, but that gives us somewhere to send the train to. So what we can actually do is get this off the track altogether, and we're going to go park this in the extra little station bit we have up here. There we go, that's out of the way. Then we'll just wait for this train to come back and we'll adjust his schedule so that it actually goes all the way to the oil rig now, which is going to make getting back here a lot easier. Oh, and actually, while I think of it, we're going to quickly go to the station here and make sure that the correct doors open. So, yep, east side only. That's what we want. Nope, we want west side only. And, oh no, the train's going to get away from us. I need to change the schedule. Come back. Ah, it'll be back in a minute. It only stops at that other station for like 5 seconds. Let's grab your schedule. We'll give that back to you in just a moment, sir. But we're going to set this to Big Rig City and tell him to wait for 20 seconds at a time. But we won't give that back to him till we're sitting on the train, I think. So to make these metal walkways, I need a whole bunch of iron sheets. Let's just chuck these in there. I'm going to make a bunch of chains as well. If we do that, we'll get metal walkway stairs. I don't know how many we're going to need, so I'll probably just make a few stacks of them, I think, for now. Metal walkway steps acquired. Let's go put them to use. And now if we give this schedule to this guy, hopefully it'll take us all the way to the oil rig. Yep, here we go. We're off. Oh, that thing is huge as it comes into view. Look at that. Fits just nicely on this station platform. Wonderful. Right, so metal walkway steps. Now, these steps are a little bit different to the normal steps that we use in that these are escalators. If we give them power, they work exactly how you'd imagine an escalator would. What we're going to do is just zigzag our way all the way up to the ceiling here. And, oh, it looks like we're just about going to clear that girder. Let's clear some space up here. And in theory, the steps should connect there. They have like an extra bit of overhang at the top and the bottom. They're not like a perfect diagonal. So if we remove those two bits there, try to connect this to here. Yeah, look at that. We have our first escalator. What I want to do is I want to have these escalators to be double wide. So let's just cut this out. And we'll make all this look better later. For now, I'm just going to fill in these bits. Another shaft there. So that's going to be the up escalator. And then we're going to have a down one right next to it. So we'll connect another one up there, one there, and one here. That's going to be our escalators to get up on top of the rig. Obviously, we're going to need to add in loads of support. I'm going to get rid of all these bits here and we'll make it look a lot better. But I think that should work nicely. We are, however, going to need to get this thing power. So if we run shafts all along the back here, for example, and go through that girder and into this column here, what I am going to be doing is putting power in these columns. We're going to squeeze in as many max power windmills as we can. And then we can use that power to power the escalators, as well as the entirety of the farm up there, although we're probably going to need some wind power as well in future. This is going to be a giant factory after all. Why has my train stopped? Track broken up ahead? No, should be fine. What's your problem, buddy? Time to resume schedule. Oh, I know what it is. It's because there's signals here, and if we go all the way to the other end, there's already a train on the line. I haven't put signals at this side. Let me quickly grab these train signals. We'll put one here, put one there. Should allow the train to resume. We're also going to need signals here, just so that this one here is actually on a separate track, and that means the train can keep on running. And in fact, while I'm here, what I do actually need to do is grab some belts. It appears I don't have any, so I need to make some belts. Because if you apply a belt to an escalator, it adds handrails, and that's going to look very cool, hopefully. But I am going to wait for the train again. So if we go like this, hey, look at that. That looks much better. So next up, I think I want to get some kind of structure over this. I know it's already got the oil rig there, but it doesn't look very nice. So I'm thinking maybe some pillars, a big curved roof, probably made out of glass or something. And I think for a bit of extra support, we should maybe add some giant chains. Something like this. Then maybe cap it off with a large girder. But I think that would look quite cool. We could probably get away with doing it on this side as well. Yeah, I like that. So let's just have a little play around and see if we can get ourselves a nice roof on this thing. So I'm thinking maybe something like that for the roof structure, and then we'll just put some glass across all of these gaps in here. We've got a nice arched effect going on. We've got chain supports at the front here and the sides. Got pillars at the back. And I've left this bit open because I want to try something else here. I'm hoping it's going to work. So we're going to start off with a couple of girders. Going to use some fence, a diagonal girder. Same on this side. What I want to do is put in some advanced display boards here. We get our wrench out. We can set it to static text, advanced. Just change the font and background colors. And for now, what are we calling it? Was it Big Rig City or something? Once again, any ideas for the names? Would love to hear them. Yeah, look at that. It's probably going to be a bit dark down there, though. So let's put some lights above it. I think we can get away with that. Now, I've used up pretty much all of my lapis reserves here and made some blue stained glass. I'm hoping that this particular style of it is going to look quite good. I've also mixed in a little bit of cyan glass as well. I don't even know if it's going to be noticeable, to be honest. They're so close to each other. For example, that one's cyan, that one's blue, and they're almost identical. So that's one section of the roof on. What do we think? I mean, I do quite like it. And of course, we have to bear in mind we are currently on Fulbright because I haven't put any lighting down here yet. So when it's actually dark, it's probably going to look even better. That looks awesome though, all lit up over there. I like that. But for now, let's get the rest of this roof in and then we'll think about lighting. Alrighty, so that's the roof done, and I've just been playing around with some light ideas, and I think I'm going to go with this. Just a big hanging light, and we can put a few of these in across here, and maybe a few more on the beam behind. And if we put our brightness down, I'm hoping that's going to give us a reasonable amount of light down here. Yeah, that should be alright. There we go, the lights are in, and it is looking a whole lot brighter down here now. I like that. But the station platform itself is looking very, very empty. I think we could probably do with a big display board showing all the train times and things like that. Maybe even a little ticket booth somewhere, like off to the side or over here. We'll get some seating in, maybe some vending machines and ticket machines, and just generally make this place look a little bit more busy. And I also need to sort out this bit here as well, because this is still looking very, very messy. I don't really know what we're going to do here, so I imagine there's going to be a bunch of trial and error, so let's jump into a time lapse, and I'll bring you back in once hopefully this area is going to be looking pretty good. I mean, I'm pretty pleased with it so far, and it hasn't even got anything on the platform yet. And I think we'll do this as a talkie time-lapse, because why not? First up, I built out a display board and linked it to the station so we can get all the train information, then started laying out some seating on the platform and added a cool clock. The ticket booth was next, making use of tiled viridium and some diorite with a prismarine roof. On the inside, I used framing tables to create some desks and added some shelves, seats and general clutter. A couple of vending machines on the side, some tickets scattered on the counter and around a bin completed this area. On the other side of the platform, I used some metro casings from the bells and whistles mod with some item hatches and display screens to create ticket machines, then filled the last bit of space with some vending machines. A few finishing touches to the floor completed the main platform, then I added some support beams and chains to the escalators, filled in the middle portion with grass and sea lanterns, then covered the area in bushes. And we're starting to look pretty good here. It's certainly looking much more like a platform. And these screens are pretty good. However, the line where it just says train, that's what we need to fix next, and that is the name for our train. And once we've done that, we've still got some work to do. I think I want to put some lights on the side of this thing, maybe some more of these sort of weird andesite lights. I think they work quite well. And we need to sort out the rest of the connection here, schematic added in some more pillars, and just generally add the finishing touches. So let's come down here and let's name this train. And we're going to be calling this monorail the Spirit of Pickles, which was the top voted name in the comments. So thanks to Shade Shadow 007 for that suggestion. And if you don't know what that's a reference to, you should go back and watch Perfect World Season 1. Rest in peace, Pickles. So let's give him his schedule back. We'll head back to the rig, and hopefully that sign's going to be looking a bit better. We might need to increase the column widths a little bit so we can actually see the train name better. There we go, that's looking better, although I am a bit confused about this. Destination from Big Rig City. That doesn't make sense. Surely the destination is not Big Rig City. Like, that's where we already are. Or is that just because the train's on a loop? I don't know. And now it's gone back to from Big Rig City. So if you've got any idea how I can make that read the right thing, because that should say Cliffside, surely, then please do let me know. And now I guess it's time to fix the rest of this monorail and get it all looking good. Which means we need a bunch more pillars, and we need a bunch of stairs and fences and things to sort out the sides here. Then we're going to need coarse dirt and stuff for on top. Lots to do, so let's crank on some funky 80s music. There we go, that's looking much better. The monorail's looking more complete, although I can't decide if I want to put pillars here or not where the station is, because that's all kind of being held up by the chains and the oil platform. Does it also need pillars, or do I just carry on the pillars on this side? I don't know. Let me know what you think. But overall, I'm very pleased with how this has come together. We've got our monorail connecting all the way over to the other islands. Got a pretty cool looking station in here, and we've got some broken down escalators. Yeah, we still don't have power over here yet. But power is a problem for a different day, because I need to drain the bottom of these pillars and jam in lots and lots of windmills. And I'm going to do that on at least 3 of these pillars. I think I'm actually going to leave the 4th one clear so that we can farm the Guardians. So that should give us enough power over here to get started at least. And we've also got a whole lot of work to be doing at the top here, which I really should probably start thinking about. We're going to have a great big storage bit in the middle, and then we're going to have factories all over the place. But yeah, that's going to take a whole lot more planning. And I know this episode's a bit shorter than usual, but sadly that is all we've got time for today. I've had a very busy week, I'm afraid. But thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now.